Yo, what up, what up, what up? People, places, things, and faces. We got them people. I think we're still on this. Pull this chat out. Hey, chat, what are you doing? Okay, Apex, let's get in. Let's play a warm-up game. Play that warm-up game. I want you to be over there, and I want you to be up a little bit, bitch.
My #1 fans watching, so you know I'll be fantab-you-listic.
Yep. Yeah, hello?
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
You can't spell problem.
Yeah, it's a graphics card.
M-E.
It was sold for, to me for $619, but it's right now listed for $598. So I'm like, I can just basically do a refund and replacement, right, and ship it back and get it back for if I order one for $598 right now, I can ship it back and get a refund on the one that I purchased, and then buy one for $598 right now. But otherwise, you guys are just going to give me the $20 refund, that we don't have to do any of that. So you want me to refund this thing and then order it again right now?
Here. Or maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever.
I mean, yeah, I won $20 back, so like if that's what you're gonna force me to do, and you guys want to pay for shipping back and forth, then okay, I can do that. Yeah, that's fine. You can do it. So you're gonna set up the refund for me, right? And then all I have to do is box it up and ship it back, and then I'm just gonna order a new one right now for the price that it's listed at right now.
Attention. First
R301 here.
First blood.
Don't you think that's not worth it's worth $20 to avoid the shipping back and forth on your end? Alright, yeah, I got you. Yep, alright, cool, yeah, I got you. If that's what you want to do, if that's what they want to do, then that's what they're gonna get. It's the Amazon price. It's not like you're price matching someone else. You're literally matching your own website right now. it's the price that the same seller is selling it for. Exactly same seller, exactly same everything. So we're just kind of like, it seems silly to have me ship this one back to have. I mean, but they're gonna start the shipping of the new one because I'm gonna order it right now. So they'll start that right now, I guess, and then I just get refunded back the money when they receive the other one back. And how long do I have to return it, right? 30 days or something?
Bad guys making noises here.
So I can wait till the new one arrives and then ship the old one back.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
Yep. Alright, cool.
Enemy shield getting shot at. Reload. Send him out another meeting. Damn it, he's good looking. Up down. Check it out, Careful. Got one here.
Reload.
Not bad, guys.
Come on, say hello.
Yep.
Jumping out. I got you. Come down.
Oh no, I killed. Who are you again? Never mind, I don't care.
Jules, are you still there? Oh shit, that was 3 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Why am I not replying, dude? I didn't see it till just now, dude. I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of phone call, eating, this, playing. Chad is 4th on the list right now. But I apologize. But if you're still there, send me another message and I'll try to see it. Problem is.
Oh, Michael?
Yep.
Waiting. So I did have to return this item. Do you want to just get a QR code to drop it off at UPS, or do you prefer a label to print off?
Yeah, I guess a QR code to drop it off at UPS.
That's one, your email within a couple
This
minutes.
gives me purpose.
And the refund will go back to the shopping as message.
Doc and me have seen it all. This win is ours.
Some email for no return. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nope, that's it. I appreciate your help.
Introducing your champion.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for calling Amazon.
Bye-bye.
I'm the jump master. Follow me.
That's the dumbest. Okay. Okay. Well, now I'm back in the action,
Let's touch
playing
down here.
action.
Yes. I'm Jump Master. Follow me or stay out of my way. Time to kill.
DRIPP says, lag. Jim Cornette apparently specifically called out where he lived, but he wasn't there. Actually, Jim Cornette never mentions a specific address, but a general area. But way more damning for Colin's story is the fact that that episode came out in July, but Colin formed his LLC out in before these threats.
Whose dumbass drop was that?
Creating this shell company. So
DRIPP says, if I die, I'm leaving.
Colin, and he said this, quote, they revealed general details, and I anticipated the possibility of this happening. Brian threatened me very specifically in my original email exchange with him back in May. So I got a hold of those emails. There was no threat in them. Instead, Brian said things like, consider this a serious caution. We're going to make sure to endlessly let all listeners know with great detail that Colin Thompson of Podcast One stole our money because he doesn't know how to run a business. Which is sort of true. This guy doesn't know how to run a business. So I became increasingly convinced, maybe, just maybe, Colin might be lying to me about why he hid his house in a trust with the Wyoming LLC trustee. Okay, I know this is a bit inside baseball right now, but it's important because I think it reveals intentions. Because I then looked up the website he used to create the LLC.
Nothing like
the
cold
website
steel on a
tagline
hot
for
day.
Colin's LLC is, quote, asset protection is our only focus. So, you know, want to hide your house? Wrong company. Not their focus. Asset protection? That's your guy. I mean, I'm not surprised, but I'm surprised that you tried to say this wasn't the case. So I sent a screenshot of that to Colin, saying, hey, you're obviously hiding assets in this company that specializes in asset protection planning, where the other tagline, by the way, is creditors will be forced into a better settlement or to dismiss the case altogether. And when I sent that to Colin, he responded, quote, I can't speak to what's written as marketing material on a website. I didn't write it. Come on, bro. We got you, okay? I can't go show up at an asset protection only store and say, hey, I was just looking for a little anonymity. You know, that's not being honest. And look, I don't know how dumb this guy is yet, but in my opinion, what happened is pretty simple. I think Colin bought a $1.7 billion house the same year as he had trouble. I think his accounting was always sketchy. I think in the end, he tried to sell it all to a bigger company and force these podcasters into lawsuits. And worst of all, this is my Colin stuck in. Actually, the main reason I took this case is because we've all seen this story out before. Business guy, or artist, or musician, or podcaster. Look, to be honest, I wanted to find out how it happened. I also wanted to find out how we can learn to prevent it in the future. Because, to be honest, I'm as much in the media landscape as you. I think the answer starts with how you get involved. Calling, find, and sign all these. So, well, truth is, some people were introduced. Theo Vaughn was introduced by Brendan Schaub. But I asked Brian and Brendan how they got involved, and their answer struck me as part of the problem. Was he just offering better deals than everyone else? No. It's word of mouth. It's because what happens is they go, who is your agency? We don't know. Nobody, like, we're not interacting with these people all the time. What happens is, it's like, if there's an agency that this person's with and this person's with, you know, we go, do you make money? Yeah. All right, so hook me up, and then... Especially when it comes to talking, like, man, this guy is killing it for us, man. Yeah. I made $1.6 million this year. Well, I made. You see, you take me on, then it becomes this like snowball effect, you know, and then everybody's there. Yeah. This is the issue. And look, it's not to absolve Colin. It's not to put any blame on anyone who got screwed over here. But the truth is, people are always led around with these dollar amounts. Oh, you made this much. You know, that's how they get you in these bad contracts. And then they don't pay you, and you're left chasing a Wyoming LLC to nowhere. So this isn't just about the podcast. It's about deals in music, MCNs with YouTubers, and just honestly business people begging you to let them control your money and then you getting the scraps. It's as disgusting as it is common, and I really hope that any aspiring people in media learn from these mistakes and scams and realize you don't need these middlemen. Do not trust people with your business who promise you the world. In fact, usually that's the worst red flag. Oh, you're gonna make all the money. Just sign here. It's a trap. And you never know what's in the fine print until you read it. Just ask Bill
Who is Gel Lady? I guess we're gonna find out who Gel Lady is. Where's the watch later?
Today, we're talking about blood-boiling audio that was leaked of a cop laughing after an innocent woman was killed by a patrol car. My DACA might be dead soon. Landlords during night kick you out of your house party and things got violent. This Unity scandal and backlash is wild. Casey Neistat was accidentally exposed a lie. And 100% definitely real alien bodies were put on display. You're definitely not an obvious fake. We're going to talk about all that and so much more in today's brand new extra large Philip Franco show, the daily dive into the news. Just make sure you're subscribed and let's jump into it. Starting with, y'all, this conversation between two cops is gonna make this
You and me. Let's take this win.
Back in January, Seattle police officer squad car struck and killed 23-year-old John B. It was an Indian
I always kill the messenger.
It's
safe that way.
We now have bodies of police union vice president Daniel Otter that caught one side of his phone call with the union president, in which he appears to be making a joke about paying her family off if they sued the department. Just a quick note, at the same time, we took out the pauses in this way. That's one.
Just patience.
$11,000. 26 different. She had limit value, but she is dead. No, it's a great nutrition.
Like cattle being herd
Seattle
because
officers
of
investigated video, and this after receiving a complaint from an officer last month who discovered video and was disturbed by it. So we're waiting to see how that plays out. I gotta pass the question on to you. What are your thoughts? And then in New York City just trying to swallow up Casey Neistat. She's a friend of the show. I don't want to see her die, but if he was gonna die, that would be the most Casey Neistat way. Kind part of it. At least I'm glad the city's at home. What about best take? The TikTok that's gone absolutely viral. You see him walking down a sidewalk when he encounters a piece of it that looks kind of hot. And so with his foot, he presses down on the sidewalk and immediately a hole opens up. With the men doing one of the most Casey Neistat things, thinking, ooh, fun angle. And he sticks his arm in with the camera and you see all the dirt and pipe. It's admittedly cool, but it's also scary.
The
Like when I'm
battle
walking on
happens
the streets,
quick,
I
be
get
ready.
uncomfortable when I'm like, walking over the grates. This whole time there's just sections of the sidewalk that will swallow you up. But of course, with New Yorkers being New Yorkers, they just made jokes about it. Saying things like, bro found old York. Don't let New York City landlords see this. They'll be advertising in one bedroom studio with a skylight for $3,000 a
We're
month.
all
But
inside
the
the
joking
ring.
aside, what
Good.
Casey found actually highlights a very real problem with New York City infrastructure. Because the city, which is over 12,000 miles of sidewalk, routinely inspects them and receives complaints, but that doesn't mean they're perfect. But although reported sinkholes were declining from nearly 3,800 in 2019 to just 2,800 in 2021, the city received a whopping 3,920 sinkhole complaints in 2022. And this possibly because of Hurricane Ida, which flooded the city with over 7 inches of water. This water is almost without dirt. Eventually, there's not enough drop surface area, so a sinkhole forms. It is occurring because pipes
Extra
burst,
supplies
water
over here.
into the soil, or because rainstorms oversaturate the groundwater, which means that more frequent and intense weather events, rainstorms, and hurricanes brought about by climate change could open up even more sinkholes. I mean, we saw a dramatic demonstration of that last year in the Bronx. Heavy rainfall damaged the sewer line, and it created this massive sinkhole that swallowed this van. Or how, like a couple years ago, you had this guy waiting at a bus stop. One moment he's there, the next he's gone. With him plummeting into a 12 to 15. A dramatic demonstration of that last year in the Bronx when heavy rainfall damaged the sewer line, and it created this massive sinkhole that swallowed this van. Or how, like a couple years ago, you had this guy waiting at a bus stop. One moment he's there, the next he's gone. With him plummeting into a 12 to 15-foot hole. And as if that wasn't bad enough, it was full of rats. Not just your regular rats. We're talking New York rats. And then for the next half hour, he just lies there as rodents were crawling all over him. He's severely injured, barely moving, trying not to open his mouth.
Already in the next
ring. Inside him. And of course, most sinkholes aren't as big or as deep as them. But when they are, people can get hurt. In fact, right outside the city, well, there's an especially large number of them open up. Sometimes spilling sewage, fecal matter in a neighborhood. And in one instance, the Ring doorbell caught this 70-year-old woman falling into a hole in her front yard with 2 other men. So what do? Well, in terms of policies, we can mitigate the issue not only by maintaining our sidewalks better, but also by reinforcing our sewer systems and, most of all, fixing the climate crisis. But notably, those first two things being easier than class. But as we're seeing literally every one of these numbers going in the wrong direction. Walking down the street at any single moment, you might be seconds away from from fending off an army of sinkhole rats. And then, y'all, are the United States and Mexico independently confirming the existence of extraterrestrials? No, you fucking donkeys. But some people with varying levels of success have been twisting recent headlines into their narrative. They started with the U.S. NASA just released a 33-page report on UFOs, and in it, they found no evidence of aliens. So they still kept the door slightly open for
Target over there.
by agreeing that some UFO sightings still defy explanation. That being said, we also
Listen
made it
up,
clear
people
that
have
just
been
need to
through
invest
here.
more into better techniques to identify what's going on. Now, the big thing that any ancient alien fan is going to latch onto is the fact that this report was made by a 16-person panel that didn't have access to any top-secret findings. They only had the classified stuff, so they weren't allowed to look at the actual alien specimens we had hiding around. But, you know, who did check out some aliens? The Mexican Congress. Because on Tuesday, two experts stood before them and showed up to allegedly 1,000-year-old alien corpses. And they looked like a stereotypical depiction of aliens, if not a little smaller. The speaker was under oath claiming that these are not mummies, these are complete bodies that have not been manipulated. They somehow even managed to get a forensic expert military doctor to check out scans of these little guys and provide analysis. Looks like they had big eyes or didn't have teeth. But they were probably from a post-human society that only had smoothies coming from parts of San Diego. But
Come and get your birthday
entire
present.
circus didn't just come out of nowhere. Just like their counterparts in Mexican houses see unexplained things like the sky true.
Let's explore this
You can't actually believe that these two little specimens were seriously alien. Which, I mean, just to clear up any confusion, I personally do believe that aliens, everything in existence is too grand and infinite for us to be the only one. But that does not translate to anything we have no answers for when we see UFOs. Is an alien. That does not translate into I definitely believe that we've been visited. And if you think those things, when I say donkey, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people that looked at what is very obviously a fraud. And they were like, boom, that's the proof. Pointed to it, or clout chase you enough to try to just muddy up the narrative and say this was a Mexican government confirming. Which, by the way, X, Twitter, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's become such a shit show. It feels like ever since they turned on monetization, you have people just like putting out obviously fake bullshit just for engagement. And then a group of landlords just threw a party to celebrate the fact that they are now able to legally evict people from their homes again. And super shockingly, it did not end well. With this whole situation going down in Berkeley, California, where the Berkeley Property Owners
Optics here.
Association, BPOA,
Mid-range.
hosted a party at a local bar to celebrate the end of the city's eviction moratorium. Because like many other cities, Berkeley implemented a ban on most evictions.
Go and check it. Got some materials for us.
First, so you know, with that, the landlords had complained that they were being hurt by the
Ultimate
ban.
accelerant here.
Advantage of them. The president of the BPOA defending the party and saying to reporters, "We make no qualms about celebrating the end of the eviction moratorium. We are celebrating the end of the tenants who could have paid rent and chose not to. But many others have hit back against that, including the chair of Berkeley's Rent Stabilization Board. With them saying that the allegation that many tenants could have paid rent but just chose not to was nonsense. With that, noting that the BPOA provided zero proof
Hang
of
on,
fraud.
I'm
And obviously, the
crashed.
second this event was announced online, it got a ton of backlash from advocates and activists in the city. With the local outlet Berkeley side reporting that a group of roughly 100 advocates from the tenant and neighborhood councils, Berkeley tenants and groups gathered outside the pub to picket the event, which despite the public reaction was attended by about 2 dozen landlords. And according to Berkeley side, picketers yelled chants and shouted parasite and get a job at the landlords who went to the building. And then about an hour into the demonstration, the protesters screaming into the venue and they started circling around the patio of the pub. They continued to picket for about a minute and a half more, and then all hell broke loose. Multiple fights started between the two groups. Citizens saying they saw a man from the landlord's group slap a female member of the tenants group in the face and push her. Berkeley side also saying there was video of one demonstrator knocking eyeglasses off the head of someone who appeared to be with the landlord, prompting another party goer to seemingly swing a punch at the protester. The BPOA president telling reporters she didn't see who started the fight and adding that she went outside to ask police who had been observing the protest for help after they refused to enter the pub. But with that, the situation seemingly resolved itself quickly. The protesters reportedly leaving the bar. Now, and in the aftermath, both sides appeared to blame the other for the violence. The Berkeley Tenants Union posting a series of tweets accusing the landlords of assaulting protesters, while the BPOA issued a statement to local media saying we condemn the actions of hostile dissidents who disrupted the market gathering of local restaurants who intimidate, harass, and physically assault our members who are law-abiding small business owners. So yeah, that is where we are, and I gotta ask you, where do you land on this issue? Because there have been a lot of different reactions. Those looking at the landlords going, like, what did you expect? You're throwing a yay, we can kick people out of their homes part. But then you have some saying, you know, landlords feel like they
Nobody panic, we got bandits out there.
One of the biggest losses during the pandemic, and others saying, hey, it's bullshit. So I'd love to know your thoughts and feelings here. And then being as clear and concise when communicating is a must. And thanks to the sponsor of today's show, Grammarly, an AI-powered writing tool, it is making all our lives easier. Grammarly provides personalized AI communication assistance that accelerates and helps unlock creativity and helps you communicate clearly and concisely, offering suggestions that, surprisingly, you may prefer, or maybe you're stuck on
Lottie
words.
Johnson
Grammarly can
says,
help you get started with
AFK.
initial ideas, outlines, or even tips. Great help with marketing. My new coffee, for example, produced I can give me 10 possible ideas.
We're at
Bandit bought the
Coffee,
farm.
and boom, clever ideas for describing our new must-have coffee, which you think is the best. When you're done riding and you need that polish, or it's running on too long, Grammarly's rewrite function is so awesome. You can ask Grammarly to rewrite it to be short or more engaging, whatever, which is also so important when reporting news. One of my go-tos is Grammarly's reply feature. And this is for all of us with mountainous inbox. It helps you summarize your emails, providing suggestions on how to reply.
30
I'm telling
seconds,
you,
rings
you will be
close.
amazed at what you can do with Grammarly, because all of these features I mentioned are free to use. You get 100 free prompts per month. So just go to Grammarly.com/BillDeFranco09 to get 20% off Grammarly Premium. And then it is incredibly rare to see a software company end up as hated as this. So the game engine maker Unity has managed to blow up years and years of goodwill with game developers after introducing a radical price change. If you don't care about gaming, don't worry, this is go way beyond gaming, because it can give us an idea of where software companies want prices to go. And so with that, the obvious question is, well, what exactly is the change? Currently, Unity has a variety of plans ranging from personal and
Listen
they
up,
offer
the
slightly
ring's
different things
moving.
for any small and indie game developers. They start at nothing for lower plans and free or nearly free, with that being an absolutely huge draw for Unity. But it's pretty much like, yeah, use our software, make cool shit. Then, if you ever get to a point where you're actually making money, then we'll work out a deal. But starting in 2024, that all changes. With the company now moving to a pay per download model. For developers on the cheapest plan, will need to pay 20 cents per install of those. On the expensive plans, have variable rates that get lower and lower. This news caused a massive backlash among developers, and especially because in the gaming world, there's this big emphasis on supporting indie devs and stories. But many of them, alongside smaller studios, pointed out that these changes would be catastrophic. But for many indie games that become popular, the fees will get into the millions of dollars. And that's a ridiculous amount of money, especially when you consider that some of these games are free to play. So in this new world, they'll have to pay upfront for users that may never actually end up turning them a profit through other monetization methods like
Come and get your
Also,
birthday
another question is,
present.
what happens if the user buys a game once on Steam Bug, installs it on the PC, the laptop, and Steam Deck? In fact, there's a lot of maintenance that entire change to concern so many people. Now, with this, it appears that some of the changes could have been solved if people read the updates you to be put out about the change. For example, there are a series of thresholds that need to be crossed before anyone is charged anything. So for those on the lower plans, the game would need to have both $200,000 within the last 12 months.
Thank you.
You guys want to get back out of here?
Just drop the drone for now. We've only got two of them. We killed one.
Replicator on its way down.
What'd you say?
I'm recalling my drone. I broke an enemy. 6 seconds left. The ring's very close.
Enemy down.
Reloading.
Reload.
Hold on. Charging.
Bogey's dead. Optics here.
Let's go that way.
Mid-range.
I really need like light ammo. I can't find any.
Light ammo?
Shields.
No, sorry, energy. I need energy ammo.
I got nothing for you.
The ring's close, and it's a good thing. Only have 30
You
seconds
may want
left.
to change out weapons. Or go to that thing and try to fucking buy it. Buy your ammo. Back at that thing back behind us.
The one that's about to be closed in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's your only option.
Enemy right here.
Care package over there.
He has a Kraber.
Progress.
Incoming care package. Pro tip, don't try grabbing something moving at that trajectory.
Light ammo here.
Standard stock here. Level 2. Level 3.
Making contact with enemy.
Multiple squads. We might want to move.
They mean I'm here. Grenade out.
Check 6. Bandit touchdown.
Sets an enemy
I'm taking that
down.
jump tower when it lands.
Taking damage.
For me.
Recharging my shields.
Charging on my shields.
I'm getting on top of this red shit over here. On top of this town. Just don't get sniped.
Being attacked by another squad. Hold on. Shields recharging.
Where?
I think it was just a pot shot from far off.
Adding an extra pair of eyes.
Oh, somebody just set up a wall.
I'm recalling my drone. I'm back.
Hostile spotted.
Log off my drone. Recharging my shields.
Opening fire. Cracked shields on that bandit.
Broke a shield.
Reloading. Bogey in my crosshairs. Down to 30 seconds. Rings just a little further.
Throwing Oxtar.
Here's your birthday present. Corner, 10 left.
My drone back.
Under fire.
Taking fire.
In progress.
Recharging shields.
Got some materials.
Looky here.
Watch his door. Watch his door.
Yeah, got one of them here. Hold on.
All right, let's get back on top of the rock here.
Uh-huh.
You had some snipers out there.
Yeah, one of them has a Kraber.
Recharging my shields.
Got another bandit. Firing. Taking fire. Cracked Bogey's shield.
Crypto, no shield on him. Right here, right here. Crypto, push that, please. Nice.
Reloading.
That was the last of their squad.
Charging on my shield.
Round 5.
There's a full shield up here if you can get up here.
Backpack here. Level Hemlock here.
Sniper stock here.
helmet
Nah, I don't need it. I don't need it. I'm actually like one off of. I'm one
I
shot
ain't
off my
moving
thing.
from
You've
here
already.
if I don't have to.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Rings nearby.
I can get him up there if we need to.
I need sniper ammo.
Sniper ammo here.
Actually, wait. Take this full stack. I'll take the half
Sniper ammo
stack.
here. 45 to go. Fortunately, radar shows the ring's close.
I hear enemies here.
Got ourselves a band. Bogey there. Another bogey. Down to 30 seconds. Rings just a little further.
We can kind of camp out in this house.
Enemy spotted. Shooting. Listen up, I'm getting shot at.
Bogey in sight.
In progress.
Recharging my shields. Deploying head drone.
Bogey in my crosshairs. Got a visual on a bogey right here.
Ah shit, hit the other line. Hit the left side, please. Turn around. One more here. Come on, last one, you can do it. Nice.
Shield now. Last one down and a boom. Quick down and I gotcha.
Got it, Papa.
Hold on. I need to use a Phoenix kit.
One sec. Using my Phoenix kit.
Looking for light or energy ammo if anybody has some.
Right here.
Energy ammo here.
45 seconds. Rings close. Careful. They could
Pass me that shield.
We're close to the ring. Be prepared. Shield better here.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline package in.
Should we push that while they're fighting?
Yes.
The all-seeing eye.
Rings
Purple
around
helmet
the
there in my
clock.
drop, but at least get on top of these people.
Out of my drone. I'm good to go.
They're right here on top. You can get me.
God, I traded, but fucking hell, he literally recharged his shields off downing you. They picked him up, they hit you on him.
There's 2 down here, we're done.
Yeah, that was just unlucky. If he was literally like 1 second away from going down, and then he fucking healed out.
Scrappy DP says, Auntie.
Or how download them. That they apparently didn't want to give away the exact secret as it's proprietary. They did say that they have protected but so far download, which is probably important because critics of the change, like Aspen Gold, pointed out a few interesting situations that are shortly to happen, right? Like what would happen if you played a small game and didn't like, and then a small but stupid percentage of fans decided, hey, I'm going to download the game in order to get it past a certain threshold to hurt the developer. Does that developer just get fucked? Also, another question posed by creators like Day9 was, why was this change a better option than revenue sharing? Right? Because with revenue sharing, the objectives of both Unity and the developer are aligned. As the developers make more, so does Unity. For its part, Unity said in an FAQ that they thought this was better for developers because it didn't slow down future profits like profit sharing. But the main and biggest thing here is that because of all of this, we've seen a slew of developers just saying, hey, we're out. With, for example, the makers of Cult of Lamb, which, by the way, is a fantastic game, tweeting out, buy Cult of Lamb now because we're deleting it on January 1st. Well, the threat to delete the game was a joke. The general anger towards this change was with them posting. For those who don't know, Cult of the Lamb is made in Unity. Our team specializes in Unity games. So what's the impact on us? Well, we have future projects in the pipeline that were initially planned to be developed in Unity. This change would result in significant delays since our team would need to acquire an entirely new skill set. The introduction of these fees by Unity could pose significant challenges for aspiring developers, while others that the changes would be unacceptable or, simply put, Unity can get fucked. You also had a number of people arguing the company knew that this was a shit idea. People pointing to things like its CEO selling off stock days before the changes were announced, and surprisingly that was a good idea as the prices tanked afterward. With all that said, I'd love to know your thoughts on this, whether it be generally or like you're someone that's super into this gaming space. Do you think people are overreacting or they're justified this with everything how it's been described? Do you think it's a reasonable way to charge people that are using their platform for free to occasionally make big names? Any and all thoughts you have on this, I'd love to hear. And then the problems for Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis just keep on growing. Though this time, I will say, it has nothing to do with those character letters they wrote for Danny Masterson. Actually, instead, of all things, it's about an NFT cartoon show they worked on. And the show was called Stoner Cats. It was reportedly funded by selling NFTs, with buyers getting access to the series as well as their own Stone Cat avatar. And while both Mila and Ashton voiced their characters in it, they were not the only ones, with other big names involved like Chris Rock, Jane Fonda, and Seth MacFarlane. But also on top of voicing characters, the Hollywood Reporter noted that Mila and Ashton went on a media tour for the project. The show's website also announced that Mila's Orchard Farm Productions was a partner in making the series. But all of that brought us to yesterday with the SEC announcing that the show's LLC was charged with conducting an unregistered offering of crypto asset securities in the form of its NFTs, with a press release saying that those NFTs raised $8 million from investors to finance the show.
Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, boom, you're dead.
Marketing campaign, with it telling investors to expect profit because a successful web series would cause the resale price of Stoner Cats to go up. So there, that's the key thing. The SEC is basically saying that the show was marketing these NFTs not as collectibles, but as crypto assets. The Associate Director of the SEC's home office releasing a statement saying registration of securities, including crypto asset securities, protects investors by providing them with disclosure so they can make informed investing decisions. Stoner Cats wanted all the benefits of offering and selling a security to the public, but ignored the legal responsibilities that come with doing so. With that, notably, no one was individually named in the SEC release, just the show's LLC. And now what we're seeing is, as often the case once we get to the second figure range, without admitting to or denying the SEC's findings, Stoner Cats 2 LLC has agreed to pay a civil bounty of $1 million. But the order also established a fair fund to return money to investors and
Maybe we don't. I'm fine with whatever.
I'm not going to cookie bets because yesterday a federal judge in Texas ruled that the Obama-era policy protecting immigrants were brought to the U.S. children because didn't agree to revoke the program, instead allowing them to stay in place. So that means that the roughly 600,000 immigrants children now honestly, big news, it shouldn't come as a surprise, especially because this same federal judge has already previously struck down by before making a very similar ruling back in July 2021. The man in there siding with a group of Republican states in the penalty law saying the program was treated illegal. But again, he kept it in place to allow her to then, that last October, a federal appeals court reserve.
That guy was hurt.
I'm being attacked by.
He dropped down.
And that is actually a very significant thing because Canada pulled the original program was illegal in part because it had not been subjected to public notice and comment periods. But still, yesterday, Hannon said the changes to the program don't cut it, writing that there are no material differences between Obama and Biden's version of still stand. And adding, the solution for these deficiencies lies with the legislature, not the executive or judicial branches. You know, the current state of Congress is the current state of Congress. So as far as what is going to happen, experts now widely expect the matter to make its way up. Well, this remarks the third time the High Court has ruled on DACA. Very notably here, this is the most conservative court has been. So it's very possible, and some would argue probable, that we're going to get a different outcome this time. For the first time, the Supreme Court heard DACA. It was deadlocked 4-4 due to vacancy facilitated death. And the second time, it blocked Trump from ending the program by 4 with a rule of legality. Which is why, as a result, your experts argue that the only way for DACA to survive is Congress passes legislation, with many supporters calling on the legislature to act. And that's also something that seemed to have widespread public support. I mean, according to a 2020 survey by Pew, nearly 3 out of every 4 American adults say they are in favor of giving permanent legal status to DACA recipients. So while I personally have no faith in our Congress, it'll be interesting to see if this is something that they move on ahead of 2024. Specifically, if DACA being rolled back might inspire under Republican members who have been slow to move on the issue, but still want to support voters. And then, let's talk about tool the bad, how to back. Talking about the innovative award-nominated device sponsored today's show, Fume. Because Fume was built to help people think breakup of the Strip.com business outland, considering designated Mexican terrorist organization. And the wording there is very important because words matter. That move wouldn't be superficial. It would give the U.S. a ton of sweeping powers, including the ability to prosecute outside
Introducing
the
your
United States,
champion.
and investigative authority and the authority to impose sanctions and other penalties. Now there, Trump ultimately backed off after Mexico repeatedly fought against it, arguing to completely undermine their sovereignty and her relationship with Guatemala. But that doesn't mean that Trump didn't then plan. For example, former Trump Defense Secretary Mark Esper wrote in his memoir that Trump asked him twice in 2020 if he could strike Mexico with missiles. And his ideas about military action in Mexico were also extended to the 2024 campaign. This last January, he promised to order special forces and other military assets to, quote, inflict maximum damage on cartels he was reelected. People close to him said that he even asked advisors for battle plans to attack Mexico if he wanted to move forward. So with all that, in recent months, we've seen a ton of other Republicans jumping on Trump bandwagon. Many of the Republicans
Get ready, moving up.
Military intervention in Mexico that would advantage how normally DeSantis then technically one most combative stances on the issue. I mean, as the first day of sports in the U.S. that forced the cross border, hotels, masks, respect no one has said, yes, and I really do it. So
An enemy landed near me. Watch yourself. Hostile over there.
that also echoed by Vivek Ramaswamy. While those two have kind of painted themselves as far-right alternatives to Trump, it's also the fire candidates like Tim Scott and Nikki Haley also. Notably, this was not just friends. Like back in the Republicans this past March, Senator Lindsey Graham said they would introduce a bill to set the stage for military force protection. So with all this, he was actually saying this represents a major shift in the European. For decades, the party has supported post-relation politics. Many of the defining policies have been built bilateral relations between the U.S. and Mexico have had broad bipartisan support. I mean, even in the early days of Trump's presidency, a majority of Republican voters, they believe Mexico is a U.S. ally. Now, polls show they are much more deeply aligned. Notably, this second across the political
Nice!
Flatland's got your back.
Arguing that at a very basic top level, we're talking about in this act of war, plain and simple. Saying Mexico is a sovereign country. You can't
Don't get too comfortable.
Just give my shield a reach out.
This including John Negroponte. Policy, having served as the ambassador to Mexico under both Bush Sr. and Clinton, as well as the permanent representative to the UN,
Just giving my shields a recharge.
as unilateral by the United States vis-a-vis Mexico, especially by U.S. uniformed forces that use the military would be completely counterproductive to the United States regulation. Adding Mexico is our largest trading partner. We share a 2,200-mile border and we have interrelationships that are extensive and across the entire spectrum of issues such as migration, trade, people-to-people relations, and environmental concerns. I believe such action would be extremely ill-advised. Others in the space have also echoed this less diplomatic term, like one scholar at Carnegie Mellon University telling the New York Times, "In 35 years, this takes the prize as the stupidest idea I have ever heard." With that, as Times explained, in addition to the likely humanitarian toll and hit to U.S. standing in the world, any incursion into Mexico could worsen the same problem Republicans are trying to address. To the extent that the U.S. succeeded in stemming the legal drugs, it would rely on Mexico's close cooperation. Military action would make all the problems that Republicans are using to justify their argument so much worse is something that a Mexican official also echoed on Mr. Hill, saying any military intervention in Mexico would be a monumental setback for the U.S. and would derail the bilateral relationship in the way the North American trade bloc worsens, triggering a wave of migration. Now, with all this, there's of course the possibility that people like this but what people are saying goes for that can actually do those things. As there is a growing concern, we've actually seen Democrats taking action. That proposal, which would be an amendment to the 2024 Department of Bill draws the powers resolution that created the military budget in regard to Mexico without Congress first providing
Oh my God, it's not happening.
Circumstances or into Mexican territory.
Become a legend running around like a chicken with its head stuck where the sun
Some
don't shine.
Republicans have even said they will support the measure, but
Got an evil shield here. Level 3.
The limit of presidential powers has been increased. Many of them declining to comment on the matter or dancing around it using buzzwords about the need to protect Americans' security forward. But ultimately, that's where we are for now. We're going to have to wait to see how this debate develops, how the policies develop, and of course, we're going to have to go through a whole election cycle. I mean, granted, it's already officially started, but I'm trying to deny that reality. It's always my least favorite expression in here, but at least we'll be in it today. And then let's talk about yesterday, today. Part of the show where we look back to yesterday's show, dive into the comments section and see what y'all are saying. Especially because yesterday, while we talked about a lot of things, one of the biggest things that took over the comment section was that CEO, the one who said the economy and its workers need to feel good. The workers who are running, who work for their employer, they are lucky to be there. It's not the other way around. With a lot of people agreeing with comments like, what? A CEO that spends his day emailing and taking lunch meetings thinks workers are getting greedy? I'm so shocked. And I'm glad that evil CEO is feeling that way. It confirms to me that he's the one afraid of things like rising unions and collective action. He's afraid that we know our own value, and he is afraid that we know that they rely on us. Some also honing on the part with the quote, tradies get paid a lot for doing little, with Steph saying being a tradesperson is insanely dangerous. Roofers fall off roofs. Bricklayers lose fingers. They get paid so much because their work is strenuous, dangerous, and they deserve a hefty supper fund after breaking their backs to literally build the country. So glad tradies have such a strong union. More industries in Australia need unions as strong. There are also a good number of you that notice the stories of the day seem to have a trend, with Mike writing, quote, wealthy guy says poor people need to put more effort in and suffer, followed by, quote, wealthy pharmaceutical company makes poor people suffer due to not putting more effort in. It's pretty on point. And those are just kind of a small taste of the overwhelming number of comments, many including 4-letter words about the CEO. There were also some comments regarding the Taylor Swift reporter backlash, with one of y'all sharing. As a former Gannett employee, I have to say that it's truly disgusting that they're doing this Taylor Swift reporter job and acting like they're so fun and cool for doing it. They have destroyed so many vital small-town papers, leaving each paper with 1 or 2 employees each. Total. Papers that had 30-plus employees 5 years ago. And I know that even at their national level, they have made major cuts to important teams. So they're 100% full of it. No one feels safe in their newsrooms until there's one person left. And I'm sure they're targeting a young journalist who doesn't know their MO and will just be another victim to their insanity. Total BS. And then finally, there were a lot of people who were just celebrating the cave rescue story, but there were also people like Fernandez who wrote, you did a great job in highlighting the challenges of the cave rescue. But as someone who has personally been involved in a cave rescue, I must say that the speed and depth at which this rescue took place is truly remarkable. It's a testament to the incredible talent and dedication of the cave rescuers involved. I'm in awe of the amazing work done by everyone who played a part in this rescue, and they definitely deserve a shout out. Bravery and selflessness. In closing, it's important to know that these rescuers are not paid professionals, but rather volunteers who willingly put their own resources on the line to help a fellow caver. Kudos to them for their outstanding effort, and they deserve Phil Spam's
shout out. And they are definitely getting it because, one, they deserve it, and two, I want to end the show on a high note for once. So that brings us to the end of today's dive into the news. As always, thank you for being subscribed. Also, for more news, you know,
all good with me.
I got the links in the description for you. But my name is Sterling Franco. You just been Doja, and I'm Bill Bases, and I'll see you right back here next time. This is one of those stories that infuriates me on behalf of the main person that we're covering in today's video. Because this whole story is a reminder of how stupid some people can be and how sad and pathetic others can be just for a tiny bit of attention on the internet. Well, this is by far the most requested story that you guys submitted here this week. This whole video revolves around the TikTok user by the name of Ashley Elliott, who is known as the Gel Lady, due to her making a bunch of content around hair gel, and she even sells her own hair gel brand. But this story has very little to do with hair gel and a lot to do with an unfortunate relationship and someone who involves themselves simply because they want attention. And this story starts off with the Gel Lady making this video.
So I have been working since I was 16 years old, and let me tell you the reason why. I will never stop. Let me tell you what one of my biggest fears is. Just imagine this. Imagine it, okay? You find a man, he's amazing, he's making great money, and he wants to take care of you for the rest of your life. And you decide, cool, I just get to be home, raise the kids, he's going to be the hardworking man he is, and he's going to take care of us. Now imagine 20 years later, he finds somebody else that's younger, more beautiful, and he leaves you. And you don't have a job, you don't have any way to financially support yourself. You no longer have your youth, and now you're alone. That would be one of my biggest fears. And I know some of y'all are married to some great men, okay? But I wouldn't put nothing past nobody. Somebody might tell you today, hey, I love you, I would never, ever do them to you. But in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, people change. And that's the reason I will never stop working for my own money.
Now, you may be able to guess how Mira reacted to a massive influencer with like 15 million followers alluding to the fact that her husband left her for a younger woman. They went absolutely crazy, and that kind of forced her to address it again.
You guys, this is not my situation right now. I was just telling you the reason I will always work and why I would teach my daughter not to depend on a man financially. This has nothing to do with me. I literally brought up a scenario saying if you were married to a man for 20 years, you've never had a job, you've never had any skill sets because you thought he would take care of you for the rest of your life, and imagine if he left you with somebody else. It was a scenario. It's a scenario that has scared me since I was a girl. So I've been working since I was 16 years old. I worked at Burger King, I joined the Army, I started a business, I make money on social media. Like, I am very financially stable, and so this would just never be a scenario that would fit me, and that was intentional for me. So that's all the video was about, is I was just like, imagine if this was to happen, and how horrible that would be if you never had a job because you depended on a man. And I was trying to say, people change. No matter how great you think somebody is, people change. So no, this has nothing to do with me and my husband.
Okay, so now it's just a hypothetical situation, or is it? Because in the next video, she confirms that she removed the ring and doesn't want to talk about it.
All the videos of my husband have been removed from all of my platforms. And I understand that this raised a lot of concerns, especially because a lot of you guys follow us for our couples content. But I did start this channel by myself in 2020. I've always loved being on social media, and he did not. Over time, I talked him into being on my social media, and we saw how well the videos did of us together, so we just continued. But it was something that I was most definitely much more passionate about, but he no longer wants this lifestyle. He doesn't want to be recognized every single time he goes out in public. Quote-unquote fame is not what everybody wants. We no longer have any kind of privacy, but that just comes with the territory of being a social media influencer. He's okay with that. He is not. I hope you guys can understand. I know it's going to be hard because a lot of you follow us for our couple's content. But I will continue to do content just like I did when I first started. And as far as the ring, you guys have noticed it's been off my finger for a couple weeks now, and that's just something that I want to try to do.
And that was all fine, so this random person who's the definition of the tool that farmers use to shake soil decided to throw herself into this situation. And she did this because apparently she's an S-worker, and the husband of the gel lady started talking to her for some reason. So this woman is using that as her moment to finally get a drop of attention.
I don't have a lot of comments that I want to say because I am currently evacuating for a hurricane, but I do want to kind of touch on it.
That's actually hilarious. Getting some basic level attention is way more important to her than actually evacuating her family for a hurricane. Some people's priorities are absolutely messed up.
First, I want to say that I'm not blasting this girl's business. She is quite literally blasting herself. And I'm not coming for her for crying on the internet because honestly,
Bro, rage
being
quit.
mom is quite hard to
He left?
but it's also the biggest blessing of your
You
life.
left, bro.
And I'm
Alright,
not
well,
about
then
to
I'm
see
not
this
going
girl
over
do
there.
an
Fuck out of here.
over something
Yeah, we're not
that
taking
Too many
she
teams
thinks is
over
bigger
here.
than what it is.
Fuck out.
That's my opinion. I don't know what else is going on in their home. I don't know what side of the story he gave her, what he has said or not. And if she doesn't want to reach out, that's fine. I'm not the kind of woman that says, don't come at me as a woman.
Dip until we're positive.
Feel free to ask,
There's
and
way too
I
many
will
people over
decide
there.
if I want to answer
It's
her.
about to be a fucking...
Now, while the first time she
World
came
War.
at me was not crazy and I did respect it, I did get a little when I started seeing things like, I'm going to raise my daughter to be da-da-da-da, when all I have is daughters.
I feel like this is exactly what main character syndrome is, because the Joe lady hasn't mentioned her at all. But because she made a video of how she would raise her daughters, she chose to take offense to that and is, in return, airing out her dirty laundry to the public. To me, it sounds a lot more like an unresolved internal issue rather than the Joe lady coming for this random woman that no one's heard of.
And I posted that video because when she gave that scenario of a man taking care of his family and then leaving, it was very relatable for me. I mean, he doesn't leave, but he does take care of his family. First of all, I want to make it very clear we did not meet up in person. Second of all, even though there was communication, I think there was a reason.
What?
I don't feel like this man is hurt, and now I feel like he's being slightly bashed on the internet. And she might not be wrong for this. She might have a whole different image of what's going on.
Round two.
I'm not saying what he did is right. Everybody has different morals, but in my eyes, I saw it as something else that she probably doesn't see it as. What I saw was a man who was not hurt, and he wanted to be heard and understood. He did mention multiple times that he did try to communicate these things, but obviously they weren't heard. If I see that it's still going on, he didn't have to say that. There was also many comments that would say the things that he was feeling because it was just very obvious.
Alright, man, I'm talking to you. Don't ever use OF Girls as therapists, because clearly there is no therapist patient privilege here whatsoever. And let's be real, OF Girls probably cost more, and you have the chance of having all of your dirty laundry aired out for the entire world to hear. Why, you may ask? Well, I guess for some basic level attention. Because my entire reaction to this video is, who asked? Why are you doing this? The Joe lady didn't want to address this, and now this leech is inserting herself into the situation, airing out all the dirty laundry of the couple, and defending the husband in a way, which isn't defending him, by the way, because like she's just making him seem like an absolute clown. So congratulations to this woman for making a video that's just a net negative to society.
And while it did make the content good for y'all, if it feels emotionally or mentally exhausting for somebody, I would try to hear that out, because that might lead to other things that you don't want. After hearing this video, would it be worth twirling your whole family if he never did what you felt like in that scenario, leaving or cheating on you?
Again, who asked? Why is she making this video?
My opinion, if he was lacking in other areas of the home and didn't want to make content, okay, then what the hell? But if he is there for the children, if he is there for you, then if this is something you find enjoyable, and even if it's not enjoyable for you, but if it's something you're good at, I understand he's your partner. But notice how my house is getting trashed right behind me in less than 3 minutes. I do wish their family well. It's hurricane season. I want her to know her man loves her. He made that very known.
Doesn't sound like it. He used an OF girl as a therapist when he's married. Clearly, the wife didn't know about it, so this is essentially him just lighting the entire relationship on fire. You don't really need to be a rocket scientist to figure out, hey, if you can pay extra money to see your therapist naked, there's a massive problem there. But, unfortunately for everyone, she made a second video to clarify things.
My name is Shayla, and I'm in the industry. And it is quite literally my job to answer random unknown men. This particular interaction was a little different because it wasn't to fulfill a fantasy, it was more of a therapy session. They made it very clear how much they loved their wife, and eventually it came to light who they were because they told him who their wife was.
We're gonna take this food right now.
What his reaction was to see his therapist putting out all this clownery for the entire internet to hear.
Which I have been following him for 2, maybe more years. Shortly after his wife found
Now
out,
we're fucked.
she did message me.
I got one, but I don't want to throw it. It's gonna destroy it again.
First time that her wife has been mad, and I understand because of my job. And 2, I know you say things out of anger or being hurt. The only reason I decided to even reply to any of the chaos, I felt like I was
Trying to jump over him.
The first thing I noticed is she mentioned multiple times that we should be the women that we would want our daughter to be. I have daughters, and she has a daughter too, but she never mentioned anything how to raise her son.
Again, this sounds like her choosing to take offense to it. Like, no one would have ever known of this woman if she didn't just out herself out as being a homewrecker. Because she inserted herself into this situation.
Me and my man have an open relationship, which that came up in conversation with her husband when he was messaging me. So she would post things like this asking about basically open relationships. I just recently dyed my hair, but I did have black hair. So on the 20th, she said, change my hair, make him feel like he cheating. And now all of a sudden, everybody in the comments is saying something about my butt because I got a BBL. It might have something to do with the fact that 3 days ago, she said, it ain't perfect, but it's natural. That is the only reason I made a response. I am not saying that it was right.
Damn, girl, are you a YMCA member with all these gymnastics you're doing here? She should have just been honest and said, hey, this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened in my life, and I just couldn't not insert myself.
Everybody assuming that I chased after a married man. Like I said, I did not know who they were at first. I do have my own man, and everybody seems to think that they put 2 and 2 together, that I left him and our children. Or that he left us, which neither is true. We're still a happy family. But now that this is going viral, I've been getting threats and very mean comments. And now everybody's talking about me for going after somebody's man. Now they're going after my man. And these women that are saying they don't claim me as one of their own, saying that I have disgusting behavior, but are coming at me with threats and some of the nastiest comments, or name calling.
She literally brought this on herself, but clearly, like, she loves this because she followed up that TikTok with this.
Oh my goodness, I love this question. I think.
And remember, the jelly, she didn't want to address this, but with all of that we just saw, she was kind of forced to.
I had every intention of keeping the details of my marriage private. Yes, I did hint to you guys that I wasn't okay and my marriage wasn't okay. Did I share any details? No. And the reason I even let you guys in just a little bit was to show that I'm real with real problems. The last thing I want to be is my
think you can break through mind defenses?
Fuck it.
That ineptitude is the true killer.
Trying to make work so my girlfriend and I can gain together. All major components were known working in other systems, and when I combine them, it doesn't even attempt to boot. It is a brand new SSD attached with no OS installed. The disk drive, the hard disk drive are just leftovers in a full state nightmare. Please, I am at my wit's end and just want to be able to play some Minecraft with my partner. This here is that viewer's broken gaming PC.
Well, sir.
We will try to fix it. I know some of you are judging this book by its cover, and that's totally not doing it justice, because there's actually a decent set of entry-level components in here, including a Ryzen 5 3600 and RX 5500 XT. You've got a 550-watt semi-module with cooler master power supply and a fairly modern mother. It's really just the case that makes things seem older than they are. This is an old thermal take pack.
Replicator I feel most alive when rapidly approaching my death.
Modern chassis, so that's something we're actually going to fix in this video, but otherwise, this is a fairly balanced entry-level rig. But a fairly balanced entry-level rig might as well be one giant paperweight if it can't be out on. This is going to sound like it's hard to actually put power on outright. In my experience, this indicates more than likely a hardware-related issue, and there's just so much
beware.
Got some materials here.
Materials of death, or sometimes the system posts and sometimes it doesn't. This should actually be a quick one. I'm excited about it. The owner also told me off camera that the graphics card and the power supply were both tested in different systems. Working, of course, we'll have to confirm that for ourselves as well. But that's alright, are you ready?
Closing in 1 minute. We're pretty close.
To get rid of that annoying Windows activation, watermark, head over to BIP SCD. Purchase Windows 10 Pro Million P for a fraction of the price. Retail. Just use secure payment method like PayPal.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
And you should use our offer code SAGS for a so week.
Gas trap deployed.
Have it here.
Just
Extended light mag
here. We've
Level
got
2.
this connected to power, and we're gonna try
Not far from the ring, half a minute.
anything to happen, just based on what the viewer told me, which is why I don't have a portable monitor. So, power at the rear, and power up front.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. I must confess, it's what I long for.
Ring shrinks in 10 seconds. We're close.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
Box of rocks. In these instances, I always like to start from the most obvious and work our way down the chain. So I know power from the wall is good. We can follow this all the way to the power strip. You can see that is in the on position. Follow this cable, which is connected all the way up to the power supply here, which is also in the on position. We get no reaction from the system when pushing the power button, but I'm curious if this button actually works as a polar case. I'm also curious if this is wired up correctly. So I've actually got stuff wired up. I actually think this is the wrong place. Oh yeah, this is definitely not for the front end. This looks like a USB. That simple then. See, this header is way off to the left. This is where your panel cable power LED being the top left 2 pin, power switch being the top right 2. I bet all we need to do is transfer these cables over here, and we'll probably have a working system. No, this is it then. All we need to do is power it on with the monitor connected. Now, I expect you to those. Pretty easy fix. Look at that. So, as far as I'm aware, this is the first time this combination of hardware has ever worked, and I think it ultimately just came down to front I/O wiring, which it's not the first time I've come across this, especially since the USB pins tend to look very similar to those headers. So just be very careful. We have a dedicated video on this. Try to look for JFP1, and if you have any doubt at all, be sure to refer to your motherboard's manual. And sure enough, this is a post. Now, we don't have Windows loaded on the storage drive in question. Again, this is a brand new build, even though it's got used components in it. And the owner told me he wanted to take care of the OS installation himself. So we're going to leave this exactly the way it is. Mission accomplished, even though we didn't do all that much. But there is still one glaring issue with this rig that I want to tackle, and that is the case. You probably noticed the lackluster cable management, and it's not really a reflection of the owner. The case just doesn't allow for any storage of cables really anywhere. It all has to hang in front of the motherboard here, which looks extremely tacky. So the new case is definitely going to clean that up. Also, concerned about the 5 1/4 inch drive base. He says he doesn't use those himself. He doesn't need them in the rig for his girlfriend, but he wants to repurpose them and give them to a friend. So we're going to leave those in the old case, but everything else in here will be recycled. Speaking of,
I've been training all day, so it's about time to, do some fighting.
FX from the client is an iteration of the 500DX big power that I so deeply love.
Come on, we've got work to do.
This great airflow and comes with great fans.
My name is Ray, and we have a job to do.
Well, so it's going to definitely spice it up and make things feel more modern with his, frankly, modern hardware, at least with respect to the case he was originally using. This 500FX comes with one 140mm light fan at the rear for exhaust, and a whopping 3 120s at the front. All of these RGB capable. That's 4 fans in one case. You get things like sound damage from the 500FX alone is going to transform this unit. I cannot wait to see how it all turns out. You can learn more about this by the link in the video description, and I want to thank Geekway, the product sponsor of our Fix for Flop playlist.
To get started then, we'll need to gut this original system from the ground up. Almost everything needs to come out of it.
Get ready, moving up.
This is actually an X570 motherboard, and for 3600 they can try to do some upgrade path on it in the future. We have integrated backplace to go from straight into our chips. So we wired up back here with this included fan hub, power supply, pretty basic setup here. Only one modular cable actually connected, almost the 24 pin and the CQ8 pin. I really like how clean these are. 24 pin. Tidying up some cable management. Huge zip size, and looks pretty good. We've got this last cable here for, you know what, the graphics card going.
1 minute. Ring's pretty close.
This is an interesting 5500 XT. This brand. There we go.
First
There
blood.
goes
Good thing it's
some
not us.
power, and I think that's it.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
Suspiciously fast. There actually is one cable we haven't connected, and that is the SATA power cable for the fan and RGB hub in this case. Unfortunately, the power supply, though it is semi-modular, didn't have a SATA power cable connected when the system was dropped off. I imagine he has it on hand, so this shouldn't be difficult to connect himself, but what I'm going to do is run an external power supply so that we get this powered up so you can really see what everything looks like with the fans lit and spinning. I've got like a million different wires running behind here.
Let's
Can't
explore
see
this
them,
way.
thankfully, because it's a mess.
TikTok, 10
So,
seconds.
yeah, and that
Mr.
was,
Rings close.
that was my power supply for the okay. Welcome to Fix or Flop. Okay, just gonna power this on first.
Warning.
Now we're doing that. Let's power it on. And now for the anchor of the system. Yes, okay, that's a good sign. Oh, yeah, that would probably help. Also powering on the monitor. For some reason that came unplugged. This is just a disaster of a scene. I'm going to power off and power back on one more time because it might not have seen the monitor as a source since it wasn't technically on. So I think now we'll have something.
Attention. Delivering care
Oh,
package.
that's a good sign. Yes, there it is. Okay.
Looks like a care package is coming
Boy,
in.
that
Big
was,
things in
more
that.
difficult than it needs to be. And remember, we don't need to worry about Windows. That will be taken care of at the owner's request. Well, this has been a relatively short video then. I suppose it was the best case scenario, right? Just a wiring issue. There was no need to replace any hardware, although I'm definitely glad we swapped out the case. It just fits the internal components now so much better. Really revamps the look of this rig. Rewiring took all of about 5 seconds. Just remember, when you're moving the first system to your 90 to your 100, always confirm where you get to one be. If you get forward or you can't get forward in this orientation here, it could be near the bottom right side of the board. So look for that. If for whatever reason you can't find the labeling on the board, or you want to IPS board due to size constraints, that can have somewhere different, somewhere in the middle of the board or the bottom left. Just confirm with your motherboard's manual. You can look it up online. You'd rather be safe than sorry, right? I mean, look at this issue when she thought it was either the graphics card and the power supply. It could possibly be something as simple as that. Many dozens of times, how could it be something that experience it often is? So, you know, you can trust yourself, trust the process, the repetition, how mundane it can be to wire things up in a rig, but it can be the problem. So don't overlook it if you're trying to troubleshoot yourself. If you're watching this video and you're super confident in your work, just do the due diligence. It takes literally like 2 seconds to confirm you connect the where they need to be. That's about it for this one. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. Consider subscribing if you have not already. Be sure to check out the 500FX link below. My name is Greg. Thanks for learning.
How you going, my precious citizen? That's right, I just go on G. Let's head back to Destination Perfect today. Bam! 10 out of 10. This whole timer is absolutely living his best life. Oh, backflip! He's making me look forward to retirement. I also want to become a city bugger full-time at the local... How you going, my precious citizen? That's right, I just go on G. Let's head back to Destination Perfect today. Bam! 10 out of 10. And this old timer is absolutely living his best life. Oh, backflip! He's making me look forward to retirement. I also want to become a silly bugger full-time at the local pool. Wowee, his impersonation of a salmon is bang on. Hoppy 1, hoppy 2, twist and shout, splash! Gee, Tom Petty free balling over that one. Go big or go home. 1.5 flippies, fuck yes! Meanwhile, over on dry land, anyone saying YouTubers are not athletic can eat a bag of dicks. Marquez Brownlee is a frisbee god. Is that a touchdown? Do you call that a touchdown? He quickly looks at the tech specs of the frisbee. Hopefully it's available to consumers soon. That's a lot of selfie sticks. Oh no, they're kicky sticks. Holy mother of shitballs. Replay that moment of human perfection. Crikey. Dribbling, dribbling. Wow! Destination perfect! Yeah. Go the Tillies. The support for the Women's FIFA World Cup this year was undeniably fair dinkum perfect. But doing your own thing and avoiding bandwagons is also an example of Destination Perfect. This fella deciding to watch Gandalf reunite the pilots instead of the soccer football is next level wholesome AF. When the one ring whispers your name and you feel like watching Peter Jackson's masterpiece, you do it. You answer the call, you scratch that itch, and you watch the shit out of it. From one geeky topic to the next, I am deep into Tears of the Kingdom. My Destination Perfect happy place would be to become as good at the game as this legend. Look at that! One hit with a fused Royal Kidgo Claymore and the bloody mini-boss fight is over. I usually die 12 to 23 times before I win these battles. Don't get me started on line elves either. Those flankers often have me rage quitting. Anyway, I'm not, like, jealous. Oh man, huge thanks to Kathy for sending this video into me of her hubby Steve learning to walk again. This is a working example of how to pull yourself out of Destination Bust and enter Destination Perfect. One step at a time. You can't hurry, you can't be impatient, short-term goals only. Let's give Steve a massive fuck yes in the comments, everyone. Come on, here's one for the Canadians because you bloody love this sport. Now you see it, now you're going gold. Winner, Tim Hortons dinner. Oh yeah, let's give the show pony and chippy replay. It's quite weird watching an ice hockey video without fisticuffs. Oh, wrong video, this video's in the wrong compilation. Why am I forsaken you? No, the smooth bastard is swooping their way towards the perfect landing. You can be my paragliding wingman anytime. Don't fall off, that'd be awkward. Okay, let's end on this dog just bloody having a crack at its big ball. It was tempting to make the last word there a plural, but I didn't have to silent maturity, you know, Aussie man. Nah, fuck that. Lick your balls, snip them, headbutt them, do it all, little buddy. Do everything you can dream of with your balls while you're young and free and have the energy. Play with your big balls in the morning, day, night. As the saying goes, practice makes Destination Perfect. He practices with his
asshole, you're gonna take all the fucking guns?
Many of us do. Okay, that's enough. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Take all the guns.
Videos in the OzzyMan.com/submit, OzzyManShop.com for merch. Cheers.
A champion has fallen. It was their time. First blood. Well, enemy here.
WCW, just like any top wrestling company,
You don't want to take all the guns and leave none for your teammates when you first land.
Most notably during the last few years of WCW's existence, when things seem to go wrong, they're great for the once beloved product, which fails were they?
There's little browns too. Don't take all the guns your team needs to
Also
fight.
understand WrestleMania looks at 10 of the worst WCW fails, the loopers. Subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos and follow us on Facebook for exclusive lists. I'm gonna get the whole world!
Check my teammates' banner.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I got a squad mate's banner.
Number 10, Kevin Nash's failed powerbomb on the Giant. The middle match between Kevin Nash and the Giant in 1998 sold out.
I gotta figure out how to get you
Nash and the Giant were two of the largest wrestlers in WCW, and the match was
Good thing I'm inside the ring.
So putting this match on a pay-per-view was a smart business decision from WCW. Unfortunately, the match is responsible for one of the worst fails in WCW history. It could have resulted in a career shortener for the Giant, who would later become the Big Show in WWE. In the match, Nash would go for his trademark jackknife powerbomb on the Giant. However, Nash couldn't get him all the way up, so he would drop in mid-air, the Giant crashing down on his neck. It was terrifying. Luckily, the Giant wasn't hurt. According to Nash, he had reservations
Care package being delivered.
The Giant insisted he did it and assured Nash that all would be fine. Nash also noted that the Giant began to throw backstage but refused to go to the hospital, which indicated he suffered a concussion. He was kind of lucky that it was nothing more serious than that. Number 9 is Jericho Davis Night. The 1997 Halloween Havoc featured without
It was not my time. I'll fuse you back for a bounty.
In the match between Chris Jericho and Tito, Jericho would go for a top rope Frankensteiner, a move that he was very comfortable in doing.
Dude, the Nick guy disconnected.
What?
However, on this
We have no Bloodhound. Well, at least for now, maybe we got poor internet, but... Oh, no, he's back.
Come back, Nick!
In Jericho's book, Alliance Tale, he implies that his opponent possibly messed up a move in
I got someone here, I think.
Somebody's west, yeah.
However, this has
Somebody's
never
west. Sick.
Control if you need it. Recharging my shields.
I'm getting out of here.
Disaster. There's perhaps no better example of this than the beautiful evidence. During an episode of Thunder, Nash will be standing in the ring.
Not much ammo.
Is Nash.
Not much shield. Leave! Oh my gosh. About to perform a jackknife powerbomb on the entranceway. The bloke was a man. After we take that Luger and then turn, we won't. I don't understand.
We got for you. WCW, just like any top wrestling company, has had their fair share of fails and losers over the years.
He has things for the revive, maybe?
Things seem to go wrong but right for the once beloved product. Which fails were they? Well, join us now as WrestleMania looks at 10 of the worst WCW fails, the loopers. Subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos and follow us on Facebook for exclusive lists. I'm gonna get the whole world, and I'm gonna say Billy Bootsy. Who? Number 10, Kevin Nash's failed powerbomb on the Giant. The middle match between Kevin Nash and the Giant at 1998 sold out paper. Great on paper. Nash and the Giant were two of the largest wrestlers in WCW, and the match was a dream match for many fans. So putting this match on a pay-per-view was a smart business decision from WCW. Unfortunately, the match is responsible for one of the worst fails in WCW history, and it resulted in a career shortener for the Giant, who went to become the Big Show in WWE. In the match, Nash was going for a trademark jackknife powerbomb on the Giant. However, Nash couldn't get him all the way up, so he would drop in mid-air, the Giant crashing down on his neck. It was terrifying. Luckily, the Giant wasn't hurt. According to Nash, he had reservations about executing the move, but the Giant insisted he did it and assured Nash that all would be fine. Nash also noted that the Giant began to throw it backstage, but refused to go to the hospital.
I'll sure out.
He suffered a concussion.
Hopefully these two teams fight each other.
Number 9, Chris Jericho almost dies. Now, the 1997 Halloween Havoc pay-per-view featured without question one of the scariest fails in WCW history. In a match between Chris Jericho and Ito, Jericho would go for a cover Frankensteiner, though he was very comfortable in doing. However, on this occasion,
I hope they don't have a bloodhound.
Landing right on his
Replicator on its way.
Absolutely brutal as a viewer, but somehow Jericho got up without showing any sign of damage. In Jericho's book Alliance Tale, he implies that his opponent possibly messed up a move intentionally as he was upset about the booking of the match. However, this has never been confirmed by anyone other than Jericho himself. Number 8, the Blood misses Kevin Nash twice. It's well established that WCW in 2000 was a complete disaster. There's perhaps not a better example of this than the feud between Kevin Nash and the New Blood. During an episode of Thunder, Nash would be standing in the ring and a bucket of blood was supposed to fall on his head. However, it completely missed Nash. Now what?
What is happening right now?
By the fact that the crowd were completely silent.
Surviving.
WCW to mess up
Eating
at this
cheese.
point. To make things worse, the exact same thing
There's a
happened
guy,
just
right?
2
You
weeks
think you're
later,
gonna survive
when
this?
Nash was about to perform a
He's a
jackknife
dumbass.
I don't know.
on
This is
the entrance
too.
way. The Blood was supposed to once again land on his
I
head,
mean,
but
playing
yet
possum
again,
has
he
its
missed him
advantages.
completely. It was like someone was doing this on purpose to rib Nash, but ultimately it came down to WCW's clear incompetence. Number 7, Rick Steiner gets dropped on his head. The wrestling fails can occur at any time. It was a brutal one on the episode of WCW Nitro in December of 1997.
I probably died in
During
a
the match
circle.
between Scott Norton and Rick Steiner, Norton would go for a power slam on Steiner. However, a miscommunication resulted in Steiner being spiked right on his
Yeah,
head.
I'll die
It looked
circle.
terrifying, but luckily Steiner was okay. In typical WCW fashion, they decided to replay the mistake as if it was actually part of the match. The legend Bobby Heenan reportedly reacted to the mistake on commentary with a simple line of attention. Number 6, high risk, no reward.
Oh.
Aren't pulled high risk for no reason. Just ask Billy Kidman, who perfected the shooting star press during his time in WCW, but on one occasion it nearly ended in a serious injury for the former Cruiserweight champion. During the match on WCW Nitro in 1999 between Kidman and Lord Steven Regal, Kidman went for his trademark shooting star press, only for his knees to land on the ring ropes and eventually crashed right to the floor. Luckily, Kidman didn't land on his foot, fine, albeit slightly dazed. It was clear that an audible was called at the time, and Eric Bischoff entered the ring to check on Kidman. We could see Regal whisper something to Kidman, which Kidman responded to by rolling Regal like full of 1, 2, 3. Number 5, Hulk Hogan's fireball disaster. One of the most talked about matches in WCW history was the 1998 Halloween Havoc encounter between Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior. The idea behind it was to reenact their iconic WrestleMania 6 matchup. Unfortunately, the match is well established for being one of the most disappointing pay-per-view matches in history. The match was filled with mistakes, disagreement, and sloppiness.
Not one of those boxes had a heat shield. I would have crafted you.
Flash paper on fire, which would result in a fireball being thrown in Warrior's face. Hogan simply didn't set the flash paper alight. To make matters even worse, he managed to burn himself, burn his hands and facial hair in truly disastrous spot. Dave Meltzer from the Wrestling Observer newsletter would reward the match by his 5 stars out of a possible 5 stars. This is the worst rating the wrestling match has possibly get, and the worst rating for any WCW match in the entire history of the promotion.
Here comes the replicator.
Brian Pillman following Heenan incident. A Clash of Champions story in 1996 featured a match between 2 wrestling legends. They would be Brian Pillman and Eddie Guerrero. Now, although the match delivered talking improvements, in interaction with Bobby Heenan. During the match, Pillman would grab Heenan by his neck, and this was the gimmick he was using at the time. But the issue here was that Heenan had just had neck surgery, and someone grabbing him by the neck was completely reckless. The story goes that nobody informed Pillman that Heenan was on the no-touch list. Heenan would respond to Pillman by shouting out, his language. Everything seemed to be okay between the two men. Heenan would later reveal in an interview that he mainly took the blame towards WCW for not informing Pillman of his neck surgery. physicality. Additionally, he stated that he didn't know it was a Foreman at first, and initially thought it was a fan grabbing his neck and triggering someone into sudden outburst. And Bischoff to discuss the incident on his 83 Weeks podcast and will reveal,
oh, he said, what are you doing on live television? Now, we probably had a live television later selling something delays, so we might have been able to comment. Watching it back, you clearly heard it, Bobby, you know, and you can see his anger, his fear, more than anything, who he is. Always on him, they did what they should have done, they're catching it as it's happening. And Bobby came back, but if you watch Bobby throughout the rest of the night, every time somebody got near their announce table, there was one point when I think Giants had Hogan outside of the ring, and they were outside next to the announce table. Bobby, as soon as he saw them coming in his direction, left the announce table area, Bobby came back and sat down again. So it's literally a big thing. But, you know, it's live TV, and it's unfortunate, because real history, we also made for really good time.
Goldberg will chase in the backstage area. Decided to put his forearm right through one of the windows. It sliced Goldberg's artery and the cameras would stop rolling as he needed to get to the hospital as soon as possible so he could have bled to death. Goldberg would miss 5 months of action thanks to his reckless act, and this couldn't have come at a worse time for WCW as they needed someone of Goldberg's star power on their roster during an incredibly difficult time for them creatively and financially. Number 2, Sid's promo. Sid Vicious has never been known for his promo ability, and one promo that fans associate with Sid in WCW would be his promo that he cut back in November of 1999. Sid would have a promo exchange with Kevin Nash to build towards their Powerbomb match at 1999's Stargate pay-per-view. During the match, Sid would utter the line, "See Nash, you can wear any Halloween costume you want, but you know and I know that you're only half the man that I am, and I have half the brain that you do." The line was so nonsensical that Nash, along with Scott Hall, actually burst out laughing in the ring for real. According to Sid himself, WCW actually wanted him to say a completely different line, but Sid believed that line made him sound stupid. Confusingly enough, he went with this one instead.
And I have half the brain that you do.
And number 1, the debut of the Shockmaster. Oh boy, you know this one was coming. Now, the Shockmaster's debut in WCW has been coined as wrestling's most infamous debut due to how much of a fail it was. But for those who aren't aware, the Shockmaster was portrayed by a wrestler who went under the name of Typhoon and Tugboat during his time in WWF, and in 1983 he decided to sign for WWE's rival company, that being WCW.
We're in this together. Remember that.
What? Oh, for the lovable plugs. I must admit. Their plans were to
got this round squared away.
Make a dramatic entrance on the Flair for the Gold, which was an interview segment hosted by wrestling legend Ric Flair.
Magic is in the eye of the beholder.
In the segment, Sting and British Bulldog would be confronted by Sid, Harlem Heat, who wanted to know the identity of their partner for their upcoming tag match. Sting then stated, "All I have to say is our partner will have shot the world because he's none other than the Shockmaster." The Shockmaster crashed through the wall wearing a Stormtrooper helmet which was covered with silver glitter. He would fall right on his face, with the helmet awkwardly stumbling right off his head. It was believed that the Shockmaster tripped over a piece of wood that was next to the set, which forced him to trip. The wrestlers were gobsmacked, and Sid even mumbled, "I found you." But to be honest, the best reaction was from the Bulldog.
Hit the chest. Let's reposition there.
Worst WCW players, bloopers, show in the comments down below. See you next time with some more wrestling content.
Ella, enemies drop down near me.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
shield now. Reload.
1 minute, but we're nearly back.
That's all good. You'll be all right. I gotcha.
Thank
Kill
you.
Reloading.
Deploying health drone. 45 seconds. Rings close. Just giving my shield a recharge.
Nice. Champion's out. Let's go that way.
Not far from the ring. Half a minute.
Throwing thermite.
10 seconds. The ring's just ahead.
Hostile. Danger close. Broken enemy shield. Firing.
Taking fire. Enemy down.
Ring closing. None of us are in the ring. We need to center ourselves there and fast. Wow. Looks like that was the last of them.
Reload.
Recharging shield. Healing. Watch my back.
Recharging my shield.
Yeah, I can heal you.
R99.
Health drone if you need it.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Care package incoming. Y'all earned this. Watch your back.
Spitfire here.
Got an Evo shield here.
Longbow
Level
here.
2.
Oh, dude, Optic had that too. Oh
Triple
my
take
gosh.
here. The horizontal spread makes it easier to hit running targets.
Extended heavy mag here. Energy ammo here. Volt SMG here.
Wait, I don't know if should they slide down these? They almost face on the wall. Do they have to slide down? Yeah, they're gonna push forward. I mean, all the other teams are fighting. Like, they're just gonna go the last team to win.
Optics here. Close range.
Like, all the teams are playing in the building. The last team has to stay healthy.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Alright, it's Starfight Esports. Can the team that had the potential to grief through and win it actually win it? Let's see. The whole game. Can they win it? I don't know, same time. Start a fight, gotta win this. For the team.
Hop up here. Disruptor.
Here's your birthday present.
Start a fight has got to win.
Heavy ammo here.
He doesn't know, they don't know. They don't know. It's a 2v1. Is it all? It's the win.
Car submachine gun here.
Start a fight, man. Start a fight had to kill action, man. They had to. When they third partied and dropped down from the high ground while they're fighting Dojo, if they drop down from the high ground, land on their head, and if they kill them there, they had 3 chances, man. They had 3 chances. Oh my god, it's good.
And this should have been what you talked about earlier if they didn't drop down to third net. Here we go, TSM versus Starter Fight.
Welcome down, Starter Fight. Are the English champions? Can they do it? Where's TSM?
Back up. It's open.
Here we go. Big US over from TSM. Kyle's gonna land on the other side of the wall.
Hop up here. Turbocharger.
With no sound. 1v2, 1v1. TSM. TSM. It's over. It's all over. TSM wins it, baby. It is all over.
TSM. Now the undisputed kills streak Say, it is
Holy shit!
the DZTS activated.
Your chance for year 3.
It is over. Listen, it's all you TSM.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. Help maintain that sight picture.
Holy shit. What are you about? Are you fucking kidding? They do it yet again.
Wow. 3 in a row. And
listen, let me just say this.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Look at now. Completed the storyline.
Backpack here. Level 2 inbound.
Replicator being generated. Eyes up. Incoming replicator.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out. Optics here. Close range.
512. 30. Oh my god, they want. It's 1 team of 3 and a solo.
Be careful. There's a new kill leader out there.
Hold on. Let's check out this area.
SAF. Can't SAF. Can't SAF. Stop it.
God.
They have to. They have to do it. They have to. It's a 3v3 for the credit.
Half the squads are left. We're close to the ring with a minute to spare.
For the credit. Quite literally insane.
45 seconds to put yourself in the ring.
Oh my god! I think they lost it! Oh my god, they win it! Oh my fucking goodness, I thought they lost it.
Here's your birthday present. Ten seconds, the ring's just ahead.
Oh my
Medkit here. Evo shield here. Level 2. Phoenix kit here.
Open fire. We're all outside the ring. You want a future to read? Get moving.
I mean, you gotta tip that back to back to back to win. You just gotta tip it for fuck's sake, dude. It's like unreal.
Care package being delivered. Care package touching down. They usually carry
Yeah,
around
that's kind of
platforms.
crazy. I thought they lost that fight. I feel so bad for our boys, man. Oh my god, they were so close.
Let's reposition here.
I thought they lost the fight.
So Ben, to the outside world, it appeared the Burning Man was a bit of a disaster. Getting on tour, it's a little bit unprecedented. Turned into a mud cake fest apparently. But we don't know because we weren't on the ground, but you were. You were on that muddy ground. What?
That's why I did it. I went to Burning Man just so I could be there to report exclusively for you guys. And, you know, a bunch of parties and stuff, whatever, side note. It was wild. This is my third burn. We talked about it before I went. And this was unlike any ever. There's never been this much rain at Burning Man. And it freaked people out. It was wild. I went to bed after sunrise. I woke up with my blanket wet and it raining inside of my shift pod, which is like a glorified big tent. And I threw the blanket off.
Frag out.
Oh, everyone's here. It's here. Apple just happened.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
Hit him a double time.
And I'm thinking maybe that's why I didn't invite me this year. Yeah, a little awkward. I was gonna be like, yeah, I just felt
Check it. Got some materials for us.
I think I've got spotted. On
Rings next door.
You know,
45.
the actual videos on our team that played no bad blood. None at all. So because this is my first Apple, not only
Check it. Got some materials for us.
Something special. Not only are we gonna react to some of y'all's best tweets.
30 seconds. Rings close.
But we also
Come on. Painless is waiting.
Check it. Got some materials for us.
Sniper top. Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna say we're gonna go to Apple. If you missed it, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think you missed a ton.
10 seconds. Rings just ahead.
But honestly, I was kind of underwhelmed. How do you feel about that play?
Agreed. There was a lot of talking about the environment, which is good, but in
I'm crafting.
long
Hold up now.
yeah, it's kind of slow. It just wasn't
Rings
awesome.
moving.
Care package being delivered. And I will say they started with an amazing video.
You hear that?
I
There's a
think
care
there's
package
some
coming
tears,
down.
A little bit of tears to Apple Watch and the crash detection, saving people's lives. And, you know, I was thinking, this is what Apple does so well. They show you the results of their product. They're not going to sit here and just talk about specs. But the more we went on in the event, I swear we talked about the titanium finish and the aluminum for like 15 minutes straight with the Pro.
It was really long.
Yeah.
When you don't have that much to do, you gotta talk about the same thing forever and ever and ever.
Come and get your birthday present.
If I had a shield, they said carbon
Phoenix kit here. Laser sight here. Level 2.
Took some material.
Over here. Got a mobile respawn beacon. Got some materials here.
I love to see Tim Cook act, but yeah, it was a little drunk, just a little.
Yeah, I thought the scoop was good, but then they kept referencing environmental stuff with every single thing they did. So it's like, yeah, okay, this is
Go this way.
We got it.
No, I mean, that's just what it's like, there's still you're spotted. Double time. This is really great. I don't think it's all. What a perfect way to come down.
45 seconds.
Recycled titanium, there used to be virgin titanium last year, but not this year.
Damn, there's one coming around. On top.
Making contact with enemy. Hostile right here.
He's tucked into the rock up there.
The new Apple Watch Ultra 2, which half of the keynote, you could tell that they didn't have the normal iPhone people.
It's on. Rings moving.
Because I love the dynamic island. I love that main camera, 48 megapixel camera. But I don't know, what was your standpoint? If
You know, that's I didn't really think about that because I'm just like, oh, it's all the stuff that the Pro phone had last year. But if you remember, this is for people that are not last year.
I'm thinking about my mom and my brother.
Yeah, last year's camera system, awesome.
That way.
Dynamic Islands is fun. Like, I don't really care about it. I'm like, it's one of those things that you can say, you're like, oh, that's nice.
I love the dynamic island. Really, like, everything. When you're ordering Uber, DoorDash, like, Uber Eats kit that, I mean, you have to understand, I don't take it all. So every single thing was being delivered to me, and I get that nice little counter up at the top that said, this food would be amazing.
We're not all in the next ring.
I need 11 seconds.
That in the near future.
All I have is an R99.
I'll, you know, touch the top to basically have my little Spotify window.
Contact.
Help John if you need.
Opening fine.
But I'm in the circle, so I may not move.
I'm just saying that it's one of those things that, like, it could probably disappear and it'd be fine. But it's nice that it's coming down to the rest of the line. I think apps that have been hesitant on doing it will now pursue it because if every iPhone has it, then it's kind of worth developing.
I'll give them a
So maybe
piercing or two.
Dynamic Island will get better because the iPhone is.
Hostile spotted. They're focusing on me.
Okay, so I thought you had a good tweet. When will Mother Nature ask about the right to repair? Now, Claire, what would you say to the people that say, hey,
Got a closed door over there.
now. You can order all the tools.
Here's the thing. I hate to, you know, to be super critical because I do think, genuinely, that Apple cares and that they do more than a lot of things. They're moving towards no plastic in the cycle, moving away from leather, and doing all the things that they're doing. They're good. But one of the easiest ways
Painless knocking at the door.
I want to say more impressive.
And of course, that's
Contact with hostile.
they actually just recently changed the worst part of the possibility to call on a telephone to a call center that would validate the genuine Apple parts you installed.
I need light ammo.
Another notch on the
Now you can do
belt.
that yourself on your computer with their proprietary
Target spotted.
That's the same thing. So then they can say, well, yeah, you can, but you know the point is really different. And that's the point. But
Getting shot.
yeah, capitalism's gonna capitalism. They gotta sell the discounts. So
I love it.
Came together.
I like that. This is the first time I ever think
Recharging shield.
where they got
The team right on me.
You have a long life though, great resale value.
Reloading.
So a lot of
Enemy over there.
a lot of Android phones, you buy a new one here, you lose it more than half the value. It's a little over and I bet a lot of Android phones potentially just thrown away.
Phoenix
and
kit.
not being
The ring is
used.
closed,
I found
but we
it.
only get spots
But
here.
Apple actually said that in the keynote. They're like, hey, we know you
Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Deploying death drone.
yeah, and they do. I mean, that's true. It's not
We're in enemy's field. My shields need a bit more power. Come on, the ring is closing. 10 seconds.
pushing into the limit. You know?
I don't know about these, but because I keep buying all of their stuff, that's part of the problem. There is one thing in this game that I thought was good. That was kind of a but they kind of sustainable energy.
Come and get your butt.
Actually running on sustainable energy.
Just give him my shield
And a
to
lot of
reach.
companies use the latter, where they just have this horrible factory.
I'm out of light ammo.
He's hurt right here, very bad. He's gonna die in the storm if she doesn't move. Right here. He's healing up. There you go. Good job. You guys are bad motherfuckers. Thanks for carrying me through.
Scrappy DP says, GG.
Very good. Yeah, that was
You are the Apex Champions.
So I watched a TED Talk.
Weird. 022. Zero two two dot 002.001. Yeah, where did you say I could find that shit? You know my fucking motherboard BIOS number? You're an idiot.
Charging battery.
This is the first time anyone has ever seen 10 foot back down. You always see them just like, hi, good morning.
I don't know. I've sometimes sat down in, congressional hearings, but not in Apple's own marketing. So yeah, that's finally the first time.
Let's briefly touch on the Apple Watch Series 9. So all of the launch videos are tired, the music that they choose, it brings a lot of energy. That didn't change, but I think when you have these like 30-second sizzle videos, those are amazing. Within kind of like a large hour and a half kind of snooze fest, I think that's what brought the energy down a little bit. I would easily say the coolest feature is the new double tap. Wait, I didn't do it. It's the index.
Yeah, index and thumb. Here's the thing. This is already a thing in WatchOS and has been for years. It's called Assisted Touch. It's an accessibility feature for people that only have one arm. And Apple's been really good about accessibility on the watch. I turned it on my own Apple Watch for like a year because I use my watch frequently one-handed. So none of this technology appears to be new, but they are officially making it like a more of a feature, which is kind of cool.
Super handy when the other people talking about the smartphones made the exact point that I immediately thought. Once you start seeing stuff like that, I got a chance to actually try out the Vision Pro during WWDC, which was actually like compared to, it's so rare to have a WWDC that is more entertaining than an ice cream. That's actually
developer conference.
Yeah. But immediately when I started seeing the punching, I'm like, ooh, they're training people.
Pay attention, you might learn a thing or two.
So both the watches.
This? It's an iron-based chemical. No matter what switches, bro, we get each other home.
And true. I made the joke of like, if the watch holds a 5, it will be brighter than the sun.
Yeah. It's like
3,000 nits is very.
Yeah, a lot of people say it isn't necessary. However, I would say
introducing your champion.
Here's the deal. You get down there, have fun, and I'll ruin it.
Do that now that okay, guys. Actually, do that outside. When I'm staring at my close screen, and I'm like, this needs to be right. This is like, so if you think about the things that people need to also see their stats or the time or whatever, it makes sense, I think. But 3,000 minutes, we'll see how bright that is. I would like to be the sponsor of this video. I'm sponsored.
Hold on, let's reposition
I don't
there.
know if you can tell from the main shot, but I'm reading all of my notes on my iPad on my laptop. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. It's adjustable. It's light. It's not wet. I love the book.
An enemy's descending on you.
No, it's super sturdy. Look at that. I'm shaking to death. Now I feel like the black was from the camera. Have a white note here. So gorgeous. To anyone who got this Kickstarter, thank you so much. These fans are officially now.
Say one, we're all inside this ring.
Show them love. We also have iPhone fan
Someone cracked under pressure.
Just keeping it right next to your desk, it is perfect for the always on display. And you can also charge your AirPods down below as your iPhone is charged up top. And that's it. The links up there.
Check out that area.
If you want to check it out.
Didn't someone land with you?
AMAX 6 iPhone will work with.
Tango spot.
When I sponsor my own video. Can't wait to see the new iPhone. How about some watch bands? I swear, it's been watch bands for so long.
I think some of the new watch bands are cool. I will miss them. As a traditional watch guy, leather bands are awesome. I think there's a time and a place for that model watch.
Yeah. Apple Watch Ultra has the same battery life as traditional speakers. The Series 9 has
And not your fucking $200 watch. Maybe your fucking.
Things to talk about because they're like the easiest way to use Siri is the Apple Watch.
Yep.
And I'm assuming people use Siri on the Apple Watch, but I think Siri was just better. That it's supposed to be
Say one.
now and more
We're all
secure.
inside this ring.
Siri requests are now ready to be done on the Apple Watch. They don't have to beam up to the cloud. Before that request is given. We have, like the design is not new. I know we haven't gotten, I guess, the Ultra, with the last Apple Watch design update. I'm sure some people are kind of getting tired of the normal Apple Watch shape, but it's kind of like, what could be? Is there any wish list you have in your brain?
Not really. It's pretty iconic. A lot of people still talk about going to a display. That's not good for text.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
So, as a watch face, sure, but the Apple Watch is a watch like the iPhone is a phone.
So from your watch, if you leave your phone, you're going to be able to have that precision finding, find your AirPods, etc. Which is cool. But honestly, I want to move on from the Apple Watch because we got to get to this. Lightning. Yeah, I almost called the phone call. My brain's not working.
Hey, that's it. And finally, at long last, USB 2 on the iPhone 15.
But the pros, though.
Triple take here.
USB 3, which I will say, I saw your tweet. I think I had it here. iPhone 15 Pro brings 10 gigabit USB 4. I mean, it's better than nothing, but come on. I will say, have you tried to transfer anything from your iPhone recently just via the Lightning cable? Because I'm on
ammo here.
Where I am, I am just fully like anything like that.
Yeah.
Literally.
AirDrop is legitimately faster than USB 2. The fact that for like years it was faster to transfer stuff wirelessly than wired was bananas, but it's true. So yes, anything is better. And 10 gigabit is fast. That's like 1.2 gigabytes per second.
They need something to say for the iPhone 16 Pro.
Oh, that's right, sorry. Coming next year. Yes.
Before we get to the iPhone 15 Pro, one of my favorite features I've talked about, which is I guess more software, is now when you capture the photos, you're going to get a rich depth map that now allows you to choose portrait mode photos after the fact, after you take them. So I'm a big fan of that. Because I find myself rarely switching over to portrait mode in general, because sometimes there's some lag. It's not an equivalent experience to just open up that wide camera and take a picture. So I love that. I think that was like the highlight, and otherwise...
Ultimate's ready. On my mark.
Okay, we got some updates.
All in all, pretty good. The dynamic island, get better display, get last year's SoC, which was pretty good. The camera system, obviously, that's probably the biggest thing, realistically. The photos that they demonstrated had much more natural looking bokeh, so I don't know if the way that they're processing portrait mode photos has drastically changed, but it'll be fun to play around with it.
Moving on to the iPhone 15 Pro. It's a gorgeous looking phone, but the lack of color.
Calling it a lifeline package.
And I tweeted about this. Everyone says the same thing, but I don't understand. They're all like, it's just slow. You don't need color. Like, excuse me, if I pay over $1,000 for the phone, I can look at some options. Like, I get to this. Do you remember this guy?
That's great. One of the best sellers.
Gorgeous. We have some great blues. So, I don't know. Just the boring position with the limitation of the materials that they're using. Totally smokes. They just would not shut up, but hide human edges. It was 15 minutes just talking about materials.
But sure, they were machined, and then they were sanded, and then they were blasted, and then instead of having anodization done, because that's very difficult to do consistently. This was actually something I talked about last week.
Let's check out that area.
Decoding And it's next generation. It's super cool. Their colors are so much more robust and richer and bolder. Yeah, the lack of color is disappointing to be sure. I mean, even the blue is like kind of a sickly looking blue.
Because I'm probably making video, I'm gonna have to get the color. It's like what
the natural titanium though does look really cool. This titanium's kind of got this like, it's almost like a darky gray, but it's a warm gray. It's
Round 2, beginning ring countdown.
Oh yes, it's an incredible machine. Did you know that it's a little heavier than aluminum, but it's much lighter than zinc.
Yeah.
Of course.
Replicator falling to Earth.
I can't wait for galactic, whatever the next metal that is.
They're running out of
I know, for real.
Once they got past the 15
Gotta hop up
minutes
here.
of
Skull
talking about
piercer.
materials,
Increases headshot damage. Love these things.
You know, obviously we have USB-C 3 speed. We've already talked about that. The new chip, A17 Pro, their first 3-nanometer chip. You rarely are going to hear ray tracing from an Apple.
Yeah.
And they
or
said that a lot.
3 nanometer, which they talked about too, and I think it's because they bought up basically the entire lot for 3 nanometer for like the next year. So they're going to be the only ones with 3 nanometer chips for quite some time.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
Got a 30-30 here.
With processing,
Wow.
get much
We have a new
more
kill
power.
leader.
So I would be interested to see if real-world battery on these new phones is marginally better. We didn't talk about that.
45 seconds. Rings just up ahead.
But maybe we'll do.
We got some camera upgrades. You have a 5 times optical zoom on the iPhone Pro Max. Only the Max. So this telephoto is 128 mil equivalent. What do you think about that? Because I'm kind of just like, I'm not going to upgrade to the biggest phone ever and have a little bit more telephoto because I rarely use the telephoto lens in a way that it needs to look perfect.
Yeah.
It made me a little nervous that they kind of just like brush over ultralight because I use that the time, but they focus on the telephoto, and I'm like, they have to know people use the ultralight and
I was thinking, yeah. That is a question that remains. I didn't look at the specs side by side. I looked at this.
Listen up. I'm calling a lifeline package in.
They just said better. They're like, that
could be. They could have like a nanometer size, and the pixels could be smaller theoretically. Yeah, I don't know. 120 millimeters, that's kind of odd. You don't find a lot of.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big dings in that.
Cool the way they seem to have placed it in there. A lot of people are saying like, oh, this is just a telescopic lens that's been available on Android phones for 5 years now. It's actually not, because those phones typically have the sensor 90 degrees to the lens, and this is flat. So it goes through that kind of, they call it a tri-prismatic lens system, like 3 or 4 times with the lights bending. It'll be interesting to see if it's very good at all. The photos they showed in the keynote, which are always like as good as they're gonna get, just look fine.
So we saw there's a few viral reels right now.
Like half the squads have vanished.
I think
Let's go that way.
20 whatever Ultra, whatever the most recent one is at the Taylor Swift concert. Yeah. 20. Oh,
countdown.
Weird.
Oh. I didn't know that I put together. That's really good.
The captain's basically like the only thing the S23 Ultra is good for, and it's basically someone just like zooming in with the nosebleed on Taylor Swift. So, you know, someone will have to go and Taylor Swift concert side by side with the iPhone, because I think that's what people are concerned about.
I have to wait for the good fun and shoot.
Are you a Swiftie?
No.
1 minute.
My
Rings
wife is.
nearby.
So I have a couple of two separate phones.
So the iPhone Pro 15 got rid of the classic on and off mute switch, and it is now turned into an action mode button. So you can mute the iPhone in the same way by pressing that button instead of it being a switch, but now you can customize it to different actions, like activating a voice memo very quickly. So I was getting rid of that, but the fact that you get more functionality is good. So that's fine. Okay, back to the video. Give me more hot takes.
What's up, Billy?
Hot take. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. So AirPods Pro 2.
Extended energy magazine.
Have good to see.
Level 3 needed.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Well,
I need some
if
sights.
the iPhone might be lightning, so too should nothing else in it. And you can charge the AirPods Pro with the C-to-C cable from the iPhone, which is kind of cool. They don't really sell these separately. Which is in progress. I mean, yeah, it was like
We're all inside the ring.
Optics here. Close range. Always better than iron sights. Care package coming down from the stars.
Where are those?
Let's be realistic though. I think everyone could use an extra pair of AirPods.
That's true.
Can you take them?
Open explosive hold here. Well,
You
we
just
have a
find
new
them,
kill
you
here.
can't find
Close range.
them, you know.
Done that a few times before.
Yeah. Well, where could we find you? On the Snappy Labs?
Yeah, on the Snappy Labs. Just Google Snappy Labs. Something right there. You'll find me everywhere. I'm on.
That ain't too much zoomy, but okay.
I'm on all of them.
Any exciting videos coming up?
No. Nope. I don't know.
Did they scan us or we scan them?
Got company
over
over
there. We have some things.
Well, hey guys, I will link Tim's channel also.
Check out this area.
Videos and watch his Apple
Here's your
video.
birthday present.
Thank you so much for joining me. This was so much fun. And I just wanted to do something, you know, fun and light because I just got an opportunity to make a banger video.
Listen up, I'm getting shot
I
at.
understand.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
That's how I was introduced. Definitely not salty.
Welcome to the weekend, sir.
Recharging my...
Put the lead down range. I broke enemy shield.
Thanks for having me. I was totally you know, I wanted to
Got company out
so
there.
much. Guys, thank you. Like and subscribe to my channel. Do like and subscribe to Snazzy Labs. It was so much fun having him. And
30
I
seconds. Rings close.
I do have some videos in the pipeline.
Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Just giving my shields a recharge.
So, stay easy. Okay, bye.
There's a team on me back there. We're gonna get squeezed.
On the flight to Cupertino to attend the first iPhone launch to which I've ever been
Hostile
invited,
right here.
I realized I left two things back on the East Coast. The last one was shattered my iPhone's battery, and the white cable that would have helped me
We
solve
should move while we can.
Give my shields a recharge.
each one of which is more than happy to charge my MacBook, my Android phones, my camera, my headphones, my microphones, my field recorder, but not the iPhone.
An enemy landed near me. Listen up, got another squad coming in.
Lightning cable that I'll ever use. Today,
An enemy landed near me. Watch yourself.
Enemy in my face. Enemy shield. Another squad is on us.
Whole squad taken out.
My shields
The
need a bit more
iPhone
power.
15 doesn't seem
close to
all
the
that
ring with a
different
minute
than
to
the
spare.
14, which
Reloading.
It's not all that different from the 13, or even the 12 before that. Form factor fatigue is a big part of what drove me to foldables as my daily drivers, and it is indeed just another record.
I'm down. Need a medic.
But as Red Hat goes,
This place here.
it's criticized.
Quick landing.
That Pro and Pro Max was
Say hello.
Give my shields a recharge.
starting with one
30 seconds. Rings close.
I've always appreciated the iPhone read switch because I also loved it. But in a world where most people leave their phones, this kind of probably outweighs its use. I've appreciated a
Recharging my shield.
customizable app. The best thing about it is out of the box, that same thing the old looks like. Press and hold it, toggle the winner on or off, and the phone vibrates. Why is it my favorite ever Actually, maybe my favorite feature of the action button overall is that it might prompt Android manufacturers to back buttons like this. It used to be on so many phones. I truly missed it. We had never thought it was a good idea. Also a good idea? Titanium.
Custom made. Titanium alloy. What they use on the space shuttle.
For years, Apple has relied on stainless steel to give the iPhone the kind of heft that reassures folks that spending over $1,000 on a smartphone is a good idea. But heft is, heavy. By preserving the aluminum frame and replacing the steel with grade 5 titanium, Apple has brought the weight down. And by contouring the edges, it's made the phone more comfortable to hold. What I like about this, though, is that it didn't go back to the more rounded, pillowy footprint of the iPhone 6 era. You get the sharp looks that came back around with the iPhone 12, but an ergonomic grip that doesn't dig into your palms as much. I can see it in my eye. If there's a downside to the use of titanium, it's speculative. The metal is difficult to anodize, which means it can be more difficult to colorize. Apple says it used a PVD coating instead, but even so, this year we're seeing much more muted casing colors on the Pro and Pro Max. Black, white, and what I'll call fairly blue. So if I were buying one, I'd go for the raw, natural titanium color, which really doubles down on the metallic look, with a brushed finish, cuts down on the fingerprints versus last year's Cyberus.
What they use on the space shuttle.
Before we close out the construction segment, Apple pointed out that it re-engineered the internal chassis to make the iPhone more...
Hey, young, my precious citizen, that's right, I just go MG and let's...
God damn it, get the fuck off my screen.
Last year, in the summer of 2022, I signed a one-year lease on office space in a building near my home, which was supposed to solve two...
Nah, Paul, that ain't gonna do that.
Expect them to pull such a fucking power move, man. I trapped them in my ult, and I used my tacticals, so there's grenades in my ult, and this motherfucker pops his shield and just walks through my ult and lights me the fuck up. I'm like, what? Was unfazed. I was on fire and everything.
Oh, yeah, I know it.
Introducing your champion.
Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
That's right. Bring us to our death.
That doesn't sound like much of an ult to me, buddy.
I know, he just walked out of it. He was like, fuck you.
Right.
Reckon we crash land this puppy there.
That's the death spot.
Let's get it. It's like a deja vu, but backwards.
Yeah.
Let's rock and roll.
Like deja vu, but I've seeked it out.
God.
Oh,
Chain
first.
squad coming.
There's no red bins. I'm landing in the eye.
Landing right there.
Come on. Ah.
Oh,
Yes,
we game. Let's go
grenades.
fight them. They're dead. I got a car, sir.
I got some grenades. They're behind us.
Yeah, they're trying to shoot y'all already.
Of course they are. I'd be trying to shoot me too. I got a fat, juicy ab.
Next ring's not close.
Let's see. I really don't want a flatline.
Listen
but I'll
up,
take
the
it.
ring be closing in
They
1
will
minute.
keep throwing it at me.
Close to life.
Rampage here.
Now I'm trying to kill them.
Rampage
Coming.
here.
That's going into sling.
Flatline here.
Where you at, bitch?
45 seconds, rings just up ahead.
Let's get, yep.
They ran up here. They're running away.
New kill leader, eyes out for him.
Oh god.
He's cracked. He's cracked.
He's down.
Let me hide, and you can try to res me.
Where's the other one at?
I don't know. I'm hidden.
Oh, he's
Don't
coming.
need to carry more bandages around you. Oh, well
They're coming
done.
around.
10 seconds, the ring's just ahead.
I'm running.
Another one down.
One more. We got that. Oh, he's pushing. He's in there.
He's running with the card.
Get him.
I got him.
Look out, grenade.
Oh, he's broke.
A very palpable hit.
He just juked the shit out of us. Hold up.
Care package being delivered.
Right here. I see him.
There's a care package coming down.
What? No, we're getting third partied from the fucking top.
Help run if you need it. Taking my
I'm down.
Ah! I knocked one. This dude's hiding over here and looting.
Well,
Fucking
I got
hell.
3 kills. Or no, Lifeline got a kill.
They're thirsting me.
I'm gonna come around on you. Try and get you up.
Watch out. Nope, thirst. The Horizon. I don't even know where that one come from. Damn. You could craft this, honestly. Let's be real on that. It won't make me think less of you.
Let's go that way.
I don't see any place to craft you.
Calling in a lifeline package.
We do this.
Got a treat
I'll get you.
yourself.
Look, a Lifeline that knows how to play Lifeline. They realize that the shield's always on the side they launch, and there's always an attachment for somebody's weapon. Wow. I saw them.
Don't worry, I got a squad mate's banner.
Where's your banner at?
You could craft them now. It just disappeared.
It disappeared.
half the squads are gone. I'm fine with that.
Oof. Crafter at a in storm, and then there's a crafter cage. Won't make it to swamps.
You want me to go out there and try and get that, is what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is you probably want to
Are you smoking
maybe
weed?
go to
Are
the
you
cage,
smoking
but
weed
that's
right
bad.
now?
Oh, negative. I can't. DOT got me on lockdown, dude.
Then what's in your mouth?
My robot cock, my vape.
Well, okay. Well, I guess let's... Who vapes without being fucking THC in there? Jesus Christ, sir.
Me. I work for Pipeline, therefore I can't. It's a horrible 30-30 shot. Wow. They need a... I guess they're not working on their achievements for that gun.
Should I just get one of you back right now while I can?
You could actually look. Hit hard left.
Go to
Go to that
coming
crafter
down.
and go make his banner. It's not that bad. I don't think anybody's in cage. You got a minute and 31 seconds. You could do it. Hard left. I mean right. My bad. Hard right. In the storm.
No, I ain't going in the storm. Are you out of your mind? I'm going up over here then.
I might be smoking weed. Alright, yeah, get me out.
I mean, it just makes more sense,
1
and then I
minute
can.
till ring
Then
cross.
we got at least one person back to go get the other card with. Because I'm gonna pass another one on the way to get him. I could just get you up right now.
Ring's not that far.
I'm gonna go right to go try and craft him, but.
Patch me up, though. Calling in a lifeline package. Gotta shoot myself. 30 seconds. Death box here. Evo shield here. Leather 2.
No matter how many times I retire, I just keep getting back for more.
I think someone just got crafted above us.
Companions, we're not far from the ring and have
Let's explore that
to
way.
find safe harbor.
Garbage.
Replenishing my shields.
Rings moving.
There's people here on me.
There's one behind you, too. Two behind you, watch out.
Coming down.
19 rounds.
Don't be shocked. I know what I'm doing.
That one was hurt. The other one in the red one.
I'm out of heavy ammo.
Bullshit. You did not know I was there. Bullshit.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Care package over there.
Two problems. Give me more space to work with, which was the main one, and also hopefully reduce the outside noise I have to work around occasionally while filming at home, such as trains or neighborhood lawnmowers. So we moved into the office, needed a fresh coat of paint, and spent a comfortable year or so producing videos there until sometime in late spring 2023 when I decided I did not want to keep it. And so now I'm bringing you this video series documenting my move back home from the office with some remodeling happening first. But before any of that, let's answer the core question I've been getting since I made this move public. Why?
What he thought it was. Much easier to work from home.
This is one of my favorite places to buy PC parts. So if you're building or upgrading your PC, I highly recommend making your way down to one of their 25 retail stores in the US. They have consistently competitive prices and an excellent selection of PC hardware and other tech goods. And they have a custom PC builder on the Micro Center website. You just spec out your rig and it will show you parts in store at your nearest location while ensuring compatibility. Then you can pick up in store or have their pros assemble it for you. So click the sponsor link in the description to find a Micro Center near you. So kicking things off with some before shots at the beginning of the first week, day 1, or technically day 0, back in late June, this was actually a prep day before I brought the extra help in to speed up the job. But hopefully it's pretty evident that both my garage and my covered side yard that I had so many plans for back in late 2019 are completely piled with stuff, a disorganized mess, and that's one part of the why you do this skit, with my already limited time being split between upkeep on my home and work to improve my office space. The work area at home became neglected, dusty, cobwebby messes. A Bagster bag was a key part of this clear-out phase, which Nori helped me set up. It's a big green bag that you buy for 30 or 40 bucks that can fit up to 3,300 pounds of refuse, and then you schedule a pickup that costs 200 to 400 bucks, depending on where you live, and you just come by and pick up the whole bag. So a big goal was to dig these cluttered areas out, particularly my side yard, which was largely relegated to storage after COVID hit in early 2020. I also very much needed to make use of this space again for this project. For storage again, of course, as the work I lined up involved upgrades not just to my garage, but also our completely and master bedroom, which was scheduled for renovation as well. Fortunately, I got a lot done on day 0, knocked down many spider webs, busted out the sawzall to break down plywood that was obviously concrete, cleared out some old cabinet doors that I had intended to reuse, but COVID happened, although I did still save the drawer slides. They were just infested with spindles. I had really good build multiple black and brown widows, so Joe would have a safer work environment on day 1. Breathing day 2? Day 3 or day 0, so that's day 1. We're going to take this space out here, which has been not completely empty, but it's mostly empty. We're going to fill it up. All that stuff. And the little embarrassed at how much stuff was still in my garage, even though I had relocated a lot of it from my office. But having Joe there helped make things much more quickly. I already knew that I would need a ton of space, since the garage needs to be completely emptied. But let's finish off that why do you do this question. First, I did this to concentrate my time on one space at home instead of splitting it between the home and office. Second, to eliminate the expense of a monthly office lease. That's a benefit. Third, of course, was the issue of space, and I know more space is good for video making, but I like sufficient space. I've known for some time that my garage and some space are not very efficient, so I will hopefully be proving that I actually have plenty of space to work with here at home if I clear away the old and unused stuff and keep things clean and organized. Fourth and lastly, noise was always a minor problem at home. But it turns out that noise was an issue. Super loud exhaust or sound systems going by through the busy intersection nearby. Neighboring office noise, these walls were very thin and black sound dampers were louder. So with all that given what is the home seemed like the best. End of day 1. Much more clear. We got
this guy's hurt. This guy's hurt.
Over there, but this wall is clear. This is where a lot of the electrical work is going to happen. It's split AC. I might need to clear a little bit of space over here so you can access some of the outlets on the
How does this guy have 3 guns? It doesn't make any sense.
Donations pile is getting larger.
What? He does? How?
Look in this box.
I ain't never seen that in my life.
Moving stuff around here, because right now Despite my best efforts to keep things somewhat organized, like those bins over there, a lot of stuff is just piled. Tomorrow morning, the electrician is going to be starting bright and early, and the mini splits other side is going to go in this wall right here, so I'm going to need to clear that space down there. That's all for day 1, I guess, and day 0. Let's see what happens tomorrow. On day 2, the first contractors arrived. This was the electrical work phase, and I did work with a general contractor. His name is Michael, and his company is called Artisan Build Group. He also handled a lot of the work that I had done
They're still up there. It's those same 2 people.
In the beginning of 2020. So while Joe and I continued to clear the garage, making good use of my new shop vac, among other things, electricians Daniel and Fernando started punching holes in the wall, running cabling over for a 60-amp sub-panel, as well as relocating several outlets. The contract work is split into 5 phases. This video only covers the first phase, the electric work, which is the sub-panel, the outlets, setting things up so I can have a dedicated split HVAC unit, and also running wired Ethernet out from my living room through the wall. Phase 2 will be drywall, which involves patching all these furrows, and a big job to skim coat our computer room and master bedroom, which if you watch my remodel videos back in 2019 and 2020, you might recall have horrible gob-down texture.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline packaging.
Phase 3 will be painting, Phase 4 is the HVAC installation, and Phase 5 is going to be the self-leveling garage floor finish, with sanding and steel included. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's still lots of work to be done before all that. Let's go continue on Phase 3 while I finish off clearing out the garage, which is mostly just the ceiling racks, which were still installed, but still have stuff out in them. I also dug up my 500-foot box of Cat6 cable so they could run the wired Ethernet through the wall rather than doing it not through the wall as I have done in the past. I'm not 100% sure if this Cat6 cable is going to support, for example, a 10 gigabit signal. Depends on the length. Technically, it's only rated for gigabit. Yes, I should have gone with Cat6e, but the Cat6 was all I had, and this was sort of a last-minute add-on when they were running the wiring. I was like, oh, maybe you can do that too. So in one of the following videos in this series, I will actually be testing that Cat6 cable to see what kind of speed it's capable of and make sure it actually works.
So you want me to go down this thing? You sure you want to go down this tunnel?
Because when the patio cover was installed out here,
we should probably go around the rock.
LEDs properly. So I actually handled that
jump tower back
on my
there.
own.
I mean, I think we should go down to go around. All the way back this way. We hurry.
To install, but I am happy to say that I did it. And the next day when I came back to test them out, I was able to flip the switch. Now I have lights.
You guys do whatever
outside.
you're doing. If you go down that tunnel, you're about to go to your death.
It's finally happening now.
I agree with you, bro. I think we should go.
I would like to say a huge thank you to the electricians who came out and did the work on my home and my garage. Daniel and Fernando, they were super friendly, super knowledgeable, and they did an excellent job. Here it is, guys, the after shots. 1 week into this project, and I don't know if you can tell, but it's a bit more echoey in here than it was at the beginning of this week. So obviously this week is not there completely. We have a little bit more work to do to start the beginning of week 2.
You can't see where that's at.
Oh, shit. So anywhere where they have holes in the walls, feet over, light fixture.
One of them's broke.
Now they proper lights here over the washing machine area. They're going to be fixing that up. They might do some stuff back here. That's always a little awkward for me. But I'm happy to say that the weekend work is done pretty smoothly for the most part. Not too much mistakes. And now we're just trying to work on it. This is the giveaway pile over there. The search corner needs a little bit of cleanup as well, but oh, hey, check this out. Look at this, light switches. Switch here is going to be for the receptacle right there, which is connected, so that's not working right now. But this other one here connects to after the...
Stay there, or come to me, yep.
There's like a kind of hole in the ceiling to go up. Did you know when you're working on the garage? I didn't know that. Look at this now. I can switch this switch. Turn this down.
Back up, back up!
This cab, I don't know what this is.
Available, and we even have an actual RJ45 keystone there for the battery over to the main network, so that's cool too. Another set of plugs added in over here by the workbench, and then these 2 switches here for the exterior, one for this light right here, ta-da, and one for the overhead LEDs. And I've tried these at night now, and they are really, really nice, very bright, and it really lights up the space. But thank you guys very much for watching this video as I take you along my home upgrade journey. Next phase is going to be the drywall work inside. That's also going to be drywall work in 2 of the rooms in our house, which means we have even more moving out and clearing out of stuff to do. And then some of you might have been noticing that I have a lot of stuff sort of stashed out here in the side yard. We're going to be sorting through that to get some of the higher value stuff a little bit more secured. And yes, these videos are being posted with a delay, so all this stuff, by the time this video goes live, is going to be cleared out of here. That's all the time I have for this one, you guys. If you enjoyed it, thumbs up button for sure. I have more home upgrade videos coming. I have at least a couple more weeks of work going on with this project. And of course, I have my regular tech news segments going up on Sundays, as well as a few other videos here and there as we make our way through the summer. Thank you guys again so much for watching, and we'll see you all in the next video. Oh, no you don't, crickets. No you don't, crickets. You have a temporary lease here, and you are not allowed making the noise. Stop it.
Hello guys and gals, Stephen Hart. For the last couple of days, if you haven't known, the MGM casinos of Las Vegas have been hacked. Pandemonium actually in the streets of Vegas if you're a casino owner. Because if you've been hacked, that means millions of dollars a day of money that you're not getting. That's profit being wiped off the board. Now, if there's anything that people know about Las Vegas, it's a great city for gambling. It's a great city for shows gambling. It's a great city for, good gambling. Gambling is the name of the game in Las Vegas, okay? It's a city that's entirely run on gambling. And to be honest, Nevada's like the primary city, I think you could say the center of their economy is that city. So one of the largest casinos on here, MGM for instance, has actually been hacked. MGM Resorts. Their website is currently unavailable. By F5 at the time of filming, they're still gone. We apologize for the inconvenience. For restaurant options and reservations, please download the MGM Rewards app. So to understand, it's actually so bad that because they've been attacked with what seems to be ransomware, there are literally agents on the ground with clipboards getting people lined up for the resorts, their hotel stays, and in some cases, their entire gambling hubs are gone. Nevertheless, when this happened, MGM Resorts recently identified a cybersecurity issue affecting some of the company's systems. Promptly after detecting the issue, we quickly began an investigation with assistance from leading external cybersecurity experts. We also notified law enforcement, the FBI, and took prompt action to protect our systems. So their initial response, we were obviously going to get into in a little bit. But of course, to understand MGM was hit, and it seems like the people behind it is a group known as Scatter Spot, which is basically a group of social engineers grab all the stuff they needed to access MGM servers in apparently 10 minutes. But before we get into it, there have been other entire casinos that have been hacked too. Caesar's Palace, for instance. You may have seen it in movies, television shows like MasterChef. Yeah, they got hacked too. And apparently in their case, they just
an intelligent fighter would land there.
Enough lambing around, we're dropping.
Tens of millions of dollars. I believe the actual ransom they asked for was like $30 million. So apparently they're going to give them money, which is the last thing you ever want to do in cybersecurity or in a ransomware situation, because that's literally the biggest incentive. These guys who hack these casinos literally won if they got paid. But of course, we really can't blame them to an extent, because casinos like Caesar's Palace, if nobody's gambling, are losing money every single day. They're probably losing like $3 million a day, and that's not even me being hyperbolic. That's actually the rate. Here in Vegas, you've seen how nice and opulent these casinos look. And it's because of the players playing on the show floor, the casino show floor. And if that's not functional, that's their money going out. That's literally the profit top shut off. Now, there's a couple photos that have been grabbed, for instance, because their computers are down. They actually have to check in pretty much by hand, so you can see a bunch of people lined up for their weekend getaway. That unfortunately, they have to decide the old-fashioned way, because the website is obviously our first. These things were lined up. Slot machines literally are where millions of dollars are made.
And as you can see, they've actually been shut down. They're not functioning. And because of that, they're losing a crap ton of cash. There's literally been TikToks, don't come to Vegas, and you can literally see on the billboard, there's a couple people sitting down, but anytime you look at some of these slot machines, they're just not functional. So again, these should typically have graphics, you know, something enticing to grab, no signal or non-functional.
Someone's been this way.
Machines work, but again, if half of these it seems aren't working, that's again a lot of money gone for.
There are some boxes back here for you, buddy. I can heal you in 12 seconds.
If you're a casino runner, if you're like an owner of this casino, you're literally like dying right now. That's absolutely siphoning pension money out of the whole
I can heal you, bro. Get to me.
Now, of course, kind of got some things going. Recently, they said, as an update to the previous statement, our resorts, including dining, entertainment, and gaming, are currently operational. Of course, some of it is operational, some of it still seems to be down, and continues to deliver the experience which MGM is known for. Our guests remain able to access their hotel rooms, and our front desk staff is ready to assist, which those people are absolutely being tested. Now, I think I definitely don't care if MGM is making money or they aren't. At the end of the day, you know my stance on casinos, okay? I think this stuff is literally just a tax on the hopes and dreams of individuals. But anyways, to understand, if those slot machines weren't working, according to casino experts, they're losing, again, somewhere around $2 to $3 million a day, okay? That's like an average.
Shotgun bolt.
The other reality, and this is just me telling you how it is, casinos have a lot of personal information. Personal information such as name, photo identities, credit card numbers, literally in the millions, okay? And you're talking about casinos that may potentially even have social security numbers because they need to report winnings or something like that to the IRS. So there's a lot of personal information on the line, and if that ended up getting leaked, or if that's what's ransomed, it can be really bad for the MGM brand, okay? It can really be bad for the people going to these casinos in the first place. Guests have reported issues such as being unable to access their rooms with digital keys. The slots that are functioning only offer hand pay, and lengthy check-in lines since it's all being done manually. Affected casinos are some of the biggest on the strips, including MGM Grand, Bellagio, Orange, and the Cosmo. And these are literally on the strip, like center strip, especially the Bellagio, okay? If anybody knows anything about Las Vegas, it's probably the one casino that people all know. And to understand, it's not the first time MGM's been hacked. 10.6 million guests actually had their personal information posted on a hacker forum back in 2019. This ended up becoming a reason to sue over. So obviously, if this they're not going to function again, but okay, so now that we spent a crap ton of time talking about this, let's actually go into who is behind this allegedly. Now, from what it seems, a group known as Scattered Spider was behind this, using fraudulent phone calls to employees and help desks to fish for login credentials. So, to understand, it targeted MGM and dozens of Western companies with the aim of extracting ransom payments. Again, a lot of hacks are designed to be financially beneficial, and ransomware is really good for your finances, if you're active. Because, as you've already seen, allegedly, Caesar Palace has already paid the first of $30 million in ransom pay. So again, a group known as Trellix was actually investigating this too. Multiple groups were, but Scattered Spider, the modus operandi. Scattered Spider, also referred to as UNT-3944, Scattered Swine, and Muddle Libra, is a financially motivated threat actor. They continue to leverage a variety of social engineering tactics, including Telegram and SMS phishing, SIM swapping, which you've heard a million times over, people who go to your, cell phone provider, pretend to be you, grab a SIM card, and all of a sudden, your phone service stops. They're already plugged in that SIM card they received, pretending to be you, and they're signing in, getting your text two-factor authentication, and breaching your account. And then, of course, MFA fatigue, which is multi-factor authentication fatigue, and what this effectively means is every time you get like a million pings to your phone about, hey, can I sign into this website, blah, 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 you may one day click allow, knowing full, without really knowing that some hacker was just constantly barraging you with prompts until you eventually broke down and just said yes. The old
James Bond, Sean Connery tactic, if you will. So according to VX Underground, they actually said all the ransomware group did to compromise MGM resorts was hop on LinkedIn,
Replicator on its way down.
then call the help desk. The company valued at $33.9 billion was defeated by a 10-minute conversation. Now again, VX Underground is known to be pretty reputable in the city, but of course, I think it's still a short, trusty bro situation right now. But again, VX Underground is people. It's not that I'm doing this for actual journalism.
I'm cracking those dudes.
Telling you that this isn't 100% verified information. Now what I did was I actually went on the dark web. I went to Alpha's website, as you can see over here, where they constantly showcase actual targets they hit, as Colin Swapper, Psycho Group Corporation, and instead, in this situation, I actually typed MGM, and inside the search, I couldn't find anything related to the MGM Casino, Caesar Palace, whatever. It apparently seems like Scattered Spider worked with these guys. But again, there's no real actual proof right now.
I only have 2 rifles. I can't do shit unless we stay a distance. We get close up.
Obviously, I'm not going to sit down and say this is not something that couldn't have
Not
happened.
far from the ring.
And
Half a
if
minute.
it did happen exactly this way, then I'll be honest, it's not something that I think anybody should be shameful for. Social engineering attacks can be very, very effective.
Let's get out and go.
And if you ever look at the history of lots of attacks, yeah, generally there's been some pretty intricate social engineering stuff. It's not all like Hollywood where somebody's sitting behind a terminal, typing in a million nonsensical commands and reaching into search. Sometimes it's as simple as calling up a help desk and getting the answers you want by a little bit of risk. Now, according to some of the people talking about Scattered Spider, their composed attackers were based in the US and the UK, some as young as 19 years old. That's not really shocking. The people that hacked Rockstar Games and leaked GTA 6 were individuals that were very young as well, too. According to a cybersecurity research familiar with the group has targeted telecommunications and business process outsourcing companies to pull off SIM swaps of phone numbers that they can be used in phishing attacks to steal data from victim systems and extort a ransom. So, of course, one of the attacks, the way that they've described it, is the attacker, which is, a Scattered Spider, send a spear phishing SMS message to any administrator or somebody that they found on LinkedIn. The attacker gains their credentials and impersonates that individual. They then SIM swap that individual, and then, of course, they receive a second-factor SMS token for that individual, break into the network, gain persistence, and then do what they just did to MGM and whatever other group that they've attacked. Alright, so, Gorilla update here. I'm glad I actually waited, because just right now, off the press, right from the horse's mouth, the actual statement on MGM Resorts wanted us to get an idea. We have made multiple attempts to reach out to MGM Resorts and supported MGM shut down computers inside the network as a response to us. We intend to set the record straight. No ransomware was
Calling in a lifeline package.
Of their infrastructure by MGM made the hasty decision to shut down each and every one of their Okta servers after learning that we had been working on their Okta agent servers.
Helmet here. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Whose passwords couldn't be cracked from their domain controller access, resulting in their Okta being completely locked down. Meanwhile, we continued having super administrator privileges through their Okta, along with global administrator privileges of their Azure tenant. They made it as after discovering that we had access to their Okta environment, but things did not go as planned. So Azure actually sounds familiar to the group.
30 seconds before the ring closes.
Black market
Use it well.
Best grab what you can.
Like the people analyzing them, that does sound very, very like that does sound like a collaboration. Remember, this could be like a collaboration. Maybe we'll revisit it. On Sunday night, MGM implemented conditional restrictions that barred all access to their Okta environment due to
10 seconds until the ring closes.
Capabilities and weak incident response playbooks. Oh,
Optics
that's not good.
R99 here.
Their network has been infiltrated since Friday due to their network engineers' lack of understanding how the network functions.
Listen up, the ring's
Network
moving.
access was problematic on Saturday. Then they made the decision to take
Looks like a care
offline
package is coming in.
important
Big dings in
components
that.
of their infrastructure. After waiting a day, we successfully launched ransomware attacks against more than 100
Enemy over there.
Those are VMware hypervisors in their environment on September 11th after trying to get in touch but failing. This was after they brought in external firms for assistance. They even beat the backup. In our MGM victim chat, the user sent hours after the ransomware was deployed, as they were not responding to our emails with the specialist provided in order to prevent other IT personnel from using the chats. We did not actively identify authorized by MGM leadership to do pressure. Posting would download any and all exfiltrated material up until
Our whole squad isn't in the ring.
Must be something good that way.
Did not originate email, but rather from the hypervisor mill. As we already indicated, start against any unneeded delays, added a password provided them two password forms, super executives were combined to create the password, which was clearly hinted to them with asterisks on the bulk of the password characters. The user has consistently been coming into the chat room every single hour for a few months. And when we're talking about this like this, they can obviously see the law kind of like a higher. We've been unable to
listen, you chose to fight me.
Why did you guys leave me like that?
This time, but if we are unable to reach an agreement with MGM, and we are able to reestablish there is PII data, we will take the first steps of notifying Troy Hunt from the IHaveBeenPwned.com website, and that he can disclose it in a responsible manner. We believe MGM will not agree to deal with us, simply observe their insider trading behavior. You believe that this company is concerned for your privacy and well-being. We are not sure about anyone else, but it is evident from this that no insiders have purchased any stock in the past 12 months, while 7 insiders have sold shares for a combined $33 million. No shot. Okay, hold on. Copy that. Yeah, they literally got no people buying, but they're definitely selling in the last couple months. Jesus, the amount of insider selling is 33 million. Jesus Christ, bro. This corporation is driven with greed, incompetence, and corruption. We recognize that MGM is mistreating hotel customers. We really regret that it has taken them 5 years to get their act together. Obviously, I think they're referring to the previous cyber attack we looked at. At this point, we have no choice but to criticize VX Underground for falsely reporting events that never happened. Oh, see? This is why I always have to confirm it from the horse's mouth. That's just bad. We typically consider their information to be highly reliable and timely. I do too. But we did not attempt to tamper with MGM slot machines to spit out money because doing so would not be to our benefit and would decrease the chances of any sort of deal. The rumors about
you and me, let's take this win.
This organization are just rumors. We are waiting for these ostensibly respected cybersecurity firms.
Keep your friends close and your enemies under your blade.
Again, if that is actually true. Nobody knows if like scattered fiber are the ones responsible. I mean, it could happen, but the thing is, there's no actual forensic data that validates that. The truth is, these specialists find it difficult.
Introducing your champion. Here's the deal. You get down there, have fun, and I'll ruin it.
And then release them to the press when they are still unable to confirm attributions. Exactly. So again, one of the things that's important, I'm sorry for the guerrilla style videography.
Hold your breath. If you have to, I think we should move that way.
Data to prove that one group or one type of hack is done something. So we still continue to have access to some of MGM's infrastructure at the same time. So carry out additional attacks to keep the way for MGM to grow up and reach out as it is clearly demonstrated. Oh, no. Dirty! Wow! Everyone's catching bullets today. Ladies and gentlemen, that's straight from the actual hacker's mouth. You might be wondering, but Buddha, how do you recover from a ransomware attack? I mean, not the kid, but how long is it going to take these guys? So MGM, who's currently losing millions of dollars a day, and you're losing tons of money as long as a cyber attack goes on. Anything can happen. So realistically, it's going to take around 3 to 4 weeks. That's just like the average time. And again, it depends on how, what the frequency of these backups are. Like, it depends on the backup solution they have. You know, do they have full or differential backups? And again, where are these backups even located? How effective it is depends on a multitude of factors, okay? Then, of course, it depends on, like, hey, what does their IT environment look like? How many endpoints do they have? What software? What hardware? What's the network topology? And then, of course, how good are their personnel? Which, again, for a casino like MGM, they got to be hiring some pretty top-of-the-line individuals. Of course, it also depends on what their initial incident response is. I mentioned this earlier in the beginning of the video. So, hey, did they block all the network connections? Did they isolate all the systems in time? Which they appear to have done. And of course, it depends on what type of ransomware they've been hit with, and if they can get access to that encryption. So again, you're not supposed to pay the ransom, but this is a casino that's been hit right now that's losing millions a day. It's probably like on the mind of everyone on that board to just pay up the ransom and continue operation. Obviously, you shouldn't do that. But this is a weird, super fluid situation. But ladies and gentlemen, Las Vegas has been the target of a pretty bad cyber attack, and the people paying for it are some of the top casinos in the world. Now at this point, obviously the FBI is involved, the casinos are involved, and honestly, I think even if you look at the shady aspects of Las Vegas, everyone's hurt, so everyone's involved in stopping these hackers, maybe delivering some good old-fashioned justice. But at the end of the day,
surely
a lot of people's weekends got ruined, and God forbid if their personal data gets leaked out and sent anywhere. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been wondering what's been going on in Vegas with the MGM, this is all you need to know. They've been hit with a bad cyber attack, apparently, allegedly. All it took was a 10-minute phone call to cause millions upon millions, if not billions of damage to these massive casinos. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike,
Sony just wrapped up a relatively quick state of play that was just over 20 minutes, and honestly, I was actually pleasantly surprised by how much they had to show. Compared to some other past PlayStation state of plays, it was a little lighter on some things, but importantly, big reveals for a brand new game, although we did get some reveals in the form of DLC for a couple titles, which is something that PlayStation is really trying to prep the expectations for, because in the right before the show, they sent out social posts saying, hey, again, this is just 20 minutes of third-party and indie stuff of previously announced games. But what was cool about this is that while, yeah, it's previously announced games, there was some really cool info about some of these, including new DLC for some games that have already been released. Quick reminder, this is one of 2 press events that happened today. We also had the direct in the morning. I did a reaction video for that as well. That's the link in this video.
That one real, bro.
My thoughts on that presentation, make sure to check that out. So, let's talk about what we saw. Getting through a couple of these real quick that just aren't really my thing quite as much. We did get a quick visit on the fact that Roblox is coming to PS5. We did also get a closer look at Helldivers 2, which isn't so much my kind of thing. First-player pop shooter, but potentially a lot of fun. We did get to have the good old-fashioned fake in-game chat speak real quick. That was a little awkward to hear, but at the end of the day, the gameplay itself does look solid. Homestar's got an open beta announcement. We got to see a little bit of this game called Baby Steps that is absolutely ridiculous looking, and I think is actually a really fun tongue-in-cheek play on the fact that player characters in a lot of platforming games are able to do all kinds of ridiculous superhuman climbing, and so here's the exact opposite of that situation where it's just a guy trying to get through some places and get some more gameplay for the upcoming Avatar game, which personally isn't something I'm excited about because honestly the movies never actually did that much for me. It's just not something I'm all that into. That said, from a gameplay standpoint, some of it looks really interesting. Focus on first-person exploration, the ability to ride flying mounts, travel around. Interesting stuff there. I'll probably end up checking it out eventually, but it's just not a top priority for me. Now, some things I'm a bit more excited for. To begin with, this isn't normally something I'd be saying, but the PSVR 2 stuff is looking really nice. There were only 2 games that were highlighted, but both of them are certainly more high-profile IPs. In particular, we got to see gameplay for a Ghostbusters VR game showing off co-op, and another look at Resident Evil 4 VR, because Resident Evil has definitely been one of the bigger franchises pushing VR modes that are games, because it fits really well with zombie horror. I gotta say, there is always that argument that PlayStation isn't necessarily going to support PSVR 2 as much as they should be, especially with what happened with the first PSVR. And while there has certainly been a drought in releases, it's really good to see these two higher profile IPs get showcased for it. And gives a little more hope, I think, for how they could continue to support the platform. It's certainly not getting quite the deluge of games that I think some people would hope would, especially those that are early adopters of VR and really want to see technology flourish, but it's better sign than them just saying nothing at this point. Now, on the subject of Resident Evil 4, that was one of the other new announcements for today. We kind of all saw this coming, but it's really nice to have an official confirmation. We are getting Resident Evil 4 DLC that is covering separate ways. This is a story mode that was added in later versions of the original Resident Evil 4, where you play things from Ada Wong's point of view, getting a little bit more full picture of the story, and it looks like they've built it out further from what was present in those original versions. Along with showing that the separate ways DLC will be happening for Resident Evil 4, they also announced that both Ada Wong and Wesker are going to get added as playable characters from Mercenaries mode and a free update, which is nice, especially because I know a lot of people were bothered that they weren't in the game originally and suspected they would be something you'd have to pay for. So having those as free DLC, I appreciate it. We also got an update for Honkai Star Rail's PS5 version. This has already been available on mobile, but people have been waiting for the console version to drop as well. They've experienced beta tests, and it has been officially announced that the full version of the game will be coming out this year on October 11th. And similar to Resident Evil 4, how we got a DLC
Charging battery.
for Tales of Arise, we got a brand new announcement of new DLC coming out for that game as well, which is adding a new storyline that takes place after the original game that adds a bunch more plot, which honestly I didn't see coming. I thought that Tales of Arise was already just basically considered a complete game. Any reason to go back to it, because I had a lot of fun with it. It was one of my favorite Tales games after a couple that felt a little more middling for me. We also got a quick look at Ghost Runner 2, which I was a really big fan of the first one. Definitely recommend checking it out if you enjoy fast-paced action games. It's first-person view. It's basically the type of game where you're meant to be perfecting your technique over and over again in order to clear stages as fast as possible, between both platforming and taking down enemies. Along with confirming a release date for Ghost Runner 2 coming out this year, October 26th, and if this year wasn't already packed enough, they also announced there was going to be a demo for the game dropping today. So happy to see that it's getting continued support. Now, before we get to the 1-2 punch with the last video from my language, which I think were the biggest ones for a lot of people, one other announcement they did have was showcasing new colors for both DualSense and PS5 covers, which are a metallic series, which I believe are called Volcanic Red, Cobalt Blue, and Sterling Silver. These all have a metallic sheen quality to them.
I don't know why you guys keep running
much
so far
more
away.
saturated colors than the ones they did previously as part of that kind of Galaxy series. Personally, I'm not super big on metallic sheens on my products, but I love the colors they went with for these. And when I do like metallic sheens, it's silver specifically. So I kind of want to see what these colors look like in person.
Speak up if you're gonna talk to me.
Like in real life, because sometimes that doesn't translate very well for advertisements or video. But as a big fan of silver, I
don't treat people
now,
like
two
that.
big closers for the show.
Don't
We've
act
got
like I'm your
updated looks at Spider-Man 2 and FF7 Rebirth. Spider-Man 2 being the
I love
next
Spider-Man
major
2.
first-party title that Sony is releasing, and FF7
not
Rebirth being
what
a
a
major
Spider-Man
third-party title that's also an exclusive, releasing early next year. With Spider-Man 2, there was a heavier focus on some of the side objectives and free roam aspects of the game. We've already had a lot of trailers showcasing things like the story and the combat. I think the biggest thing that really stood out about this to me, aside from just sheer amount of customization from the costumes on both Miles and Peter, is how much faster fast travel looks like. One of the things that I really liked about the first Spider-Man game, or at least the first one on PS4, you know what I mean, the first Insomniac Spider-Man, is the fact that web swinging felt so fun. It was one of those few games that I think really tackled the concept of giving you travel across the city as a superhero and capturing what that feeling was like. And Spider-Man 2 looks like it's pushing it even further by upping the speed considerably. Not just in terms of how fast you can literally physically travel over the map, but also by taking advantage of the SSD, which is cutting down on loading times for fast travel. They showed immediately fast traveling from one spot of the map to the other, and the speed at which you transition, if it is a reflection of what it's actually like in-game, is way faster than what it was like in PS4. It also included a really nice kind of immediate load feeling, where instead of it being your character standing somewhere in place, they're already in mid-travel and feels like it's getting into the action right away, which was a really cool touch. Also, we did highlight the costumes, talking about 65 brand new additions, from stuff from comics, TV, movies, original designs. I'm really hoping that Arachne Rider makes its way back from the first Spider-Man game, because I really love the design of that suit. I'd like to see it back. But either way, I'm sure I'm going to find some new designs that are really good, because that is a lot of suits to choose from.
And the big shining point of the conference for me was, of course, more FF7 Rebirth footage. We obviously got a look at this game back at Summer Game Fest, and we got additional stuff going on in this new trailer. Whole lots of new things, lots of stuff to unpack. That I'm not going to be able to go nearly as depth on right now, but the biggest things that immediately stood out, we saw a lot more combat going on. One of the most exciting parts to me being them showcasing what looked to be combo moves that characters can perform together. And we got a more extensive look at combat for some characters that were not playable in the first game, including Red 13 and Kate Zip. We also got a very quick look at Vincent. It was more just a kind of hint of him going to be in the game. Didn't actually get to see him in action just yet. We also just got to see a bunch of shots from the original game remade in this new one, along with some other cinematic scenes where things are going a little bit differently than they did in the first game.
I don't think we
which,
leave.
Of course, is part of the campaign of this, just kind of making the fan base raise questions of how this one might end up going differently, especially with what happened in the first FF7 remake. And a couple shots also teasing maybe into the game, like the return of riding on the motorcycle and a little Rock'em Sock'em Robot style. Honestly, there was just so much they packed in this trailer, more than I expected them to really show off, which, I mean, given it actually is not that far away, we are less than half a year away from this game's release. And I think it's safe to say that having enjoyed the first remake and seeing all the stuff that's being hinted for Rebirth, I cannot wait to get my hands on it. So yeah, that was everything we saw at State of Play. Honestly, I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would going into it. While I certainly think there would have been a benefit of having just one game reveal, one surprise, one out of nowhere game. I think having some surprise DC announcements and those sorts of things that people are really excited about did a really good job, and PlayStation did try to set that expectation ahead of time. Again, I certainly think there have been better state of plays in this one, but as far as one that focuses on games we already know about, this was excellent. So those are my thoughts on today's State of Play. Again, if you want to see my thoughts on the Nintendo Direct that happened earlier today, make sure to click the link that's going to pop up at the end of this video. As always, if you enjoyed this one, hit the thumbs up button, let me know, subscribe if you haven't yet, and I got more stuff on the way soon, and I'll see you guys later.
What an incredible week that enemy shield. Reloading. I am taking fire, friends. Please, Todd.
Enemy shield cracked. Shields are depleted. Recharging. Under fire. Enemy shield cracked. Enemy shield cracked.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
The entire squad. No, you are not the
policy that may very well repel more people than axe body spray and send them going to competitors, which will inevitably lead to a huge problem. All the shit they're catching is completely deserved. They deserve more shit than a toilet bowl right now. Their decision, the policy, to charge per install is just so mindlessly greedy. Like, it is Mr. Krabs level of greed, and it's not surprising because the Unity CEO is actually a previous EA employee who was too greedy for even EA. That's how you know the sign of
Why would you do that?
Red Black, who was too greedy for EA. He, in 2011, entertained the idea that they should charge for reloading your gun in Battlefield because he believed that players in the middle of a firefight wouldn't be price sensitive, so they'd likely just pay for that next, round of ammunition in order to finish off their kill. So he'd literally be charging you for that fucking game. He also said any developers that make games without monetization in mind are fucking idiots. This guy only cares about money. He literally is Mr. Krabs, but even worse. So, it's not surprising to see the direction he's taking Unity, and I'm focusing way too much on Unity right now, and that's not even what this video is about. The point I was making is every single day there's been wild stories coming out, and today we got another banger that just dropped. Just now, only a few hours ago, with another wild situation developing. A mysterious hole.
It's a huge, mysterious crater that looks out of this world. The usual hole off Kilmarnock Beach stopped local astrophysics enthusiast Dave Kennedy in his tracks yesterday, and he's certain the small but heavy rock inside it came from up above.
As God is my witness, I swear that is one of the finest holes I've ever seen. There's no explanation I can give you for how this hole could have possibly came to be, which is why it's lucky the astrophysicist and Joyer happened to be on the scene in order to give us a reasonable explanation for what created this hole.
He's so hurt over here! Don't let this guy heal!
Very well be holding an entire brick of my brain. God. Just an entire fucking block in front of me.
The striking code soon got the attention of passers-by, many hoping that what they're witnessing is the aftermath of a once-in-a-lifetime cosmic event.
Dropping the sarcasm for a second, why? It's just a hole. You can make up any story at all to go along with it. I could have also come up with some fanfic too. I could have said this is where the Pacific Rim aliens enter and exit our world. It's actually a portal to hell. Like, I could have come up with any explanation at all. It's just a fucking hole. I just don't even understand how this became news. Like, they're making it sound like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take a picture of this hole. It's not even that special. It's not even as cool as the holes that are on my body. And who's to say that this wasn't just done by a human being? You know, this could be something right out of the movie Holes, like with Warden Walker. I'm tired of digging holes, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. I think about that scene a lot. That's probably like one of my favorite scenes in all of cinema. Point is, it's just a fucking hole. Wow, I mean, look at the size of it.
So we're down here for a lot, and I've never seen anything like this before, so it's pretty spectacular.
There has been no confirmation that this is the site of a meteor strike, but Dave is optimistic.
I'm just going to rip the band-aid off here before we get into this segment. This is not the crash site to a meteor. This was dug by a couple of dudes on the beach using children's toys.
Yoshisaurus says, or trash.
Exactly as any rational person would assume, this hole on the beach was made by normal human beachgoers. It's not some kind of cosmic anomaly that just happened to unfold here. But I just love that for some reason Dave was walking along the beach, saw this, and his jaw just hit the fucking floor. So then he just let Hulkmania run wild in his brain, and he crafted this entire story about how it was clearly the crash site to a meteorite. This is just a crater formed from a super duper space rock that he now has. It's the Tesseract. He's got the fucking Allspark in his hand now from space, and he's got to go get it analyzed. It's just perfectly representative of the current climate of the world, where no matter how simple something is, people reach for the deepest, most outrageous explanation for it. This guy saw a hole and crafted an entire science fiction novel out of it. And you see that all the time online, where people just make up shit, just pull everything out of their ass based on nothing. Based on literally nothing. Nothing grounded in reality, and they just make up the most nonsensical garbage. And that's exactly what happened here. But usually when it comes to this phenomenon of dabbling in fantasy and passing it off as real, like 5G's destroying human DNA and it's a beacon to summon the reptilians, they're rising up against us thanks to fucking 5G. Usually the person spouting that is someone that is, you know, addicted to ketamine, their mind's rotting away, and they're not really in the best state. But in this case, the guy is apparently an astrophysics enthusiast, that's what they refer to him as. So it makes no sense why he wouldn't just think rationally about a fucking hole on the beach.
Only about a month ago, was watching documentaries from NASA on exactly what it is. So when I looked at it, saw how uniform it is, and last later I knew immediately that was looking at the impact site.
Dave has spent the day reaching out to astronomy experts to see if they can help him solve the mystery of the crater on the beach.
Hey Dave, I'm not an astronomy expert, but I'll help you solve that mystery on the beach. It was made by two guys and a Fisher-Price plastic shovel. So, we can put that one to bed now. It is not an interesting second.
Let's get this one tested, see what it's made of, and see if it can be confirmed as a meteor strike in Dublin.
Imagine the incredible twist of this story if Dave gets that analyzed and it turns out it is a real, authentic meteorite, and it just turns out, through the most astronomically unlikely series of events, that that hole that these dudes dug was also the impact site to that meteorite. So they dug this hole, and it acted like a target for that meteorite in space to come hit it, and Dave just finds it. That would be crazy. That would be unbelievably awesome. I'm rooting for you, Dave. I do hope it's a meteor thing.
Of a meteor strike, but footage emerged last night to men digging the hole on Fort Myers Beach. Local astrophysics boss David Kennedy was satisfied with the discovery and thought a rock found in the hole might have come to the skies above. Today he said he was disappointed and he's still getting the rock analysed in the hopes that once it completes its discovery.
After so many people clowned on them once it was revealed where this hole actually came from, they owned up to it. They said where the hole actually came from, much to the dismay of the astrophysics enthusiast. He says he's still going to get the rock analyzed. I imagine the findings that are going to be disappointing, to say the least. But hey, who knows? Maybe it really is a super rare space rock. I'm hoping that it is, because this is understandably pretty embarrassing for him, and he needs a W here. So, fingers crossed he actually did stumble upon a really rare rock, and it's worth a lot of money here. And yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah.
So, Ben, to the outside world, it appeared the Burning Man was a bit of a disaster, a downpour.
Just try and escape.
Find the man.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
I can't beat to win my belt back. There's not a war that I can't win to get my belt back.
Attention.
And there's not a warrior in the world that I can't beat to get my belt back. Because I beat.
Warning. Ring closing.
Fancy ass. We're already inside the next ring.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
How much of a champion now were they?
Aces, my ultimate's good to go.
Mid-range.
Care package being delivered.
Me, Haro. Care package dropping by for dinner.
There's no escape.
Oh my goodness! Recognizing so much.
Weapon supply bin here. Who doesn't love options?
Arm up, cuzzies. Got some goodies for you.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Where'd you guys go? Stinky? Are you guys friends?
Gonna get your butt.
Friends! Are you my friend? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Blackout says, sorry I can't be friends with YPPL.
I'm not white. What does that mean? That's racist, bro. What the fuck? Why would you say that?
Blackout says, I see my reflection and it scares me.
That's a you problem. Don't make it a me problem.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. Found an extended energy mag. Shield here. I prefer unburnt skin when making.
Backpack here. Level 2.
No escape.
Guess you didn't like your old look. Didn't know robots got insecure.
G7 Scout, yeah.
I think he's scared to death. I think he wants to make a bid. He's doing everything. Look at this. He took off. He wants him to join him. He wants him to join him.
You can't escape.
Right there. What is that smell? You might want to use that to clean up the mess you just made all over yourself.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
You need to open your eyes and ears. Take control.
What's up, Stinky?
The words I was about to say.
Contact over there.
For years, I have watched Wildest Industry with you as its figurehead. I try to recreate what is simply unrecreatable. I have listened to all the innuendo and speculation that something ultimate or warrior may soon reappear.
Rings nearby, 1 minute to close. Rings just up ahead.
Reloaded. Took down an egg. On your feet. Got it.
Come and get your birthday present.
You're getting hit?
Big up.
And they basically line up, and they've got their leaders kind of going back and forth, pacing up and down in front of them, hyping them up, sort of like Mel Gibson in Braveheart. And they yell, "By blood and honor we serve! By blood and honor we serve!" Then after about 10 minutes or so, they have a long procession where they already walk.
Listen up, the ring's moving.
Walking. I'm actually in the raid because I was forming a molten core raid myself, but I figured, you know what, they're probably flying up to Burning Steps, so
Attention.
that's what I chose.
Package.
Chase them down. And that's where they landed. They landed in Burning Steps, and they were just chilling here and sitting here for a little while. And I waited and waited, and then they started moving. Back to the plane. So they were back on the flight path, and they all flew away. I figured, you know what, they're probably going to see him George, and I was right.
There's no escape.
And they looked for some forward. There really wasn't too many. But they did find one, and they killed it. Like that. And then they went into Blackwell next. Wait a second. Why are they turning?
The third party coming from across the way.
I'm spotted, taken fire.
All the way to Target.
Recharging my shields.
And then when they got to Target, you know what they did?
New kill leader. Good. Recharging my shields.
And then they finally enter the mountain for the big battle.
Just giving my shields a
They're
recharge.
fighting against the opposing forward shield.
They're up the stairs. Don't go that way.
Heat shield deployed. In fight, grenade.
misspoke and realized, you know, I kind of pushed this game that in October, and I kind of
He's healing right here. He's healing. He's shielding. He's shielding. He's shielding. Inside the door, hard right.
I won't lie, clickbait title was saying October, just because that's kind of the takeaway I got from it. There is still a potential of that September date happening. We got more clarification on that one. So IGN posted an article basically explaining that the game is delayed, it's not going to show up this, that, and the other, and basically said that the game isn't coming till October. That's got a lot of fans wondering, like, what's the difference between this and what we heard from Ubisoft? Because it's a direct contradiction of what Ubisoft said, and Mark Rubin in response to that said this: "This is very misleading, as failing the first sub is normal and pretty much expected by any game. So our later this summer window has moved based on not passing the first sub. That window was based on having to go through the second sub, just trying to be as honest as I can. This is very misleading, as failing the first sub is normal and pretty much expected by any game. So our later this summer window has moved based on not passing the first sub. That window was based on having to go through the second sub, just trying to be as honest as I can. So at the time of recording and uploading this, it is the 13th of September, so that leaves us with roughly about 2.5 weeks remaining regarding September. So we have a little opportunity of window, I guess you could say, of the game releasing potentially on a Friday. Most games release on Fridays, that's like the common trend for video games, and that leaves us with the potential of the 22nd and the 29th. Now, we've talked previously about why those dates might not be good. I'll put a link to those in the description regarding, you know, the Modern Warfare 3 beta, and we got some more news today regarding Modern Warfare 3, and I made a video on that. If you guys are interested in anything Call of Duty, I would love for you guys to go check it out. But there is this little window of opportunity where I think the 22nd is the safest bet, which, if they hit the 22nd, that is the official last day of summer, which means they wouldn't miss that window of the end of summer. Now, I truly think that kind of thing is just thrown out the door right now. It doesn't matter if it's the end of summer. It doesn't matter if it's 22nd or if it's the 29th. If it comes in September, that's great, but the likelihood of it happening, I mean, there's been a few people saying, well, what about the 15th? Come on, friend. Time to win. This in 2 days, and that doesn't really give enough time to preload and launch unless they're going for like a Saturday launch or a Sunday launch, which just wouldn't make any sense from the perspective of their game. Like, why would you want to launch their game on a weekend where you can launch it on a Friday and
games are in
have a tournament over the titles? I don't know. Just my thought process when it comes to that. I just think that the smartest move is either launch on a Friday or don't launch until the next Friday. It just makes the most sense. And we're getting clarification from Mark Rubin that they're going to allow us that time to, you know, preload and get everything ready for the game to go and just get ready to launch. Because I have a feeling with there's not as much hype behind XDefiant, and I'm hoping the hype grows.
I say we land here.
Game to bring you guys gameplay of it, and I'm hoping
we
that
go.
they
It's
get
a long
enough
drop.
people that the servers get overloaded that they can fix those issues. Because if they're anything like the beta, there's going to be a lot of server issues going on where there's that many people. My beta had like 1 million people, and they can see that like it's a quarter of what we thought we were going to get. You know, we thought we were only going to get like 100,000. 2.1 million showed up, and it kind of just floated the servers. It's great because it's a great strength. I don't know, just a quick little update for you guys. Anything Mark Rubin has said, and or keep our fingers crossed on maybe we'll see more information on a release date. I have a feeling if we're getting it next Friday, we'll probably get some information regarding it Monday or Tuesday. Wednesday at the latest.
Recharging my
shields. A lot of time for the download. So Monday or Tuesday looks best. Or potentially this Friday, I could look forward to that. It's giving a week out for people to get excited, build the hype, put some teaser videos out, stuff like that. But I don't know, who am I to judge when the game will come out? If you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to like and subscribe. Let's pull the notifications. If you guys looking for another way to support me, you guys can head over to cheatfuel.com and use code PANDA, PANDA, so 30% off your next Cheat Fuel order. Cheat Fuel is zero sugar, clean energy, no crash, no jitters. It is something that gets me through my daily life of editing, the gym, just anything I have to do, and I need caffeine and a little pick-me-up. Cheat Fuel is there for me. So try out the flavors like Hype Sauce, Bahama Mama, Hibiscus Tea. Those are some of my favorites. Or pick yourself up a starter kit so you guys can try it yourself. Let me know on Twitter or in the comments if you guys tried to get Cheat Fuel. And I love you guys to death. I will see you guys in the next video. Deuces, boys.
The enemies, I am down.
Now, there have been some legendary gimmicks over the years, and some gimmicks are so good that it's hard to imagine a wrestler with, well, any other gimmick. For instance, The Undertaker, Kane, Mr. Perfect, Kurt Angle, and the $1 Million Man all had memorable gimmicks that not only lasted the test of time, but as a result had a successful career with it. On the flip side, there are sadly instances where a wrestler's gimmick is so bad that it can actually destroy their career.
The gimmick is so poorly received that there's simply no coming back for that superstar. And whatever they try to do to save their career and their position, they simply
Yes,
can't.
I'm inside the next
Which
ring.
gimmicks were they? Well, join us now as WrestleMania looks at 10 gimmicks that destroyed a wrestler's career forever. Be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for daily wrestling videos and follow us on Facebook for exclusive lists. Number 10, Mike Awesome, various gimmicks. Yeah, they were all terrible. And Mike Awesome was one of ECW's top stars, was often referred to as the 300-pound luchador, as the most Awesome could do in the ring were incredible for someone of his size. He attained lots of success in ECW and would win the world title on 2 occasions. This was certainly someone that any wrestling company would be lucky to have, particularly in the early 2000s. Thus, when Awesome signed for WCW in 2000, fans expected WCW to
Picked up
push
some
him to the
materials.
peak. He could have been the next big star for WCW, and they could have positioned him in top feuds with the likes of Sting, Goldberg, and DDP. Instead of pushing Awesome to the moon, Trinity decided to give Awesome 2 gimmicks, and both were downright ugly. One of his gimmicks was known as that 70s guy that saw Awesome act like he was from the 70s, but the crowd had zero idea what to make of the gimmick. His more infamous gimmick was known as the Fat Chick Gorilla. Symbol Awesome attempted to sleep with, well, overweight women. Awesome had so much potential, so it was a massive shame to see WCW
Picked up our teammate's banner.
true talent. The image that he perceived in
Going to fade.
ECW would be ruined forever. Number 9, Brodus Clay as the Funkasaurus. In 2011, WWE began to air vignettes promoting the return of Brodus Clay to WWE television. Before his extended absence, Brodus had been the bodyguard of Alberto Del Rio. It was expected that he would return as a monster and wreak havoc throughout WWE. But when he made his return to television, he debuted a brand new gimmick and would become the Funkasaurus. This gimmick involved Brodus dancing to the ring alongside Naomi and Cameron, and had the idea that he was from Planet Funk. Does Flash Funk come from there as well? Although the gimmick was downright awful, WWE persisted with it and even gave Brodus a segment on WrestleMania in 2012. As the gimmick ran its course, they tried to do everything in their power to make the gimmick work. They returned Brodus heel, but this did little to save his career. Brodus will be released in 2014 and would never wrestle in the WWE ever again. In relation to how the gimmick came about, Brodus discussed the idea for the gimmick during the Wrestling 365. He revealed, seeing me in the back ranting jokes,
Drafting right now.
or whatever, the boss said, "Are you sure this is the right way you want to go?" He said, "So what if we do this instead?" I was kind of surprised and kind of nervous, and didn't know if I could pull that off, as the dancing stuff really isn't who I am at all. But cracking jokes with a smile, I do that all day and joke around with the boys all the time. I'm always running my mouth and stuff, talking trash, things like that. But I never really thought of myself as a dancer. Number 8, Matt Morgan, stuttering gimmick.
Madison Square Garden.
Punching a tunnel.
When Matt Morgan resurfaced in 2005, WWE believed that his size and ability alone would get him over with the fans. They wanted Morgan to have a stuttering gimmick, and as you can imagine, it fell completely flat. According to Morgan, he absolutely hated the gimmick. Vince McMahon believed he could pull off the gimmick, and it gave him an Achilles heel. The gimmick ultimately ruined Morgan's WWE run, as he would only last a few months in the company following his reappearance in 2005. Morgan's stuttering gimmick was a classic case of Vince putting him on a superstar to make himself laugh, rather than create a successful character in WWE that could actually make some money.
Got a
Number
30-30
7,
repeater
Paul
here.
Burchill.
Car SMG here.
I fancy my sister gimmick? I don't know what else to call it. Paul Burchill had a total of 2 infamous gimmicks during his run in WWE. One of his gimmicks was that he would become a living, breathing pirate. Now, although the concept was creative, it failed to get over to the degree WWE wanted, and fans found it to be a little bit too childish. Vince McMahon pulled the gimmick as he somehow didn't know the Pirates of the Caribbean movie existed, and he decided to come up with a new gimmick. Somehow, the second gimmick idea was even worse. Burchill will be paired with his on-screen sister, Katie Lee, and the two would work a storyline where it was heavily implied there was a relationship between the two. It was extremely bizarre, and it was ultimately cut short when WWE transitioned into a PG product in summer 2008. Number 6, Perry Saturn, Hockney. Perry Saturn was one of the best all-round workers in ECW and WCW in the late 90s. So when he joined the WWE in 2000 alongside Guerrero, Benoit, and Malenko, it was expected that Saturn would have a solid and successful run in the company. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case. Although Saturn's run started off strong, it wasn't before long that Saturn would be given one of the most unusual gimmicks in WWE history.
Following receiving head trauma during a match with the APA, Saturn began to act incredibly different. He would become more erratic, and for some reason he fell in love with a mop known as Moppy. It's believed that the gimmick was given because of his full-blown shoot with Mike Bell, nearly resulting in serious injury. It would all come to an end after Raven destroyed Saturn's beloved Moppy in the wood chipper. The gimmick would come to an end following the match, and Saturn would really never have another chance at success in WWE ever again. He would be released in 2002 and would never make a return to the company.
One low, one high.
Fred Ottman, the Shockmaster. Fred Ottman had a relatively successful career in WWE between 89 and 93. He would have two different gimmicks during his career, the most famous of this being Typhoon. He would join forces with Earthquake to create the natural disasters, in what would be a well-regarded tag team combination. In 93, Ottman decided to join WCW, and instead of using a gimmick similar to those he used in WWE, WCW would put a brand new gimmick on him. It would become the Shockmaster. At this point in time, I don't think we need to explain who is the Shockmaster, as most likely Reloading. Impossible. The gimmick, however, was dead within the first 5 seconds of it being on WCW television. They persisted with the gimmick, but fans simply didn't take it seriously. By January of 1994, he was gone from WCW completely. He would never resurface in WCW ever again. Number 4, Vito, a cross-dresser. He would make his WWE debut in 2005, initially presented alongside Nunzio in the new version of the Full-Blooded Italians. But not too long before Vince McMahon had other ideas for the former WCW Tag Team Champion, he would randomly begin to wear a dress on television. Naturally, a wrestler can wear whatever they choose as attire, but there were
Had one knock and one a sliver.
As part of the gimmick, Vito would put his opponent's head under the skirt in a rather suggestive manner. Additionally, the gimmick was often criticized by heels on the show who claimed that a man should be wearing dress.
Giving my heels a recharge.
Made towards
Care package coming in.
Terribly and would be found in WWE's product today. Although Vito didn't have much success after taking on the gimmick, it is actually referred to the gimmick as one of his best gimmicks ever. Speaking to Wrestling Inc., Vito revealed, "When you're a good worker or a great wrestler, I was polished, I had the experience, and I had the know-how. Many people can understand this. When Dusty Rhodes was given the common man, they put him in polka dots and said it was a rib. So they put Vito in a dress. Some say it was a rib. Dusty made it the best gimmick ever, and I made the dress one of the best gimmicks ever." Then following a successful and acclaimed run in Japan, Matt Blue, known to WWE fans as Albert, would eventually return to the WWE in 2012. For his return, he would become a character known as Lord Tensai, where he would wear a traditional Japanese warrior outfit to the ring, and his prior gimmicks such as Albert and A-Train wouldn't be mentioned. But unfortunately, this led to fans constantly chanting Albert at him. Nevertheless, Tensai was pushed hard. He would secure wins over John Cena and CM Punk, but as crowd reactions got worse, his push was slowly dying down. Before 2012 was over, Tensai was pushed down to the lower mid-card, where he would be presented as a comedy act before his retirement in 2014. Number 2, Nick Dinsmore as Eugene. And Eugene was one of the WWE's more controversial characters. Debuting in 2004, Eugene would act as the nephew of Raw GM Eric Bischoff. And on the surface, that seems like a great gimmick to have. The issue was that it heavily implied that Eugene was special needs, and as a result, his entire character and storylines were built around this implication. A lot of fans found the gimmick highly offensive. The gimmick lasted a few years before it was dropped entirely. Eugene was never repackaged as another character. And number 1, DDP, a stalker. Won the WCW title a total of a number of notable matches and feuds with the likes of Macho Man Randy Savage and Goldberg. When they acquired WCW in 2001, DDP decided to accept a buyout and join the WWE in the hopes that he would become a top star in the company. But instead of the DDP that was so popular in WCW, WWE fans instead got DDP with an entirely new gimmick. He would become a stalker. He would stalk The Undertaker's wife in one of the worst storylines ever. The gimmick and storyline made little to no sense. The logic behind it was that DDP wanted to make the most impact possible. The gimmick was even responsible for DDP losing to Sarah on television, which was ultimately the last time fans took DDP seriously as a credible threat. The gimmick was universally hated by fans and critics alike. DDP would never recover. They would attempt to repackage DDP as some kind of motivational speaker, but this did little to save the career of the former WCW champion, and he would be released by WWE in 2002. But there you have it, folks. 10 gimmicks that totally destroyed a wrestler's career forever. Be sure to leave your comments down below, and I'll see you next time with some more rest.
I am from Japan. I found out in this country, people are so affectionate. They like to hug, shake hands. In my country, we are not. So whenever we jump the ecstasy, we bow the crap out of each other. Like this. Thank you. That joke was A+. Asian, I grade myself. My name is Aiko. In Japanese, it means love child. So I look up the dictionary. It said bastard. My last name is Tanaka. It means in the right field. So my whole name is bastard in the right field. Nice to meet you. Love rights. I used to work at Chinese restaurant for Jews. It's called Ching Ching. It's racist. We are known for this thing. It's called Chinese chicken stuff. Sometimes Julie will say,
Memory's a terrible thing. Don't worry, I'll be the last thing you remember.
Death is not on our path. Not yet.
This is gonna be a good fight.
I never go up to the Swedish guy and say, let me take you to IKEA with some meatball.
Introducing your champion.
Run fast, hit fast, win fast.
My ex was like, hey, I was going to speak Japanese. That turns me off. I'm like, why don't you go to
Chin up,
Chinatown?
mates. You just ain't that good is all.
You don't know the difference.
I'm the
Marvelous. So many willing test
He's
subjects.
like, come on, I want to hear it.
Mind over matter. Unless the matter is mine.
If I can be honest, I just like the killing.
I'm with you. Just for the green card.
Mind over matter. Unless the matter is
Thank me. You can rest now. I never will.
Don't eat all that
Mind
chicken.
over matter.
Everybody got quiet.
Unless the
Enough. Might be something good that way.
You might be of use to me yet.
I went to pick her up at the airport. And she had a shirt off. And she was a bitch. I was like, Mom, she wants that bitch. I go, wow.
Team already here. Team already here.
round
Flee.
beginning ring countdown. Attention. First blood.
I am a born again Christian. That means I used to be a slut. Your dad got it for me.
Just us now.
And I went to pick her up at the airport. And she had a shirt off. Like a bitch. I was like,
Void
Mom,
ready.
you don't get me.
Smart moves. Champions out.
Like Gucci. Your dad got it for me.
Catching myself up.
I am a born again Christian. That means I used to be a slut. Jesus speaks of the women.
We should check out over there.
Heads up. Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking. Reloading. Careful. Hostile landed near me.
What the black church? It's like, I used to go to white church. It's really beautiful, quiet. Oh, I go to sleep. Black church.
Phasing.
Unlimited, passionate. It's like sit down.
You can't escape. Care package coming down.
I have an accent.
My ultimate's ready.
So hard for you to have an accent. I'm like, no, it's hard for you.
Well, we ain't going that way.
You don't listen to my messed up English. I have a hard time saying the word Pedialyte. So I call it baby juice. I was at the market and after that, where can I find baby juice? He took me in the back. You know that look better you put PS? I thought it meant Dear sister, I hope you're well. Wanna say something? You abducted. Remember that. It's fun to beg.
I appreciate you bringing me back. The shelter itself.
Eva 8, shotgun ammo here.
Example, the good Christian girl. Only thing I enjoy is strippers. Strippers are confusing, but this black girl came up to me. She said her name is Asia. She was like,
phasing.
I was like, Tyrone?
I need a fresh kill. Let's go here.
No kill leader. Go on, watch out.
Well, speaking of somebody else.
Follow the tunnel.
It's all my next hit. Right here.
I'm spotted. Taking fire.
Taking damage. Scramble. Grenade incoming.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
There's no escape.
Portal's ready.
Help drone if you need.
I know. Someone's gonna pay for that.
Recharging my shields. Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Reloading. Quit lying. I got ya.
Recharging my shields.
Charging myself up a bit.
Target landed near me. Wrong choice.
Reloading.
Using a Phoenix kit.
You're in a team by me.
Just a scrape.
I'm down. Pick me up.
On your feet. Lifelines got your back. Just a scrape. 1 second.
Using a med kit.
Patching myself up a bit.
Be my shield, skin bag. I need healing.
Round 2.
Just trying to escape. Using a med kit.
Next ring's far.
Come on with ya. Say hello.
Definitely a team that went through here. I don't know if you want to do that. I wish you could just take this fucking zip here.
Making contact.
Take this tower over here.
There's a jump tower over there.
You can't escape. Saw someone over here. Let's hunt over here.
Go. There's a guy right here too.
Enemy over there. Need to recharge my shields.
Contact with target. Fine, you broke their shield now. Reloaded.
Reloading. Heads up. The ring's moving.
Reloading.
Boy jumping. Setting a portal.
Enemy down.
I set the portal.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Big things in that. I need help.
Half the squads remain.
I've been down.
Healing up. Eyes are open though. I've been down.
The fight was dumb to get into at the end there. Cost us the fucking game.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown. Replicator delivered.
Then dropping.
So dumb.
That was Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis in January of this year, asking a judge to block the release of the report to be expected and very detailed for judgment. April wanted to block the reporters, hoping that the release to work on it. After they got working from the beginning of the routine about last month, they harbored the affairs. But get them documenting the word inside. Tiptoed around who was on the list of people that the grand jury thought DA Lewis should have done. family courts very clearly wanted to spill the beans. So we're talking about multiple people. Yes. How long? How many people? Is this a long list?
It's not a short list. It's not a short list. I mean, we saw 75 people, and there are 6 pages of the report cut out, I think, if you look at the page number. So, it's not...
So we're talking about more than a dozen people?
I would say that, yes.
I guess we will call that willpower. And now, today, we finally know what Special Grand Jury Foreperson Emily Force was dying to tell the world. They recommended indicting 39 people.
Death is not on our path.
I would say that,
Not
yes. Yeah, it's a whole heck of a lot more than a dozen. Now, I know most public analysis
It's time to move out.
to indict the 19 people she did indict has framed this as a sweeping indictment.
I don't push the envelope, I shred it.
It's sort of a conservative indictment, you know. Here are the 21 people that the special grand jury recommended be indicted that D.A. Willis ultimately did not indict. That's a lot of people. Among them are 10 fake electors, 6 lawyers, and 3 U.S. senators. Now, one of those fake electors is the current Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Bill Jones. The reason for his exclusion is likely because
Hold on tight. It's time to drop, shock, and rock.
Split their opponents. So the judge overseeing the case has disqualified Ms. Willis from
Menace says,
So it
GG.
makes sense why Bill Jones did.
Yo, why did you do this?
Right? Wow, the best loot ever. Bro.
But what about everybody else? What about Senator Lindsey Graham? You might remember that more than a month before Trump infamously called Georgia's Senator Brad Raffensperger and asked him to find nearly $12,000 votes, you might remember that in November of that same year, Lindsey Graham and Mr. Raffensperger gave an own call. In that call, Mr. Raffensperger said that Senator Graham appeared to suggest that he, Raffensperger, find a way to toss legally cast ballots. To toss legally cast ballots. Senator Graham said the characterization of his
Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking. The ring's closing in 1. We're not very close.
Today, the senator put out a statement saying he just had questions and he's doing his due diligence.
I'm getting hit
What
over
a
here.
stupid fucking drop.
What a stupid man! You didn't do a goddamn thing. Shut the fuck up.
Ring, 45 left.
You're a fucking retard, bro. Look at you sitting right there. Look, there's one person right there. Look, easy kill right there.
You don't think I see him? I have no ammo, you dipshit. What the hell am I be shooting at him, you dumb man? Shut the fuck up! Play the game how you want to fucking play it. I'll play the fucking game how I want to play it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. You suck at the game. You die. Shut the fuck up.
You should buy a new gun, micro.
This time I'm down.
Zero ammo. What do you want me to shoot with? My fucking pecker, bro?
Who was the dumbass that dropped us there to begin with, though? That's the biggest problem.
Fun. We're playing a fucking video game. If you're not having fun, why are you playing a video game, bro? Go knit
Why are you
drop?
I have fun when people don't drop, and you're making it fun just by your reaction, you loser. Oh my god.
It's for something
I'll be a fucking loser all day.
Dude, seriously, learn not to drop. Don't drop like that.
Having fun. Play a fucking video
What do you
game,
mean
but
not
don't
having
understand
fun?
that people are trying to have fucking fun. Because you're a goddamn fucking
Sounds
idiot.
like
Shut
you're
the
having
fuck
so
up.
much fun
Go have
right now, huh?
Knitting a sweater
You're
with
having
your grandmother, bro.
You're
Shut
having
the
a
fuck
fun
up.
time? Are you having a fun time telling people to shut the fuck up? Is that fun for you?
The Creator
Holy
Dashboard
shit,
never
bro.
had this spot right here, this revenue area, and they recently just added it. They didn't tell us.
Mic
where it was,
off.
So I basically just leaked
Mic
how much money
on.
I made
I
that
think you
week,
should heal, bro.
which is $13,168.32. Now I tried to play it all cool on stream like it didn't happen,
This is
but
hilarious.
unfortunately, Dexterra got a hold of it, and now it has 3.5 million views.
Maybe
in
if you
just
can take
3
my
hours.
gun, you would have
And
ammo, bro.
everybody's talking about how much money we make and how insane it is that I'm making about $500,000 a year from Twitch. And in this video, I'm going to break down how much money I make and how that number is completely inaccurate.
It's way more. Now, to just let you guys know and understand, I'm completely transparent with how much money I make because I know it's interesting for you guys to understand how much money streamers and entertainers in the space really make. And should you guys use your tier 1s on us? Should you guys donate your $50 you got in your allowance? No, you should not. And I'm going to go over on this video why. So that $13,168 is actually a lie. I make more than that in a week on Twitch for sure. That week I actually didn't stream a lot, so it only says 13,000.
Nigga, just shut up.
In a week on Twitch is usually anywhere between $20,000 to $25,000.
Just play like a little rat that you are.
Where is that money? That's about $80,000 a month that you're claiming you make just on Twitch alone. Where's that money coming from? Is it your subscribers, your tier 1s, your Twitch Primes? The answer is no. A lot of my money on Twitch, despite what people believe about Twitch, that it's this terrible platform and it just steals all your money, you actually make a lot of money through one thing alone, and that's the ad revenue on Twitch. So, this is the month of August. I streamed 85 hours this month. I made about 80,000, and 42,000 of that was just ads alone, and $11,000 of that was Twitch Turbo, which also equates into ads. So about $54,000 out of my $80,000 I made strictly went just from ads and Twitch Turbo. Now, you're probably wondering, what is Twitch Turbo? Now, if you don't know what Twitch Turbo is, it is basically a one-stop subscription to Twitch, which then you'll never get ads on Twitch, and it basically counts as a sub to everybody if you don't get the emotes. And it is definitely worth it if you are someone that avidly watches Twitch. I will always recommend to get Twitch Turbo. It is totally worth it. And especially if you don't want to see the ads from all the creators whenever you click on their streams, get Twitch Turbo. It is a lifesaver. It also does make money for the creators when they run their ads. So if you want to support creators as well, while also not getting ads everywhere you go, but not subscribing to everybody, definitely recommend Twitch Turbo. It is the best feature, and it is really great that Twitch added it a while ago. They're just resurfacing it lately, but it's definitely the best thing. As for the amount of money we make, I actually don't make most of my money through subs or gifted subs or even bits and donations. Most of my money comes from
Scrappy DP says, how many seconds into the next fight does he die? We have a bet. Scrappy DP says, going over here.
And $11,000 is through Twitch Turbo, which adds up to about $54,000. $54,000 is a lot of money, and that's where, you know, a lot of my money that I made last month comes from. It's just ad revenue alone. So when you wonder why your streamers are constantly running ads, that's the legitimate reason. I make most of my money on Twitch through ads and Twitch Turbo alone. People like to claim that Twitch is this place of just, you know, stealing your money in 50-50 splits, and they do, trust me. But at the same time, their ad revenue is absolutely fantastic for mid to big size creators, and it results in a lot more money for us. Now, my CPM is also higher than average because I have a lot more audience that's in America and Canada, so that results in a higher dollar per ad I run. But I run about 3 to 4 minutes of ads an hour through those 85 hours, resulting in $54,000 in total, which is a ton of money. Now, just to keep in mind, that number is also way higher because it is September.
Eyes up.
So
Incoming replicator.
as the year goes on more and more, closer to Christmas, the amount of money you make on your ads goes up because it's the holiday season. This is when people are trying to push as many ads to Twitch as possible.
You having
to
fun?
Make money. So September, October, November, December are huge months for Twitch streamers to get their ad revenue, and it skyrockets all the way to Christmas Day. And then once it hits January, it drops 90% because no one's trying to market in January because it is after the holiday season and it is after quarter 4. So people do not want to spend money. These next 4 months, you're going to see a lot of streamers spamming that ads because it is totally worth it and they'll make way more money. So the idea comes down to, should you subscribe to the top tier streamers? The answer is yes. If you want to use your Twitch Prime, it's not like it's costing you anything.
How's your day
you
been,
really
Ray?
only watch the streamer and you don't want to get their ads, then you should subscribe, or you should use your tier 1, especially if you watch them a lot. It fully makes sense. But if you're trying to do something where you're trying to donate to these streamers, or possibly just gift subs or tier 1 because you want to support them, you're not really making a massive dent unless you're like super rich. I totally recommend you just keep your money, and your favorite creator probably would as well, because the truth of the matter is they make money from you through the ads, so it's not like they're not making money from you anyway. And you just don't need to do it, especially if you're penny pinching and it's not worth the $60 or $70 a year to tier 1. I think Twitch Prime is totally fine to top streamers. I think that you should, if you're going to subscribe to somebody, give it to a smaller creator. Give it to the smaller, mid-sized tier creators that can use that money much better than we can at the top, because we make a lot of our money not even from Twitch. So the thing is, with a lot of these top creators, such as myself, is we make a lot of our money through sponsors, or at least I used to. But a lot of our money doesn't even come from Twitch. So that $80,000 to $100,000 I make, I would say is about 40 to 50% of my income. The other half is sponsors and brand deals. That's where a lot of our money comes in as well. So you can basically think of the idea that it's about half of our revenue usually. And especially going into the holiday season, it's going to be even more. Which is why I totally understand when people say that they're not going to subscribe, never sub, never donate. It's a very popular saying. In fact, I even tweeted it today. And it actually holds value to streamers like me. You know, you don't need to subscribe to me. I am totally okay. While I appreciate your support, I don't need the money.
I'm gonna sit back here and eat my supper while y'all fucking dipshits.
I'm telling you, it is a lifesaver. But
sit here and watch, because y'all are too fucking stupid to leave the game and go play another fucking game that you're more apt to play.
Do you not understand how this game works? Bro, do you not understand how this game works? We're in ranked. If we, do you know what happens if we leave right now?
You'd be better at that game.
Do you know what happens if we leave right now? Are you that dumb?
My goddamn head.
Are you that dumb? You don't understand how it works? I'm not gonna go get a fucking 10-minute penalty when I can watch you for 3 more minutes and you're gonna get slaughtered. My fucking chat is having a fucking hell of a time watching you, buddy. Figure it out. You're being live streamed. It's hilarious.
What's your Twitch, bro?
Tell me how cool you are.
Replicator being delivered.
Eyes up.
Yo, what's your Twitch, bro?
I'm not looking for you to follow me. Oh no.
Does bro have a master?
This is about to get fucking pinched by 2 teams.
Bro has the mastiff, bro. Look, there's a guy right there looking at you,
I know,
buddy.
he has no clue what's going on.
Why are you holding a shotgun?
He's having fun. He's having fun. Come on.
This guy's a retard. Bro.
It's okay. I think he's just new. He'll learn one day. Give him, you know. We're all there one time.
Bro, is that person blind? Is that Octane right there?
Probably just knows this guy ain't doing shit. He's like, I'm not gonna worry about that guy right now. He's the fucking just standing there looking, aiming at the fucking grass.
Run! Run!
He doesn't even put his gun away.
Stupid ass.
He's just hiding in the fucking trees all game. And then as soon as they find him, they're gonna fucking slaughter him. He misses 3 shots. One behind you. Uh-oh, he's dead. He's dead. You didn't make it 15 seconds into the next fight.
What the fuck did y'all do? Not a goddamn thing to sit there and
You
watch.
didn't make it 15
Shut
seconds,
the fuck up.
bro.
Go do your homework.
Oh,
0
yeah.
damage to both of you. 0 fucking damage,
Yes,
bro.
because of
Shut
your
the
drop.
fuck
Are
up.
you that dumb? That was all you. You'd figure it out. Are you dumb? Oh my god. Well, let's go play another one as a lifeline and see what happens. They don't get that guy again.
You know,
I got
that makes a lot more sense. But to bigger creators, it's just not necessary, and I don't think you need to really. I don't think you know. Now, if you're interested on the sponsorship side and how much money content creators make, there is basically a very simple formula that content creators know that you guys might not know on how much money we make per hour. And the formula is basically this. For every viewer that you have, you make about anywhere between $0.8 to $1 per viewer. So if you have 5,000 viewers and you're playing a game for 2 hours, you can probably assume around $4,000 to $5,000 per hour for playing that game. So yes, sponsors are a lot of money, and these content creators get paid a ton for it. Some sponsors might pay a little bit less, especially if they are more exciting for the streamer, but some mobile games and other sponsors might pay even double this to make streamers excited or desire to play their game. So it depends on the creator, but that's usually the basic standard when it comes down to sponsors. So you can basically assume that if someone gets around 2,000 viewers, they're probably going to make a decent amount of money if they're doing a sponsor. Streaming has never been more lucrative. It is a very lucrative field, and streamers and content creators in this field make a lot of money. There's no doubt about it. You also have to realize that the streamer typically is very low. Streamers who are making $200,000, $300,000 a year, probably 80% of the time. So what's really their overhead? Their computer? There's not much. So their cost of living is very low. Their requirements are very low, but they're making a ton of money. Now, obviously, that doesn't fit into every creator. You have people like iBuy, who is just spending millions of dollars every single time he goes live. I spend a lot of money on my content as well, and I know a lot of other streamers do, especially IRL streamers. They spend a ton. But most streamers just play games a lot of the time, and their spending is very, very low. I kind of want to make this video just to show you how much money I make, or, you know, really anyone in the space. It's interesting, and I think it's very... I don't mind being transparent with you guys about it, because, you know, it's... Why not? I mean, it's... You guys the one that give me the money, and I appreciate every second. So I might show you how much money I make. But that's really it for this video. Thank you guys for watching. If you're new here, please subscribe. And please stop tweeting about me.
A federal grand jury has indicted Hunter Biden on felony gun charges. Now, this follows a plea deal involving a diversion agreement that absolutely fell apart for Hunter just a few weeks ago. Now, he is dealing with 3 counts as a result of this grand jury indictment. Biden was indicted in Delaware federal court on 3 counts tied to the possession of a gun while using narcotics. 2 counts are tied to Biden allegedly filing a form claiming that he was not using illegal drugs at the time he purchased a Colt Cobra revolver in October of 2018. The 3rd count
is this the same dude I just was playing with?
And I mean, that must be
Bro, is that you?
Offense in a country where we're just swimming with guns. All of these
Yo Station, you fucking
definitely
stupid
not
fuck.
using any illegal narcotics. Definitely
Get ready.
not.
Moving
By the way,
Dude who drops like an idiot.
At the federal level,
Did he already drop off?
Millions of people have done this crime.
Schedule 1 drug. It is considered a Schedule 1 drug.
And there is no other underlying crime like
We need to bail and go. We're going further out. Bail on that. Bail on that.
This is pretty much never. But all of a sudden, you have a Trump-appointed special prosecutor, and
I'm going down deep as far away as I can.
Payback, and we're charging the lowest crime in American history. All right, have fun. Boy, you got it, Republicans.
No, look, I think this is their attempt to essentially get more... I mean, it's part of their fishing expedition. So as a result of this indictment, I'm sure many of you might have heard of various Republican lawmakers calling for his financial documents to be subpoenaed, even though they've already subpoenaed so many of his financial documents. They've poured over his financial documents. They have failed to show any wrongdoing, or at least wrongdoing tying Joe Biden to Hunter Biden in any incriminating way. I want to also just go back to the plea deal that fell apart, just in case you might have missed that angle to the story. So as I mentioned, last month, there was a plea deal that actually fell apart. And it was a plea deal that Special Counsel Michael Weiss had agreed to, although there seemed to have been some sort of miscommunication. The 2 sides reached a plea agreement in July, which called for Hunter Biden to plead guilty in Delaware federal court to 2 misdemeanor counts of failing to pay his taxes in return for prosecutors recommending a sentence of probation. Now, a separate felony gun charge, and that's the gun charge that he's now been indicted for illegally owning a Colt Cobra 38 special handgun, would have been dropped in 2 years if Biden honored the terms of what's known as a diversion agreement. Now, it all kind of fell apart as a result of, I guess, a miscommunication between the prosecutors and the defense. Now, the judge overseeing the case took a look at the plea agreement and had some questions. The agreements are not straightforward, and they contain some atypical provisions. U.S. District Judge Mary Ellen Norica noted, including one that could theoretically protect Biden from other tax-related crimes in the same time period. And so prosecutors said the provision in the diversion agreement would not protect him from different charges, while attorneys for Hunter Biden said it would. That miscommunication essentially led to the plea deal falling apart. And because of political pressure from the Republican Party toward Michael Weiss, the special counsel decided to move ahead with a grand jury, and the grand jury did decide to indict Hunter Biden on this gun charge.
Yeah. So that plea deal had a big problem, which is that it was super vague. You didn't know what it applied to. Did it apply to all charges against Hunter Biden or just these nonsense charges? So I think the judge made the right decision in the earlier case. I think the plea deal was deeply flawed, but in a normal case, they would never prosecute anyone on this. And so he's doing it because of political pressure, or because he's a weirdo right-winger who wants to get Hunter Biden no matter what. By the way, there's a third possibility that the Republicans have now latched on to. And
you saw where I just was, you can get it right there.
One, too. They think that even though Trump appointed him, he's secretly on Biden's side, and he's charging him with
shit right here, too.
He doesn't want to charge him with anything that could connect him to Joe Biden. Or the more likely explanation is he doesn't have any evidence connecting him to Joe Biden, and you guys have dug and dug and dug, and you've got you've asked for every kind of evidence, you've got every kind of evidence, by the way, including bank records. There's still crying about bank records, but they got a ton of bank records. And none of them show any connection between Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. The laptop shows there's no connection. Look, the Republican Party these days, look, you watch the show regularly, you will see us criticize Democrats harsher than almost any other show, including a lot of right-wing shows, right? And Hunter, we got no love for it all. He ran scams to no end with the art, and gas, and all that stuff, right? But guys, they don't have any evidence. And the Republican Party today, this current Republican Party, they just lie as a regular course of business. We've never seen anything like this. The politicians lie regularly to begin with, but there's a whole new level. They took it to 11.
They did.
Like, they just say it with no shame at all. None of this is true. Hunter is not connected to Joe Biden, and this charge is absolute trash.
In fact, I actually want to call a specific person out, and it's, look, the lawmakers are going to do what they do, right? This is a politicized prosecution. I think it's pretty clear at this point. But in regard to right-wing media, just today I saw a tweet from Ben Shapiro that was concerning, because Ben Shapiro really likes to present himself as more of a good faith member of conservative media. He does better than others, definitely better than, like, let's say, Michael Knowles. However, he lied in that tweet.
Or anyone else he's ever hired. But, okay.
No, that's true. That's exactly true. That's it. Now, in his tweet, he said, people keep saying that there's no evidence incriminating Joe Biden. And then he lists, like, he has bullet points proving that there is evidence. And in that list, he included the testimony by Devin Archer, a former business partner of Hunter Biden's. You guys, Devin Archer's testimony was garbage. He did not say what Republican lawmakers investigating the Biden family were hoping he would say. He said the exact opposite of what they were hoping he would say. In fact, his testimony was so bad, and the Republican lawmakers doing the investigation knew it was going to be so bad, that James Comer, the head of the committee investigating Hunter Biden, didn't even show up for the testimemy. So how did they list Devin Archer as evidence incriminating Joe Biden?
Yeah, you never see us defending the Democratic Party unjustly. You never see us make excuses I'm sorry, but it's just a reality. Right-wing politicians and right-wing media. It's just based on a factory of lies. So that testimony, and Ben Shapiro, look, to his credit, is a smart guy. He's too smart not to know that it was a humiliating testimony. James Comer literally didn't show up, and this was so humiliating. And look, I agree, this is so-called evidence that they cite. It's not going to...
Oh shit, on top.
It's total horse crap, like Joe Biden called Hunter Biden. It's his son, of course he called him. He calls him Neil, he calls every family member David. Are you guys like, I wonder what she was up to. Look, the politicians overall are cheesy. They are generally corrupt. Joe Biden has taken hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions, and he has delivered for those donors. That is legalized bribery. He participates in it just like almost every other politician does. You want to hit him on that? I agree with you, and I will back that up. But you want to invent things, and you want to just make up reality and lie to your audience 24/7 and poison their minds with things that aren't true. Sorry, no, you're full of crap. And be careful what you wish for. I mean, there are no strong Democrats in this country. But God help you if there is one day. Because you can literally put away millions of Republicans on that same charge.
Millions of
I made sure to at least grab you before I died.
Americans, like, who, again, partake in the use of illegal narcotics as it pertains to our federal government, and certainly have possession of firearms.
So there's no use in talking to right-wing media or politicians. They don't care about what's facts. They're just trying to
this guy will not.
So what right-wing voters?
He left us. He did not give two fucks.
Principles at all.
I honestly think
I had to play with this game. Guy left. He was terrible. He played like a rat.
Did not commit any crimes with that gun.
Yeah.
I was wondering why he just left us in the middle of a fight.
He doesn't know how to play. He doesn't really know what he's doing.
None of you have ever made a mistake on one of those forms. Come on! You know that
15 seconds
to you.
next
Go
fight,
ballistic and say
that.
it was the tyranny of government taking your rights.
May take a minute because he'll work the edge of the map, you know, find a bush and hide in there. It's ridiculous.
You don't believe that. You know you don't believe that.
This is honestly, and I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. And I'm trying to be understanding of the conservative voters' mindset as they get riled up by the misinformation they're fed by right-wing media and GOP politicians, right? This is their version of the Russian collusion investigation. You get what I'm saying? And so think about how the way that Russia collusion story was covered, especially on outlets like MSNBC, really made people think like, no, there's a lot of smoke here, there must be fire. So I want to be understanding toward them, because the propaganda is there, and the propaganda is fierce, and it's just wall-to-wall nonsense about how...
He thinks that this is how...
I mean, people genuinely think there's already evidence available. There isn't, and I want to see it. Like, I have no problem pointing to the evidence myself and saying, you know what, here's what they found. This does not look good for Hunter Biden. This does not look good for Joe Biden. That evidence doesn't exist, guys.
Yeah.
If there is the Devin Archer testimony, show me where Devin Archer said, oh yeah, totally, Joe Biden, as vice president, was selling his influence to foreign agents in order to cash in to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. Show me. I'd love to see it. No, we don't have no problem correcting our errors on this show.
Yeah.
It just doesn't exist. By the way, I will correct one error that I've already made in this story, and that is the name of the special counsel. It's not Michael Weiss, it's David Weiss. I don't know why I keep wanting to call him Michael. Good. It's David Weiss.
Yeah, so a lot of things here, guys. Look, I know in the Trump-Russia situation there was a lot of smoke, but when it turned out that there was no fire, what did we do? We told you there was no fire. And that's not that hard. That's not that hard. You go, oh wait, his sons are saying that they get all their money from the Russians and 100 other things. Oh, Hunter Biden is a crook, it seems like a crook, that's fair. And he's talking about the big guy and calling the big guy, and that sounds weird. But then at the end, is there a fire or isn't there? So when our side sees there's no fire, I shouldn't speak for our side, I should speak for us. When we see there's no fire, we tell you, honestly, there's no fire. Their side sees there's no fire. They're like, oh, great, let's keep lying to them about the fire.
Right.
let alone the fact that we lied about the smoke to begin with.
We start the fire.
Cosby treatment.
Yeah, and guys, last thing. If the special prosecutor has Hunter on corruption, for God's sake, charge him, okay? I don't want any corruption in this country, and I certainly don't want to connect to the President of the United States. If you have the evidence and you don't charge him, that would be a travesty of justice. If you don't have the evidence, shut up and drop these stupid charges that you know are trash, and let's move on with our lives.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. We also love it if you hit the join button below, because that makes you a member, and members allow us to be independent, honest, we can be as progressive as we want, no corporate media influence, and that's all because of you guys. We love doing the show with our members. Hit the join button to become one of the young troops.
We are preparing to strike these companies in a way they've never seen before.
He's coming in and saying, well, they've never seen anything like it. I think there's a nuclear option on the table, if he's not careful. And the nuclear option is a country called Mexico. Puebla's got a 55,000 person factory from VW, and they had a good education.
Respawn beacon over there.
$5 an hour, no real pollution control rules, that's not to be mentioned, and free health care. So you know what, you want to play ball? You want to keep doing this? Mexico.
Glad to see you standing up for the American worker here, Jim. Thanks for that.
Hard to imagine Jim Cramer hate anything or anyone more than the American worker. That was CNBC's Cramer essentially responding to an impending auto worker strike as a result of a contract expiring and the big three essentially, you know, not meeting the demands of the unionized workers. Now the big three include Ford, GM, and Stellantis. And it's amazing to me that Cramer's like, yeah, these companies should just sell out the American worker to Mexico. You know, cheap labor, wouldn't it be so much better, especially for the bottom line for these companies? You know, maximize their profits, return, you know, higher returns on investment to shareholders. It'd be great. You know, I want to give you guys an update on where the negotiations stand in a minute, but Jake, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a great mask off moment. Like that CEO the other day saying we should make the workers suffer and we should drive up unemployment so they know their role. Okay. And this is corporate media saying, well, our allegiance is to corporations. It's not to our viewers, it's not to the American people, it's the citizens they despise. They openly despise.
This is some crazy gameplay.
More conservative than Fox News. Yeah.
Go find a new corner.
It's not even that close. So, and Fox News is crazy conservative on economic. CNBC still goes further right wing than they. Because the whole corporate media, both.
Well, you better be careful when
we
see you.
Mainstream media, the MSNBC, the CNNs of the world, and right-wing media, the Fox News, etc., get under the same umbrella of corporate media. They're giant multi-billion-dollar corporations. Their number one clients are all multi-billion-dollar giant corporations. And they serve those people. That's literally how they make money. And then they insult you to your face. They insult your intelligence by saying, no, we don't care about our profits. We don't
I wonder if they know where he's at.
We're just being honest and looking out for you. It's a joke. Jim Cramer now, you know, is admitted accidentally that it's always been a joke. They're for the CEOs, they're for the owners, they're for the shareholders. They are not.
Get a 0 kill win, buddy. Let's go. Fucking do this.
Look at that threat he does to you.
Make him die in the storm. They can't find you.
Cheaper labor, which is always better than you anyway. That's the kind of disgusting crap that corporate media has been doing our whole lives. And by the way, I'm furious at the Democratic
Just get the third party with a one-stroker.
All these populist, fake populist clowns on the right wing who say, oh, you know, it's not terrible what CNBC's doing. Hey, you know what? Trump's got a great new idea.
There's absolutely, there's no way this works, but I'm fucking loving it.
Look, I actually disagree with you a little bit, okay? Because, yes, I agree that most members of corporate media will either engage in half-truths or they'll just flat out lie, but Jim Cramer, to his credit,
I'm so lucky.
Okay, He absolutely despises Sean Fain, who is the head of the United Auto Workers. Can't stand the guy. This isn't the first time he's attacked him. But let's get back to where the negotiations stand. Now, if the Big Three fail to reach deals with the United Auto Workers before 11:59 p.m. tonight, the union's contracts will in fact expire, and the workers will likely be going on strike. Now, there are some other potential options. We'll get to that in a moment, but here's where the negotiations stand as we speak. So the UAW is demanding a 20% immediate raise, as well as an additional raise of 5% over every year over the next 4 years.
What am I watching?
So in total, the UAW is asking for approximately a 36% raise over the life
The
of
delay
that
tip.
contract.
He's just gonna try to laugh as long as he can until he
President of
dies.
the union, Sean Fain, all the automakers had boosted the amount they were offering to raise wages, with Ford now offering 20%.
Now he's done.
Contract. GM offering 18%, and Stellantis offering 7.5%. But it would just be a one-time raise of that amount without the additional increase per year, the 5% increase.
They're just
per year
worried
that
about the
they're
guys on
asking for.
top right now. They're like,
But
fuck
even
that,
Ford, who's
dude.
now offering the highest wage increase of 20%, is only
Better
proposing
get ready
about
for the
half
third
of
party.
what the union
Doing
wants.
them now.
It's worth noting that the union's demands go further than just pay increases. And by the way, their demands are based on how much profit the Big Three have brought in, especially in recent years. The Big Three have made about $21 billion in profit in just the first
You don't even
6
need
months
that.
of this year. Okay, so the idea that
You need to get up,
they're
though.
barely hanging on and increasing the pay of the very individuals who are generating the revenue and the profits for the companies is a ridiculous argument to make. Now, the Big Three CEOs also have, on average, a 40% pay raise over the last 4 years. And here's what each of them made in 2021 specifically. I'm sure there may be more now. GM CEO Mary Barra made over $29 million. Ford
There it
CEO
is.
I was absolutely running, bro.
Stellantis CEO
Stop talking.
$21 million.
Sometimes you gotta be patient, bro. You gotta be patient. You can't just push into everything.
That was trash, bro. You just were the biggest rat I've ever seen. You're a rat.
Since 2003, auto workers have seen their average hourly wage decline by a whopping 30% due to the stagnant wages and inflation. Now, so what is the UAW also pushing for in these negotiations? They want the end of this tier system where newer hires are not protected with the same benefits, the same pay that more senior employees get. The return of retiree medical benefits. They'd like more paid time off and the restoration of pensions. And according to UAW worker who spoke to the BBC, the demands are justified. So this person says, in my opinion, we are owed this, said Paul Raxka, who works in a Stellantis factory in Michigan making Jeep brand Cherokees. The fourth generation in his family to work in the industry. He said such jobs, which came with good health care and secure pensions, had provided an awesome living for his parents, a way of life that no longer feels possible today. He says that he can't even afford the vehicles that he's helping to manufacture, which I think a lot of people can relate to. I mean, think about all the workers in this country who can't afford to buy a home or a condo or a townhouse, a place to live, even rent a place to live in the very towns or cities that they're working in. I mean, it is a very common issue right now. And he also says we're still sitting on the back burner while these CEOs are making, you know, upwards of $20 million a year. We're going to the grocery store saying, well, what do we really need this week? Basically nickel and diming themselves because they don't have the resources to just buy groceries for their families as a result of these stagnant wages.
So, look, I can't, first of all, I want to actually mention, you know, in the car industry in particular, Henry Ford is legendary for having said that he wants to pay his workers well enough so that they can buy his cars. So, for now that we're in such an awful situation with the new robber barons that run this country, that we fall below the Henry Ford standard is an indictment of us as a society. So now into the specifics of this contract negotiations. It's impossible for me to tell what's quote unquote fair in this case. So there's so much details to it. But to me, the bottom line is very simple. You can't say that you made $250 billion. I mean, that is so much money. It's hard for the mind to fathom it. It's a mountain of money. $250 billion in profits in the last 10 years. And they say, I can't afford to pay my workers a decent wage. No, you're saying, I can afford it. I can afford it easily. I'm just choosing not to pay them a decent wage. I'm choosing to make them suffer because I want to make an extra couple of bucks off of them. And so these giant multi-billion-dollar corporations that continue to pulverize the American worker are what's driving this country crazy to begin with. So that's why the right wing is so mad, and then they get misdirected in terrible directions and of course the Democratic Party and the core of the Republican Party, the establishment of both parties, love the corporations, serve the corporations, and they're not going to help these workers. The Republicans hate the workers. They're not going to help the 1%. And then Joe Biden is supposed to be the big labor guy. What's he going to do? I don't know. I haven't seen him offer any encouraging words to the potentially striking workers yet. And then finally, of course, back to the media, because we started with that clip. Dylan Ratigan used to be at CNBC, started the two most popular shows. During the 2008 crash, he started saying on air that it was bankers' fault, because it was unquestionably the bankers' fault. CNBC pulled him from the air. Not because he was incorrect, but because he was correct.
Are you with 1 of the 9 wingman up close? Oh yeah, you're talking about that clip?
So these
oh
guys
my god.
Almost all serve corporate interests.
Are you broadcasting on Kick right now?
Oh, no, I'm not. I forgot I had open mic on. I'm gonna...
You're not on the Green Goblin right now?
The end is decided. Trust it.
Ballistic?
This is your champion.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend.
Good, I'm the jump master.
What's wrong with that guy? One viewer, Andy. We're not jumping until you talk back.
I suggest we use the phase runner.
Let's land there.
Let's land here. Enough landing around.
We'll go
We
on the
drop
map with the candlestick.
Splendid idea.
A champion has fallen. It's our first time.
First love, routine is not us.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Are there any fellows with us?
The ring isn't far, and we've 1 minute to make the trip. Splendid.
People and children of all ages.
45 seconds, rings close.
Where's ballistics?
Even this motley band.
Got some extra supplies.
Now his name is Drowsy96? How does his name change? What the
Extra
fuck?
supplies here. Excellent.
What a weirdo.
Fear not, companions. The ring is near and closing in 10 seconds.
Rings moving.
Drowsy.
Got a hop up here. Skull piercer.
Thank you. What's good, man?
Opening this hole.
Why did your name change from Ballistics?
You hear that?
The name
There's a
doesn't.
care package coming down.
The name changed. You also need to hold your push to talk a little longer there, champ. Okay, Billy?
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Absolutely disgusting of this.
Well done.
SMG supplies here. Let's fill your pockets, companions.
Go and check it. Got some materials for us. Check it. Got some materials for us.
Careless enemies making noise this way. I've collected materials. Do not squander them.
Thanks, Johnny.
Crafting. Rather calming.
Need some better guns. This shit sucks. You got people on you. They just came up. They just came up the zip line. Okay. Billy. Your chat sucks. Tell him to go eat it.
Correct.
Yes.
The Democrats oftentimes are believe the pretty little lies about these wonderful people at the cable stations and New York Times and the wonderful Democratic politicians. They're all angels. No, they get their money from these same exact corporate interests, and they use the same exact framing as the Republicans.
Finally, what's likely going to happen, we don't know for sure. So for instance, since we're quickly approaching the expiration of their contract, they could literally go on strike tomorrow. They could agree to an extension of the contract and continue negotiating. And if they do go on strike, the car industry is different from the rail workers and their potential strike, which of course was squashed by Congress. So what they could do is essentially have some of the workers picket while others are still working. So thanks to the nature of the auto industry, they can picket a few select factories and snarl the whole supply chain. One engine or transmission location per company might be enough to shut down nearly 3/4 of the U.S. assembly plants, said Jeff Schuster, global head of automotive for Global Data, an industry consultant. 2 plants per company. You can pretty much idle North America, he said. So that maneuver could help the unions essentially save some of the resources in their strike funds. Some of the workers can continue working as some are picketing. And even if the big three start shutting down some of the plants that are not on strike, then the workers at those plants could be eligible for unemployment benefits as a result of that. So we'll see how this all plays out. But again, that deadline is quickly approaching.
My last point is, if this winds up hurting the economy or raising your prices anyway, make sure that you're furious at the greedy sons of bitches that thought $250 billion in profits wasn't enough, and they had to crush their workers more to make what, $251 billion in profits? Do not blame the workers. Blame the guys who are swimming in billions of dollars in profits and will not share.
Hey, thanks for watching the video. We really appreciate it. So we appreciate the comments that allows us to be independent, honest, progressive, all the things that you don't get from books. And all that is in you guys. So to join that was crazy fun. Become a young Who's next? True story. On the flight to attend the first iPhone launch to which I've ever been invited, I realized I left two things back on the East Coast. The last 1% of my iPhone's battery, and the lightning
Enough
cable
lambing
that
around,
would
we
have
dropping.
solved that problem. Now, USB cables I had to come up with, each one of which is more than happy to charge my MacBook, Android phones, my camera, my headphones, my microphone, my feed recorder, but not the iPhone. For the traditional cable, my response remained sadly intact until I thought another. Well, it turns out that was the last lightning cable that I'll ever need to buy.
Rings closing
Today,
in one.
in the Steve Jobs Theater, Apple confirmed that charging all my gadgets with a single cable is finally at hand. And even if you're not as stoked as I am about Apple finally embracing the universal
35 seconds, rings down.
there are optical, metallurgical, and even action-oriented reasons. The iPhone 15 is a bigger upgrade than this. I get it. The iPhone 15 doesn't seem all that different than the 14, which means it's not all that different from the 13. Even the 12 before that. Form factor fatigue is a big part of what drove me to foldables as my favorite drivers, and this is indeed just another rectangle. But as rectangles go, it's a pretty special one. The iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max make 3 major changes, in addition to that USB-C port. Starting with one, I wasn't sure I was going to love.
The ring's closing. Let's not get caught outside.
I've always appreciated the iPhone mute switch. I also loved it on the phones that came before it. The Palm Trio and Centro I carried before the iPhone was a thing.
Evo Shield here.
But in a world where most people leave their phone constantly muted, this kind of single-purpose switch has probably outlived its usefulness.
Level 2.
So, Apple replaced it with something I've appreciated on many smartphones over the years, a customizable action button. The best thing about this is that out of the box, it does the exact same thing the old
Care package coming down.
You just
Replenish the
press and
charge
hold
tower
it to
here.
toggle the ringer on or off, and the phone vibrates with a distinctive haptic buzz for each one, so you know which mode you're in without having to look at it. If you're not interested in that, you can set it instead to toggle the flashlight or open the camera. And when you're in the camera, it'll double as a shutter button. Or, my personal favorite, you can set it to take a voice memo when you press and hold. Why is this my favorite? Well, because my first ever mobile phone had a dedicated button for recording memos like these. And I'm a sucker for nostalgia, which you know. Actually, maybe my favorite feature of the action button overall is that it might prompt Android manufacturers to bring back buttons like these. They used to be on so many phones, and I truly miss them, because it never stopped being a good idea. Also a good idea? Titanium.
Custom made. Titanium alloy. What do you need on the space shuttle?
For years, Apple has relied on stainless steel to give the iPhone the kind of heft that reassures folks that spending over $1,000 on a smartphone is a good idea. Heft is
spotted.
heavy.
Taking fire.
By preserving the aluminum frame and replacing the steel with
That
great
might
fiber,
be dead.
Apple has brought the weight down. By covering the edges, it's going to sound more comfortable.
Go around, go around.
What I like about it is that it didn't go back to the more rounded, pillowy footprint of the iPhone 6 era. You get the sharp looks that came back around with the iPhone 12, but an ergonomic grip that doesn't dig into your palms as much.
It's go time.
I can see it in my eye.
If there's a downside to the use of titanium, it's speculative. The metal is difficult to anodize, which means it can be more difficult to colorize. Apple says it used a PVD coating instead, but even so, this year we're seeing much more muted casing colors on the Pro and Pro Max. Black, white, and what I'll call fairly blue. So if I were buying one, I'd go for the long, double sand. How it looks, with a brushed finish, cuts down on the fingerprints versus last year's side rays.
What they use on the space shuttle.
Oh, before we close out the construction segment, Apple pointed out that it re-engineered the internal chassis to make the iPhone more repairable by making the glass backplate easier to replace, which dovetails with its recent reversal regarding right to repair. The final major change came only to the Pro Max, because the 6.7-inch version of the iPhone has only one
Got some materials here.
After 4 generations of arch rival Samsung giving buyers the option of crazy, twisted optic telephoto cameras in its Ultra series of smartphones, the iPhone finally sports a its own. The Pro Max replaces the 3X series of the iPhone 15 Pro with a 5X telephoto that's clever. Instead of just being mounted sideways, it forces the light to bounce back and forth in this kind of stair-step arrangement. Cheats physics that way. I still think Samsung is going to have the edge in extreme zoom situations with its native 10x optical module, but we'll see.
Half the squad's left, no time to be tired.
One thing I'm not worried is Apple's continued dominance in mobile video and portraits and all those other innovations that make iPhone cameras so reliable. The 3-axis stabilization is twice as effective as the 14 Pro, and because each photo contains a full focus map, you can adjust the focus of the entire shot after the fact. Now, this is nothing new in smartphones. We've seen manufacturers playing with this capability as far back as 4 years ago. Honestly, I've never found it all that useful. But Apple being Apple, it includes a real-world application for it. Automatic portrait. That means you don't need to remember to set the camera up before you shoot a portrait. You can create one after the fact. I think that's pretty cool. Oh, and when you want to export big video files, or even record directly from an external storage drive, the Pro and Pro Max have USB 3 data transfer to make that process faster.
Go on now, say hello. Listen
lots of features I didn't get
to. John here. Come get your film.
I tried to heal you, bro. You ran away from me.
Plus,
you doing?
Q2 charging and Apple's sustainability efforts.
What are you doing?
None of them
idiot. Drone was out.
Let's go this way.
Like this feature coming to the new Apple Watch Series 9 and Apple Watch Ultra 2 in October. The watch takes data from the heart rate sensor, accelerometer, and gyro.
I wish your heals, I could heal you in another 14 seconds, bro. What is wrong with you people?
Is that the watch can recognize
use me for
tap your thumb and forefinger together. That means you can scroll.
Let's get moving.
Buttons and answer and calls without even touching the screen. It feels like the future in a way I'm frankly not used to experiencing.
How did you just get your shields taken
off? It actually works really well. I got to use it for a few minutes, and the watch got my taps right the first time, every time. We'll see how it fares out in the real world when I get a chance to review these. If you wanted me to come back from Cupertino with news of an Apple foldable, yeah, me too. The fact is that the iPhone is the most profound success story in smartphones. And while that's still true, the one thing you don't want to do is say, hey, we got a great product here. Let's change it. I think it's inevitable that we'll someday release a multimodal iPhone of some kind, but today, the changes the company decided to make a lot of sense. And the same goes for the things that stay the same, like most of the price. Now, there is a way to make your iPhone feel a little fresher, and that's my sponsor, dbrand. You know the drill. dbrand lets you re-add the real leather that Apple and other plugins have taken away, or skin your phone in any number of colors and textures, or try something new with the Ghost Case. Transparent, MagSafe ready, and built especially to resist that yellowing that happens to most cases over time. dbrand your device at the link in the description. This video was produced following a hands-on session at Apple's Cupertino headquarters. The last swear on my smartphone HD bingo card, and a sight I'm grateful to have finally been invited. That said, Apple had no editorial input, copy approval rights, or early preview of this content, and my travel and lodging were covered by my publisher. Please subscribe to the Mr. Mobile so you don't miss my upcoming reviews, which will feature a return to my typical voiceover quality instead of these road mics to the road on a freezing but otherwise beautiful day outside in California. Until next time, I'm Michael Fisher. Thanks for watching, and stay
Patrick, how's it going? This is the new shot. This is one of the kind of setups and angles. I've obviously got this tight shot here and then this sort of wider shot. And the wider shot can even accommodate, there's another chair over there if we want to do that. But with one guest, this is probably the call. First impressions, being in the shot, what do you think, Patrick?
Feels pro. I feel like I'm on an actual talk show.
Really?
I feel like I need a little bit stressed this night explode.
So the desk, so for people who've been following the channel, this is the original table that I've been using, the same walnut table, but we just put a skirt on it. You know, tie in the old and the new, and we went back to the purple wall, which it's like 2 cents in the middle. We still got some more play. Anyway, we'll talk about all, but the point is, you're my first guest on this new
monitor.
Awesome.
Monitor, you asked me to hold the camera in front of my face the whole time.
That can't really do anything right there.
It's giving everybody like a look at what I see. So that's what this. If you're never on the Joe Gun show, this is the only chance you'll ever get to see what it's like.
Now, as far as audio, I think it's relevant that we're wearing labs, but you can see there's a microphone here, and there's a microphone here. This is the original Sennheiser MKH50 that I've always talked about as a great mic. So I haven't heard all these different things in conjunction because I've often been considering, with talk shows, normally people wear labs, and this is kind of a prop mic. This one is wired, so we'll listen to everything. We'll listen to everything right now, and then we'll do more too.
So if a guest was to talk here, it would sound probably something like this. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to get the lab from the guest.
Right, which the lab is probably the best call if you want to be moving around. For me, if I'm just doing a video by myself, I think I'd like to have the MKH50. But I didn't play the sound treatment in here because of being up against the wall and having a bunch of reflective surfaces. I think it doesn't sound quite as dry as my last studio, but I think it sounds okay. This is me talking using the MKH50.
Heels right here. Come here, Soda. What are you doing?
Probably won't wear most times. And then this is Patrick talking using his lab.
Hello, I'm talking using the lab mic right now. You can hear it from this mic now as well.
What a dumbass. You just ran past it too.
This on, kind of like this is a general ringtone. And also if I want to play guitar in one of my videos, it's a great instrument mic. This is the Sennheiser MD441. Sugar classic mic, it's like from 1971. I think it looks amazing, which is why I wanted to have in the shot. I don't like that reflection. I wanted to have in the shot as just a classic looking mic, but also it's a really good instrument mic, and it's a mic that never really got as much like attention as it deserved in terms of showing up in people using all the time. But if you look back at some old stuff like David Bowie and the 441 and a couple use cases, but it's a great mic. Anyway. Okay, should we do a bit of a tour? So I'll give you a bit of a lighting demo. If I turn all the lights off, like this is with just these sort of house lights, which I left on because they actually do make a difference. It's gloomier with them off. And you can see there's 3 of them. I put some diffusion material just to kind of kill the harshness. And then this one, I actually put a reflector bag so that it doesn't hit me from above because it was giving me like these kind of raccoon eyes. That's a 600C Pro. It's a massive, the Light Dome 150, and it's kind of giving light to everybody in both shots. And then over here, you can see when I turn it on that there's sort of a booklight happening where it's coming to the diffusion material. It's a 300C, the Amaranth light, bouncing against the wall and then coming through over there. And then above me here is a P60C, which is acting as sort of the hair light. It's replacing the one that I put the little cover on, and it does quite a bit if I turn it off and on again to give me some separation, light up the wall behind me, and obviously act as a hair light. It also does something nice in the desk here. And then we have another P60C suspended from the ceiling there, which just sort of increases the exposure of the overall scene and provides a little more directionality to the lights. It doesn't have that kind of. This isn't supposed to be, a movie studio. It's not supposed to be like Rembrandt lighting or whatever. So that one kind of fills in everything. Meanwhile, the book light, if I turn it off and on again, you can see high contrast ratio, and then it gets rid of that. And then, as far as more accent lighting, there's a tube light over here, which is the PT4C, which is just set to white, lights up that tree, gives a little bit of separation for the guests over here, doesn't give too much gear on this side. And then we have some more tubes on the ground here that are set to the orange color, play out the purple, and provide a little bit of accent lighting.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
And that's the whole thing stuff. No big deal. This is something I'm kind of happy with. So this is, I don't know, Video Village / my computer / the stream card / my switcher for monitoring, audio recording, everything's going on over here. I'm on the lab now, I guess. I don't know why I switched. At some point in the video, I would have switched from the lab to the so they do like these paths, and I've got 3 different camera angles set up. I think we've talked about, so that's obviously the tight shot. Then we've got this sort of wider shot of the guest, and then camera 3, which is this one right here. This is if you want to do like some details of a product, or it could also swing around and be a tight shot of the guest. They're all 80-second 4s. And then you pass to the 3 different camera sources here. Allow me to talk about these cables up here. And then over USB-C outputs OBS, which I can stream from here, but I'm using it to be my monitor as well. And the LUTs are all being applied on each individual camera, which I think I get this final image, and I could, like I said, just live stream this from this computer right to the internet if I wanted to. Yes, and then the mics that we talked about, they're going to the Zoom F6, so I'm getting a 32-bit float recording over here. I'm going to run a 3.5mm cable if I do want to live stream out from here back into the cast and sync the audio this way. I can record through here locally, but then it'll all be synced up, and if I want to stream it, that way. So these cables look a little longer than usual. 15-foot HDMI cables, which are intended for this kind of purpose. In my previous studio, I had these set up and I needed a longer cable, and so I thought, why not make a fairly length here? So each one of these cameras has your, I'm using HDMI that goes from...
Where's my help, dude? I mean, I just went in there and slaughtered them and you're not even there.
Cable, which is going to be available on Condor as well as all of our other resellers.
Now they're healing up. I thought you were shooting from the one side. I pushed up.
And all 3 of them are doing that same thing. So we got 3 7/4s. These 2 are using 24 to 70 G Master 2s, which I just wanted the image.
Let's go over there.
I'm more with
The Sandy Hook families who successfully sued Alex Jones for defamation are now sharing their frustrations over his insane spending. Got your back. Especially as they try to collect the $1.5 billion in judgments against him for calling the 2012 mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary a hoax. Now, those lies led to all sorts of harassment toward these family members who had literally just lost their children as a result of this mass shooting. He didn't care, showed no remorse, but luckily he was found guilty of defamation and was ordered to pay a pretty hefty amount in damages to these families. Now, the conspiracy theorist and InfoWars host has been paying his own wife, Erica Wolf Jones, $15,000 a month, according to the most recent spending report he filed in his bankruptcy case. Payouts called fraudulent transfers by lawyers for some of these shooting victims' families. So it does appear as though he is trying to skirt his responsibilities in paying these damages. He declared bankruptcy almost immediately after he lost the defamation case, and it became abundantly clear that the judgment in regards to the damages were going to be hefty. But there's more, right? Now, if you declare bankruptcy, if you're filing for bankruptcy, right? It means you're having difficulty paying your bills. It means it's the last option. And you're probably not spending a ton of money on nonsense. Except if you look at Alex Jones's filings, you'll see the opposite. So for instance, in July alone of this year, He spent $7,900 for housekeeping, $6,700 for his Texas lake house, $6,300 for meals and entertainment. I can definitely believe the meals part. $5,600 for vehicles and boats. And by the way, the meals do not account for groceries because he spent an additional $3,400 on groceries in July alone. So if you tally it up, his personal expenses for July topped $93,000, up from nearly $75,000 in April, not including legal fees and other costs for his court cases, according to bankruptcy filings.
Okay, I want to focus on three numbers here. And it's not even the grocery shopping. No, that's awfully expensive crudité that he's apparently buying when he goes to the store. But
he's not eating crudité.
Yeah, well, I have no one to talk. All right, so first off, I'm broke. I'm only spending $93,000 a month. Guys, that's over $1 million post taxes. That is an unbelievable amount of money for a guy who's broke. His company, according to them, they're trying to hide every piece of money that they can, and even they report they make $2.5 million a month. That's $30 million a year. Okay, now they say they have expenses that are near that. I'm sure, right? And other reports previously have put their revenue at over $100 million a year. Doesn't exactly sound broke. So is he trying to hide the money? Of course he's trying to hide the money. But my favorite out of all the numbers is, and by the way, look, he wants to make all this money, and his audience loves it, and they buy his brain pills and penis pills, and they get ready for to be in their bunker, and they got their gold, they got everything that he bought them. That's up to them. God bless, okay? He gets rich by doing that. You guys want to give him the money? Give it to him. I don't care. That's up to you, okay? But when I care is when he's lying to the court and lying to the victims and illegally hiding his money, if that's what's happening. Now, you be the judge. You think he's really spending $2,000 a week on house cleaning? Jesus, how big is his house? $2,000 a week? Oh, come on. No one in their right mind believes that. That's called money laundering. So it is cleaning of a sort, but it's not cleaning the house, it's cleaning the money. They'll have to prove it in court, but you tell me, hey, MAGA, Alex Jones fans, you really think he's spending $2,000 a week cleaning his house? Even you don't believe that.
Now, Jones claims, we want to be fair, let's let him have his say. He claims that he's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing anything wrong. He says, if anything, I like to go to nice restaurants. I do too. I wouldn't be going to nice restaurants if I was filing for bankruptcy. This is my deal. I like to go on a couple of nice vacations a year, but I think I pretty much have earned that in this fight, he said, urging his audience to donate money for his legal expenses.
Oh, no, come on, guys. I mean, look, it's one thing when you're trying to hide your money, and maybe the Alex Jones fans think like, oh, those parents had it coming, and they still think they're crisis actors, and good, hide your money from them, blah, blah, blah. And you're lying to the courts, but Alex Jones lies every single day, 2,000 times a day, so you guys don't mind that. But he's asking you for covering legal expenses?
After talking about how he likes to treat himself to nice restaurants and a couple of vacations every year.
Do you guys
he's laughing at them. He's like literally taking advantage of and laughing at his own audience that shells out, I mean, unbelievable amounts of money to help this guy. It's amazing.
He's saying, I'm broke. I only spend $93,000 a month. Do you guys spend $93,000 a month? You guys spend anywhere near that kind of money? And then as he's laughing his ass off, and you guys, not us, we don't give him a dime. As he's laughing at his own audience, he goes, oh, yeah. I do declare, I really spend $1 million a year on vacations and cleaning my house. I'm so broke. And so can you give me money for my legal defense? All right. Well, look, man, if he's looking for suckers, he came to the right place in terms of his own audience.
I don't know. Maybe it's a kink. I have no idea. But, like, the abuse is incredible. Taking advantage of people who have been helping him out, incredible. Like, just absolutely mask off, laughing in their face. But there's more. Jones and his media company, Free Speech Systems, are seeking court approval for a new contract that would pay him $1.5 million a year plus incentive bonuses, up from his current $520,000 a year salary. The company also filed for bankruptcy protection last year.
I mean, look, guys, how insane is this? He's saying, I would like to triple my salary and be paid $1.5 million a year because I'm broke. Only to Alex Jones fans would that make sense. But it's not going to make sense in a court of law. That's insanity. If you're asking for it to get a 300% raise and make $1.5 million, that means you ain't broke, brother.
Right. Now, this is my favorite part. So he said on Tuesday of this week that he is more than $1 million in debt. So if he gets the salary increase he's asking for, he said he would be left with about $300,000 a year after paying his legal bills. But he thinks that's not enough to live on. $300,000 a year. And here are his assets according to the financial documents that he himself filed. His personal net worth is around $14 million. His asset, I know, it's amazing.
And by the way, that's nowhere near true according to the lawyers for the victims, that it's way higher than that. But he's saying, I have $14 million, and I mean, how could I possibly live on that? So give me more money.
His assets include a home worth $2.6 million, a $2.2 million ranch, a $1.8 million lake house, a $500,000 rental property, and 4 vehicles and 2 boats worth more than $330,000 in total. Jones had nearly $800,000 in his bank accounts on July 31st, according to court documents.
Broke. Okay. All right, keep going, Alex Jones fans. He hasn't Ubered up all of your money yet, so go for it. Thanks for watching the Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all that, all you got to do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Versus the 1-2-3 Kid from the July 11th, 1994 episode of Raw. This is a match I've wanted to talk about for a very long time, but I was getting the impression that some viewers were getting a little tired of the consistent Bret Hart uploads on the channel, so I put it on the back burner and focused on other stuff. But after watching it again for like the 100th time this past week, I felt that now is the right time to discuss what many believe is the greatest Raw match in WWF history. Not too long ago, I looked at Paul Roma versus Alex Wright, a match where Paul was instructed to make Alex look as good as possible, and Paul decided he wasn't going to do that. Well, Bret Hart versus Kid gives us the absolute prime example of a superstar making his opponent look good. It's a masterful piece of work that constantly builds and builds to the point that by the last few minutes, the underdog doesn't look like an underdog anymore, and the veteran finds himself in a lot of trouble. The story's all contained in the ring. You don't need to follow wrestling for a single moment to clearly understand what's going on. The pace of the match completely fits the purpose of the match, and the cherry on top is having 2 highly proficient superstars in there, giving it their all to turn a Raw opening match into a legendary battle that would become remembered for years afterwards. This is Bret the Hitman Hart versus the 1-2-3 Kid. As we normally do when covering specific matches, let's set the scene and check out where both guys were before meeting in the ring. In the summer of 1994, Bret Hart was in the middle of his second WWF title reign, having defeated Yokozuna at WrestleMania 10 to reclaim the championship. At the same WrestleMania show, however, Bret was also defeated clean by his little brother Owen Hart. And not only is this significant because it kept the Bret versus Owen feud pretty hot throughout 1994, but it also showed us that Bret Hart was still beatable. Brother Owen Shawn was coming after Brett's championship. He defeated his brother at WrestleMania, and he knew he could defeat him again when the championship was on the line. To prove a point, Owen won the King of the Ring in 1994, and he proclaimed himself as the King of Hearts. And he also won the tournament to show that anything Brett could do, little brother Owen could do better. A WWF title match was then made official between Owen and Brett at the upcoming SummerSlam 1994 event held in Chicago, Illinois. So Brett's main rival at this point in time is his own flesh and blood. Brett may have been the WWF champion, but in storyline anyway, Owen posed the real threat to the Hitman, seeing as the King of Hearts was on quite a roll in 1994. The 1-2-3 Kid debuted in WWF shortly after WrestleMania 9, and he had a well-documented storyline with Razor Ramon that helped with how fans perceived him in the company. Sean Waltman wasn't a random enhancement guy. His work with Jerry Lynn in promotions such as GWF in Dallas and UWF in Japan were received very well, with 2 GWF matches making it to TV through ESPN. So it is a disservice to Sean to say he was an underneath guy, although the WWF certainly painted him this way during his very first matches in the company. The Razor Ramon feud changed that perception though, and the WWF got themselves a new star in Sean Waltman thanks to the work he and Scott did in 1993. But things seemed to quiet down for the Kid following a defeat at SummerSlam that year. Kid wrestled IRS at this event in the second shortest match on the card, and it does feel like a misstep by the company when you consider some of the other matches at SummerSlam that year. But nonetheless, Waltman himself stated that he felt his push wasn't as strong following the IRS match, and while he was still featured on TV, it wasn't necessarily in the best way possible. He and Marty Jannetty defeated the Quebecers to capture the WWF Tag Team Championships on the January 10th, 1994 episode of Raw, but they dropped the belts back to Jacques and Pierre just 7 days later at a house show in New York. Kid also didn't get featured at WrestleMania 10 due to his 10-man tag match getting cancelled due to time constraints, but things started looking a little brighter when Kid met Owen Hart in the 1994 King of the Ring semi-finals. Kid vs. Owen was a great match, and some may see it as another gem hidden in broad daylight. It's a very fast and technically sound matchup, but it only went for just under 4 minutes. Remember though, it's a King of the Ring semi-final, and it wasn't uncommon for tournament matches to get rushed out the door in order for a more complete final match to occur on the same night. But there was definitely something there when Owen and Kid stepped in the ring. These two were great together. It's the most action-packed 4-minute match you'll ever see. They pack in a pretty brutal baseball slide, a suicide dive, a top rope splash, a moonsault, a senton from the ring to the outside, a spinning wing kick capture into a German suplex, a Hurricane Rana powerbomb reversal, and tons more before Owen wins with a sharpshooter. Seriously, if you haven't watched this one before, then go check it out. It only takes a few minutes of your time anyway. The 1-2-3 Kid was great in the ring, but with the right highly skilled opponent who could keep up with him, the Kid was excellent in the ring. So let's bring in the excellence of execution and find out how good Sean Waltman could really be. On the episode of Raw that immediately followed King of the Ring, the 1-2-3 Kid defeated Nikolai Volkov, and this would lead to Kid getting a televised title shot against Bret the Hitman Hart.
Torpedoes to port.
So Kid's just coming off that loss to Owen at King of the Ring as he heads into Raw to face Bret Hart. The Hitman, meanwhile, is gearing up to defend his WWF title against Owen very soon on pay-per-view. Raw opened up that night with a clip of Bret praising Kid at the Hall of Fame ceremony, saying the Kid would be a guy who carried the torch for WWF in the future, and how Bret looks forward to following Sean's career from this point on. Our commentators for this match are Jim Ross and Macho Man Randy Savage. There's a version of this match that includes commentary from Jim Ross and Stan Lane, and you really don't want to watch that one. Even Sean Waltman mentioned that the alternative version suffered due to Stan Lane trying to crack jokes, and he's absolutely right. But if you're curious, for whatever reason, you'll find it on the WWF Raw Hits video.
There's no pig in the ring, kind of baby shot. Go look around, check it out. Let's go look at the girls from the side. We're not going to break the chicken top. As a matter of fact, the white you get it is written on his back, so here's what I'm going to baby. His bath toys were a radio, Lexington.
Jim Ross and the Macho Man are phenomenal on commentary during the original broadcast. They absolutely 100% make the match better, which a good commentary team should do anyway. The competitors get in the ring. Owen Hart and Jim Neidhart show up before the match begins, with Owen complaining that his big brother's scared to face him. But referee Earl Hebner sends the Heels away, and our match can now begin. We get a friendly handshake from Bret and Kid before the initial walkout. Kid starts it off with an off-drag takedown. Bret's expression afterwards is a lot. He's surprised, but at the same time, he's like, alright, not bad. Bret gets to his feet and he invites Kid in for a test of strength. There's a bit of delay here, and Bret's being slightly hesitant when Kid agrees to go for it. But then Bret suffers an opponent and he applies a wrist lock. Veteran stuff that's supposed to show Kid's inexperience. But then Kid immediately counters it, and Bret's the one on the canvas. Kid transitions into an armbar. Hitman gets to his feet. Waltman takes a body slam, with Bret more or less saying, well, I'm bigger than you and there's nothing you can do about that. But to show Bret that he's in for a fight, the Kid keeps up. The 1-2-3 Kid isn't going to make this easy for the Hitman.
Waiting instructions. The ship is on fire.
Again, the Kid shows he knows a hold or two by switching from a side headlock to a hammerlock. Bret thinks he can snap Air Kid to break that hammerlock, but Kid holds on, and now Bret's on the mat, a worse position than what he was in before. When the two get up though, Bret gives Kid a wake-up call with a hard back elbow, and it's almost like Bret's reminding his opponent of exactly who he's in the ring with. Bret snapmares the 1-2-3 Kid and he performs a chin lock. They get to their feet where Bret puts Kid down again with a shoulder block, but the challenger gets up. Kid leapfrogs the champion. Bret then takes a monkey flip, and Kid does not give Bret a chance to catch his breath. The 1-2-3 Kid hits a reverse enziguri on Bret, and the Hitman takes a jumping back kick that hits him square on the nose. Bret falls out of the ring, and then Raw takes a commercial break. It's annoying that this whole match hasn't been released uncut. The only other time it was officially released was on that WWF Raw Hits video with the awful commentary. But Waltman said he once owned a copy of this match in its entirety with no commentary and no cuts. So please, WWE, the next time you want to celebrate a Raw anniversary or something like that, look through your video library and upload this one to the network. It's considered one of, if not the best match in Raw history, so you'd think they would share the whole thing, you know? Anyway, we come back to Bret locked in an armbar. Bret gets up, but he can't free himself from the hold due to Kid rolling through after an arm drag. But take a close look at Bret here. He knows Earl Hebner's right in front of the hard camera, so he tells Earl to move out of the way so the cameras can maintain a good shot of the hold. We're dealing with an absolute professional here, ladies and gents. The two get up again, and this time Kid goes down after a knee to the gut, the old kitchen sink. Bret then kicks Kid in the midsection before hitting a body slam and a quick leg drop, and the Hitman watches as this Kid crawls on his hands and knees on the mat. It goes to the corner where Bret lays in a few hard European uppercuts, and according to Waltman, Bret complimented Kid on how he took these shots. Waltman said it wasn't hard to sell these at all. Clearly though, Bret's getting a bit vicious on the challenger. He smashes Kid's head into his knee. He drops an elbow across the back of Kid's neck. He even kicks the 1-2-3 Kid when he's down, and this makes a few fans in attendance boo the Hitman. Kid then takes a swinging neckbreaker. He finds himself in another chin lock courtesy of the champion. And in the corner, the 1-2-3 Kid again finds himself getting kicked and taking more European uppercuts. He then takes a ridiculously hard Irish whip into the opposite corner. It almost looks like Bret feels sorry for his opponent. He looks down as Hebner asks Kid if he wants to give it up, but Waltman says no, and the match is going to continue. Kid gets sent into the ropes. He manages to duck a back elbow. He then hits Bret with a crossbody, and again, look at Bret when he kicks out. It's like he's annoyed that he's letting himself get caught out all the time. The Hitman's a bit more careful when his opponent goes for a sunset flip in the corner. A counter sees Bret almost win the match by pinfall. The Hitman tries to end it by countering a crucifix pin with a Samoan drop. Bret covers Kid. Earl counts Kid's shoulders to the mat. The bell rings and Bret Hart's music plays in the arena. But the Kid had a foot on the bottom rope. Bret isn't going to accept this victory. He would have gladly taken this win and went about his day, but Bret won't have it. Even if Kid has caught him off guard a few times, he still wants to give this guy a fair shot. Tim White tells Hebner that he got it wrong. Hebner explains that the ruling could be final if Bret wants to take the win, but Bret says no. Hart Finkel announces that the match is going to continue at Bret's request just before another commercial break. During the break, Kid tried to pin Brett when Brett wasn't ready. During the double feature, we also saw Brett perform a double underhook suplex, which is a move he doesn't perform too often. We then see Chinlock number 3, and those of you who watch Reliving the War would usually expect...
And a warm welcome. Our venue for this game is the Emirates Stadium in North London. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me here on the commentary gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham United midfield man, Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Arsenal, and they take on Spain.
Well, it's so important to make a good start to the season. If they lose again here, it immediately puts the players and coach under the spotlight. They must get something from this game.
Performs at EDT. Brett lets Kid crawl on the model that just to emphasise how he's beating up the
challenger. Very effective play in possession. Diago
Aspas!
And a goal! An early boost for them. The first goal of the game. They're off and running.
Comeback, but no. Brett furiously marches over to Kid so he can kick him in the ribs, and this seems to wake the challenger up a little. Brett shoots Kid off the ropes, and Waltman hits another spinning back kick after ducking a clothesline. The headman
well, here you can see it again. Good run, great strength, and a composed finish under pressure. That's a top-class goal.
On they go again, and Arsenal know they need to wipe out that last goal.
The 1-2-3 Kids all fired up. He feeds that Keys in with a real chance here. Waltman performs a crossbody off the top rope and only gets a 2.
In with a chance.
Delivers a falling hard on the top rope for a diving drop. When you're watching this hot back, pay attention to his excitement on the headset is very, very contagious. Brett kicks out a 2.
Well, here's the replay, and he shows great awareness to play this through ball, and his movement's so clever. Once he gets onto it, there's only one thought in his head: smash it as hard as possible. What a good goal.
So the ball is rolling again at 1-1.
This one misses, and Macho says the Kid just went to the well one too many times. Brett tries to lock in the sharpshooter, but Kid still goes to the bottom rope. So Brett gets
it's with Gaia now.
He hits Kid with another
well, they're keeping their opponents moving and guessing.
Kid out for a superplex, but Kid shows he's not out of it yet by performing a
excellent ball over the top.
Brett's in disbelief that this guy somehow keeps coming back from the
well, the challenge was clean, but the danger not clear.
On Brett, and it's Kid who marches over to kick Brett while he's down. His corner attack completely misses though.
Danny Olmo
moves out the way. The crowd's at an absolute fever pitch as the man performs a bulldog, but then Kid stops Brett from jumping off the top.
Danger here as he runs at them.
This is it. This
Diago
is Kid's
Aspas.
last chance to win the WWE Championship and pull off.
And here's Gaia. And the flag has gone up. Offside.
But Brett catches Kid out and applies the sharpshooter. There's nowhere for Kid to go, and there's nothing he can do at this point to escape. So he gives it up. Brett Hart wins the decision.
They stopped them in their tracks.
Jim Ross calls this the greatest match he's seen so far in his career.
And cleared behind for what is going to be a corner kick.
He's concerned about Kid, who undoubtedly had the best
delivering
match of his career this night on
And
Raw.
up for grabs off the keeper.
This is still his greatest ever.
Well, threat averted.
With him, both men were great on this night, not just Brett. Macho and Jim Ross get the competitors a standing ovation. Brett applauds Kid as Walton gets to his feet. The two competitors share a hug in the ring, and Brett tells Sean that the Kid just can't go.
Danny Olmo with it.
Brett raises Sean's
textbook
hand in the air like the
interception.
1-2-3 Kid just won the match, and that's it over. An absolute timeless classic that I can't get sick of watching.
Granit Xhaka. The attack continues. They're making considerable progress. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
No, it still could be dangerous.
He's going to give it his absolute best, and
Gabriel.
Just maybe he can pull off something that's impossible.
Can he give them the advantage? Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out the danger. There it is, a fantastic goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating.
To this day, Sean Walton appreciates what Brett Hart did on this night.
Well, here it is again, and it's really poor defending. They just don't show enough urgency to get tight or make a block, which is why the ball's ended up in the back of their net.
Well underway again, it's a narrow 2-1 lead as things stand.
I call this match an example of the true art of wrestling, and coming from someone so revered as Bret Hart, it's probably the highest compliment Sean could ever before. Keep in mind too, this was
fantastic work to thwart the danger. This could square the game. Capable of so much better from that position. But now we see that the offside flag has gone up.
In 1994, it's unbelievable. It's also the one and only Sean Walton versus Bret Hart match that ever happened.
Martin
so
Ødegaard.
This is what they could do without knowing each other too well inside the ring.
Gabriel
Could you
Jesus.
imagine what they could do after having 2 or 3 matches together?
And here's
It's
Xhaka.
criminal that the full unending match
Chance
hasn't
maybe.
been released to the public, but at least we can still hope for
Danger
that.
averted for now.
We won't ever get a chance
Nicely
to see
timed
our first
tackle.
kid rematch, though. And
Now,
the fact
options
that
are
these two
plenty.
didn't have a series
No
of
degree
matches
of
in
difficulty for the
1995
goalkeeper.
is even worse than the full original match sitting dormant in the WWE contemporary. The Kid versus Bret Hart match has become pretty popular on the internet, and it's transcended from hidden gem status to a bona fide wrestling classic. Even guys in the
Can he
business
get them
praise
level?
the match, and some
Flag
of them
up,
went
tight offside.
and paid tribute to the match by recreating spots. There's no better example than the CM
As you can
Punk
see,
versus
Arsenal
Darby
seeing
Allin
less of the
match
ball,
from
but their
AEW
speed of
All
attack when they win the ball back
where
has
the
been
guys in the
breathtaking.
ring
It's been a
went from
really
4
good
or
performance
5
from them
Kid
so
versus
far.
Hart spots, including the arm drag and surprise look, the roll through on the stop there, the kitchen sink, and the sense onto the outside.
Excellent defending.
You'll notice Punk playing the role of Bret Hart, and Darby's underdog in it is the 1-2-3 Kid.
Crossing possibilities.
And if you've got guys paying tribute to the Raw match all these years later, then it just proves that the original left a lasting impression on fans and pro wrestlers alike. Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. But your homework assignment for today is to check
And a
out
very
Bret Hart
good
versus the
challenge.
1-2-3 Kid in its entirety.
Are getting close to the half-time break, and the visitors find themselves behind. Stuart, what have you made of this?
Well, they're certainly run out of this. They've created some good shots and looked threatening, but they need to be better defensively in the second half. They just can't afford to concede again.
An Arsenal corner. And a struggle to get it away properly. Happy to take on the shot, and he's certainly in the mood for his second.
Well, he's certainly looking a threat. He looks so sharp today.
Who can they pick out? Well, he didn't trouble the goalkeeper, but it wasn't a straightforward chance, you've got to say. Gaia. The ball with Rodri. It's with Gaia now. Rodri. Dani Olmo with it. Good-looking sequence. And beyond the last defender, offside.
Somebody else who might be right yet in another few weeks. What are we hearing about Matt Riddle and his
Martin
airborne
Ødegaard.
assault? Whoa.
Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Well, he has players waiting at the back post. Oh, but claimed by the goalkeeper. And there we have it. The first half action is up.
Looking at the headline, here's how I saw it. Here's how I saw it. When I turned on the Twitter machine this morning, I saw Matt Riddle claims he was sexually assaulted.
Well, as they
at
get the ball
airport.
rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Iago Aspas. Well, not the pass he had in mind. And the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. But they dealt with the threat posed. Might it be Gabriel Jesus? Oh, a goal! The error seized upon, and the goalkeeper left with egg on his face. That's a tale of 4 goals in this match now. 3-1 it is.
Claimed and deleted that, but not before everybody and their brother on Instagram copied it and ran with it and made hoo-ha over it. And TMZ picked it up. That's what we're about to read. I just want to bring people up to date on what actually happened.
Still to the penalty area. Well, nothing productive, really.
WWE star Matt Riddle accuses cop of sex assault.
And the ball back with Spain now. The attack continues. They're making considerable progress. Crossing opportunity. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Chances on. And it's there for him. Undenied by the keeper.
Well, what more can you say? That's goalkeeping at its very best.
Grabbed his Franken beans or did whatever so he's
Iago
basically
Aspas.
saying to his Instagram public,
Well, very effective play in possession.
Here's a picture of that can't end well.
Opportunity, in it goes, but it will not stand. Offside, Stuart.
Well, it looked close, didn't it? He certainly thought so. He's making that clear to the linesman now.
On the right from India, he's coming back from the Indian tour.
I mean, listen, when you go to an airport
Granit Xhaka.
and you are entering and then leaving that airport on a different flight, it's not like
Xhaka, chance here, in it goes, a 3-goal cushion. This is astonishing stuff.
Just my best you please. Anyway, let's go back to this. Here's a quote from Matt Riddle. Nothing like being sexually assaulted and harassed at JFK